So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel, and today we are gonna see what if every painting in Hogwarts came alive and only Harry Potter could see them. So if you are new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Also press that bell notification too, also whenever I post video you get the notification first. So yeah, now without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
The woman who wept the summer had done nothing kind to Harry Potter. He sat on the edge of his bed at number 4, Privet Drive, staring at the wall where a crack in the plaster had been slowly widening since June. He'd been watching it for weeks. It was something to do, something to focus on. That wasn't Cedric Diggory's face in the green light, or the way his body had crumpled, or how heavy he'd been when Harry grabbed him in the graveyard, heavier than a living person should be, as if death had added something instead of taking it away. The Dursleys had left him alone this summer, mostly. Uncle Vernon still grunted at him over breakfast. Aunt Petunia still pursed her lips when he entered a room. But Dudley watched him now with something that wasn't quite fear and wasn't quite curiosity. Like Harry was a dog that had bitten someone, and Dudley was trying to figure out if it would happen again. Harry didn't care. He didn't care about much these days. The letters from Ron and Hermione arrived like clockwork and said nothing. Hope you're doing well. Can't say much. Stay safe. He'd stopped opening them after the fourth one. There was a war coming and his best friends were sending him the wizarding equivalent of greeting cards. Dumbledore hadn't written at all. That, more than anything, burned. He'd carried Cedric's body out of that maze. He'd faced Voldemort in that graveyard, jeweled him, survived by the skin of his teeth and the ghosts of his parents. And now he was sitting in a suburban bedroom in Surrey, watching a crack in the wall grow, while the people who were supposed to be on his side treated him like a fragile thing to be managed. He wasn't fragile. He was angry. The Hogwarts letter arrived on July 31st, his birthday, not that anyone noticed, and with it the familiar rush of relief. Going back, getting out. Whatever was waiting for him at school, it was better than this slow suffocation. He didn't know yet how wrong he was about that. Or how right. Platform 9 3/4 was the same chaos it always was. Steam and noise and parents hugging children too tightly while trying to pretend they weren't afraid. Harry pushed through the crowd with his trunk, Hedwig's cage balanced on top. He'd got to King's Cross on his own, the night bus which he was getting unfortunately good at summoning. He spotted Ron's red hair first, then Hermione's bushy mane beside it. They were standing near the train, scanning the crowd, and when they saw him, their faces did that thing, that complicated mix of relief and guilt and forced cheer that Harry had come to associate with people who knew more than they were telling him. Harry. Hermione reached him first, throwing her arms around him. She smelled like parchment and toothpaste. "How are you? You look terrible," Ron finished, then winced. "I mean, mate, you look like you haven't slept since June." "Good to see you too, Ron." Ron's ears went red. "That's not what I just meant. I know what you meant." Harry managed a half-smile. It felt rusty on his face, like a hinge that hadn't been used in months. "I'm fine. Let's get on the train." They found a compartment near the back. Neville was already there, along with a girl Harry didn't recognize, pale, with enormous silvery eyes and radishes dangling from her ears. She was reading a magazine upside down. "Luna Lovegood," Neville said by way of introduction. "She's in Ginny's year. Ravenclaw." "Hello, Harry Potter," Luna said without looking up from her magazine. "You have a very interesting aura today. It's mostly gray, but there's something gold underneath, like a lamp with a dirty shade." Harry blinked. "Thanks. You're welcome." Hermione gave Luna a look that was trying very hard to be polite, then turned back to Harry with the expression she wore when she was about to deliver news she'd rehearsed. "Harry, there's something you should know before we get to Hogwarts, about the new defense against the dark arts teacher." "Let me guess. Another one of Dumbledore's bizarre choices." "That's just it," Ron said, dropping his voice. "It's not Dumbledore's choice. The Ministry's appointed someone, a woman called Dolores Umbridge. She works for Fudge, Senior Undersecretary." Harry processed this. "Fudge is putting his own person inside Hogwarts." "He's scared," Hermione said. "He doesn't believe Voldemort is back and he thinks Dumbledore is. I know what Fudge thinks." Harry's voice came out harder than he intended. The compartment went quiet for a moment. Even Luna glanced up from her magazine. Harry let out a breath. "Sorry, I know you're trying to help. Tell me about Umbridge." Ron and Hermione exchanged a look, the kind they'd been exchanging all summer, Harry suspected, the kind that happened in rooms he wasn't in, during conversations he wasn't part of. Well, Ron struggled for the word. "Dangerous," Hermione said simply. "Not in the way you're used to. She won't try to kill you, she'll try to make you irrelevant." Harry leaned back against the seat and watched the countryside begin to blur past the window. Another year, another enemy, another adult who thought they could control the narrative around Harry Potter. He was tired of it. Bone deep, soul deep tired. But beneath the exhaustion, something else stirred. Something that had been growing all summer, fed by grief and anger and the long, empty hours staring at that crack in the wall. A resolve, a hardness. He was done being the kid things happened to, done being moved around the board by people who thought they knew better. Whatever this year brought, Harry was going to meet it head-on. The Great Hall hadn't changed. It never did. The enchanted ceiling showed a clear September sky fading into purple dusk, dotted with early stars. The 4 longhouse tables glowed with candlelight. The ghosts drifted through the crowd like silver smoke. But something felt different. Harry couldn't have explained it if someone had asked. It was like the castle was, not watching him exactly. More like it was aware of him. The way you're aware of someone entering a room even with your back turned. A shift in the atmosphere, subtle as a breath, shook it off. Paranoia. A year of near-death experiences would do that. The sorting went by in a blur of names and applause. Harry clapped mechanically. He was watching the staff table, where a new figure sat in the defense professor's chair, a short, squat woman in head-to-toe pink, with a wide, flat face that reminded Harry of a toad. She had a small, prim smile fixed in place, and her eyes were moving across the student body with the careful attention of someone cataloging inventory. Dolor's Umbridge. Their eyes met. Her smile widened. It didn't reach her eyes, they stayed flat and cold like buttons sewn onto a doll. Harry held her gaze and didn't look away. The smile faltered just for a second. Then Dumbledore stood to speak and the moment passed. The headmaster looked old. Harry hadn't noticed it before, or maybe he hadn't wanted to, but Dumbledore looked tired in a way that went beyond physical exhaustion. His eyes still twinkled behind his half-moon spectacles, but the light in them seemed thinner, like a candle in a draught. "Welcome," Dumbledore said, "to another year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our feast, I have a few announcements." Harry listened with half an ear. New teacher, ministry appointment, Forbidden Forest still forbidden, Quidditch tryout second week. The usual. Then Umbridge stood up, interrupting Dumbledore mid-sentence, which sent a ripple of shock through the hall, and delivered a speech so stuffed with ministry doublespeak that Harry's brain glazed over after the first 30 seconds. But Hermione was gripping the table edge with white knuckles. "What?" Harry murmured. "She's talking about interfering at Hogwarts," Hermione whispered back. "The ministry is going to start controlling how things are taught here. Didn't you listen to a word she said?" "I got the gist." "Harry, this is serious. I know she's serious, Hermione. I've met Sirius before. It usually tries to kill me." He loaded his plate with shepherd's pie. "Let's eat." Ron, who had been waiting for permission to stop worrying and start eating, grabbed a chicken leg with visible relief. The feast was good. It always was. The house elves hadn't lost their touch. But Harry kept getting distracted by something he couldn't quite pin down, a flicker of movement in his peripheral vision, a sense of being observed from unexpected angles. Twice he turned to look at the paintings on the great hall walls, but they were doing what they always did, chatting silently among themselves, wandering between frames, occasionally raising a painted goblet in toast. Normal. Everything was normal. So why did the witch in the painting above the Hufflepuff table seem to be staring directly at him with an expression that looked almost like anticipation? The first week was exactly as miserable as Harry had expected, plus about 20% more. Umbridge's defense against the dark arts class was an exercise in institutionalized uselessness. No wands, no practical magic. Just a ministry-approved textbook that read like it had been written by someone who'd never encountered actual dark magic and was determined to ensure no one else did either. Harry lasted exactly one class before he lost his temper. "Voldemort is back," he said, standing at his desk while the rest of the class held their breath. "I saw him. I fought him. If you're not going to teach us how to defend ourselves against that, what exactly are you doing here?" Umbridge's smile didn't waver. "Detention, Mr. Potter, my office. 7 o'clock." He went. He sat in her office, which was decorated in pink like the inside of a stomach, and he wrote "I must not tell lies" with a quill that carved the words into his hand while it wrote them on the parchment. The pain was sharp and clean and somehow clarifying. He looked Umbridge in the eye when he handed back the quill. "Same time tomorrow?" he asked. Something flickered behind those toad-like eyes. Not anger, she had too much control for that, but uncertainty maybe, the faintest crack in the performance. She'd expected him to break or cry or beg. She hadn't expected him to hand back the quill like it was a used napkin and ask for seconds. "That will be all, Mr. Potter." He walked back to Gryffindor Tower with his hand bleeding sluggishly into his robe pocket. Hermione would fuss. Ron would turn red and talk about telling someone. Harry already knew he wouldn't tell anyone. Not because he was being noble or self-sacrificing, but because Umbridge wanted him to complain. She wanted him to go crying to Dumbledore or McGonagall so she could use it, evidence that Potter was unstable, attention-seeking, unable to handle discipline. He wouldn't give her the satisfaction. The fat lady let him in with a sympathetic cluck, and Harry climbed through the portrait hole into the common room. It was mostly empty, just a few fifth years studying by the fire and a pair of first years playing Exploding Snap in the corner. Harry dropped into an armchair and stared at his hand. The words were already fading, the skin knitting itself back together, but the ache went deeper. It throbbed in time with his heartbeat. "Harry," he looked up. Hermione was standing on the stairs from the girls' dormitory, wrapped in a dressing gown, her hair in a braid over one shoulder. "Couldn't sleep," she said, coming down. Then she saw his hand. Her eyes went wide and she grabbed it, turning it toward the firelight. "Harry, what did she do to you?" "It's fine." "This is not fine. This is a blood quill. These are illegal. We need to tell Professor McGonagall. We need to." "Hermione." He pulled his hand back gently. "I've got it under control." "Under control? Your hand is healing, see." He held it up. The marks were already nearly gone. "She wants a reaction. She wants me to kick up a fuss. I'm not going to play her game." Hermione stared at him. Something in her expression shifted, not the worry going away, but something else layering over it. Recognition, maybe. An understanding that the Harry who'd come back from the graveyard was not entirely the same Harry who'd walked in. "You've changed," she said quietly. "Yeah," Harry agreed. "Watching someone die will do that." A long silence. The fire crackled. "I'm here," Hermione said. "Whatever's happening, Ron and we're here." "I know," and he meant it. Whatever frustration he'd felt over the summer, these two had earned his trust 100 times over. "Get some sleep, Hermione." She hesitated, then nodded and went back upstairs. Harry sat alone in the common room, listening to the castle settle around him, the groans of old stone, the whisper of wind through unseen gaps, the distant murmur of paintings chattering in their frames. He wasn't tired. He hadn't been sleeping well since June, and the familiar restlessness was crawling through him like ants under his skin. He needed to move, needed to walk. He went upstairs, pulled the invisibility cloak from his trunk and slipped it over his shoulders. Hogwarts at night was a different creature entirely. The corridors were lit by moonlight and the occasional guttering torch, casting long shadows that moved like living things. Harry walked without real direction, letting his feet choose the path. He'd done this before, midnight wanderings with the Marauder's map, dodging Filch and Mrs. Norris. But tonight he'd left the map behind. He didn't want to navigate. He wanted to get lost. The castle was happy to oblige. He found himself in a part of the school he didn't recognize, a narrow corridor on the 7th floor or maybe the 6th. The staircases had been uncooperative. The walls here were older than in the main halls, the stone rougher, the mortar between the blocks dark with age. Tapestries hung at irregular intervals, faded to ghosts of their original colors. And paintings, dozens of them. Harry slowed. The paintings here weren't like the ones in the busy corridors. No chatty wizards, no sleeping monks, no argumentative knights. These were different, older. Many of them were dark with centuries of accumulated grime, their subjects barely visible. Landscapes shrouded in shadow. Figures in archaic robes standing in places Harry didn't recognize. A woman in a stone tower. A man on a cliff above a black sea. And at the very end of the corridor, in a heavy frame of tarnished silver, a painting of a woman weeping. Harry stopped in front of it. She was beautiful in the way that storms are beautiful. Something about her face suggested tremendous power held in check. Dark hair fell around her shoulders like water. She wore robes of deep blue, almost black, and her hands were pressed to her face. Her shoulders shook with the silent, endless sobs of a painting frozen in a single moment, except Harry pulled the invisibility cloak off. The woman's hands were lowering. He stood very still. Paintings move, that was the most basic fact of magical art. They talked, they visited each other's frames, they had opinions about everything. But this was different. This didn't feel like the usual animation. The woman wasn't moving the way a painting moves, with that slightly flat, stylized quality. She was moving the way a person moves, fluid, three-dimensional, real. Her hands came away from her face. Her eyes opened. They were dark and deep and filled with something vast and old and terrible, and they looked directly at Harry. Not at the corridor, not at the general direction of a viewer, at him, into him, through him. Harry's wand was in his hand without conscious thought. Not raised, not aimed, just there, ready. The woman's lips parted. "Harry Potter," she said. Her voice didn't come from the painting, it came from beside him. Harry spun. She was there. Standing in the corridor, 3 feet away, as solid and real as he was. The same dark hair, the same blue-black robes, the same face still wet with tears that caught the moonlight. Behind her, the painting on the wall was empty, just a dark background and a tarnished silver frame. She was out of her painting. She was standing in the corridor. "You can see me," she said. Not a question. Harry's grip on his wand tightened, but he didn't raise it. His heart was hammering, adrenaline spiking, every instinct screaming. But he'd learned something in the graveyard. Panic kills you. Stillness keeps you alive. "Yeah," he said. "I can see you." The woman's expression cracked, not into fear or malice, but into something like relief. Pure, overwhelming, centuries-old relief. Fresh tears spilled down her cheeks, but she was smiling now, a shattered, desperate smile. "At last," she whispered. "Oh, at last, we've waited so long." "We," she gestured, a sweep of her arm that took in the entire corridor, the walls, the castle. "All of us, every painting in this castle. We've been waiting for someone who could truly see us, and now you're here." Harry looked at the empty frame behind her, looked back at her solid, real, impossible presence. His mind was racing, sorting possibilities, discarding explanations. Ghost. No, ghosts were silvery, translucent. This woman was as solid as he was. Hallucination. Possible, but Harry had enough experience with mental intrusions to know what those felt like, and this wasn't it. Trap. Maybe. But his instincts, the ones that had kept him alive through 4 years of near-death experiences, weren't screaming danger. They were screaming pay attention. "Who are you?" he asked. "My name is Morven. I died here in this castle, or rather in the place that existed here before this castle was built. That was a very long time ago." "How long?" "I stopped counting at 1,000 years. Harry absorbed this. "And you've been in that painting the whole time?" "Yes." "And you can just step out of it?" "Yes. But only at night, and only you can see me as I truly am." She paused, studying him with those dark, ancient eyes. "Others see the paintings as they've always seen them, flat images, echoes of personality constrained to their frames. That's what the enchantment allows. But to you, we are what we truly are, complete, preserved, real." "Why me?" The question hung in the air. Morven's expression shifted, something complicated moving beneath the surface. "That," she said, "is a longer story than we have time for tonight. But the short answer, Harry Potter, is that you were born to see us. It is in your blood. In your family's oldest magic. The Potters were not always called Potters, and your line stretches back much further than anyone living knows. And the long answer begins with what is waking up beneath this castle, and why we needed someone, why we needed you, before it finishes breaking free." Harry looked at her. A 1,000-year-old dead woman stepped out of a painting, standing in a forgotten corridor in the middle of the night, telling him he was part of something ancient and terrible. A year ago, he might have panicked. 6 months ago, he might have gone straight to Dumbledore. Now, show me, he said. Morven led him deeper into the castle. Not through the corridors Harry knew, not the well-lit passageways with their familiar paintings and armor and moving staircases. She took him through doors that shouldn't have been there, down stairs that spiraled in directions that felt wrong, through passages so narrow his shoulders scraped both walls. The Marauder's map had never shown any of this. Harry was certain of it. The castle has layers, Morven said, not looking back. She moved like she owned the place, like the stone recognized her feet and adjusted itself to meet them. The Hogwarts your teachers know is the top layer. Beneath it lie the bones of older structures, older magics. The founders built their school on top of something ancient because the power here was too great to abandon. And nobody knows about this. Dumbledore. Dumbledore is a brilliant man, one of the most powerful wizards in 1,000 years, but he sees the castle as it presents itself to the living. He doesn't see what it hides. She paused at a junction where 3 corridors met, stone arches carved with runes Harry didn't recognize. This way. She turned right and the air changed, colder, denser. Harry's breath ghosted in front of his face. The walls down here were rougher, the stone darker, not Hogwarts granite but something older, blacker, veined with what looked like dark crystal. Where are we? Beneath the dungeons. Below even the Chamber of Secrets, though that's off to the east. This is the foundation level, the original structure, the place where it was first sealed. Morven stopped walking. They'd entered a chamber, not large, maybe 20 feet across, circular, with a domed ceiling barely high enough for Harry to stand upright. The floor was covered in a runic circle that made every hair on Harry's body stand on end. The runes were carved deep into the stone, and they should have been dead, just marks in rock. But they glowed. Faintly, pulsing, a deep and angry red like embers in a dying fire, and the circle was cracked. A fissure ran through it, not just through the stone but through the magic itself. Harry could feel it, a discontinuity, a wrongness, like a musical note held just slightly flat. The crack was maybe 2 inches wide, and from it rose a thin curl of something that wasn't quite smoke and wasn't quite darkness. It was more like an absence, a tendril of nothing that ate the light around it. That, Morven said, is where the Hollow King is sealed. Harry stared at the crack. The darkness curling from it seemed to notice him. It shifted, turning, a movement that had no right being as deliberate as it was, like a snake tasting the air. "Tell me," Harry said. He didn't take his eyes off the crack. Morven stood beside him, and for the first time he could feel something coming off her, not body heat, because she wasn't truly alive, but a kind of energy. Old magic, cold and steady like the light from a distant star. Before the founders, before the idea of organized magical education, this was a place of power, a convergence point. Ley lines, magical currents, whatever you want to call them, they cross here deep underground. Magic collects here the way water collects in a basin. It always has. And someone tried to use that power. Someone did use that power. His name, when he was alive, was Malachi. He was a sorcerer, not a wizard in the way you understand the word. Older traditions, deeper magic. He was brilliant and terrible and more powerful than anyone I've ever known, and I knew a great many powerful people. She paused. He wanted what dark sorcerers always want. Immortality, but not the crude kind, not horcruxes, not phylacteries, not any of the fragmented half-life solutions. He wanted true immortality, complete preservation of self forever. And he found it. He found something. He bound his soul to the earth itself, to the magical currents flowing through this convergence point. He dissolved his physical body and poured himself into the bedrock. He became part of the castle's foundation, inseparable from the magic that flows through it. Harry's stomach dropped. He's in the castle. He is the castle, or part of it. His consciousness is woven into the deepest layers of the magical foundation. He's been here for over 1,000 years, and for most of that time the seal held. He was imprisoned, aware but impotent, unable to act, unable to reach, unable to do anything but exist. And now the seal is breaking. It's been weakening for centuries. Magic fades, runes decay, and he has been pushing against it every moment of every day for 1,000 years. Morven knelt beside the crack, and the tendril of darkness shied away from her. 10 years ago it was barely a hairline fracture. Now it's this. In another year, maybe less, it will fail entirely. And when it does, she looked up at him, he will consume the castle, every stone, every spell, every person in it. He will absorb the magical convergence point and use it to rebuild himself, not as a spirit, but as a physical being of almost unlimited power. And then he will turn his attention to the world outside. Harry let this sit. He stared at the crack, at the lazy curl of darkness, at the faintly pulsing runes that were the only thing standing between 1,000 sleeping students and something that would eat them alive. "Right," he said. "So how do we stop him?" Morven blinked. Whatever she'd expected, fear, disbelief, a demand for more proof, that wasn't it. "You believe me," she said, "just like that. I've fought Voldemort 3 times. I've seen things come out of nothing and try to kill me. A dead woman walks out of a painting and tells me there's a monster under the school." Harry shrugged. "Tuesday at Hogwarts. How do we stop him?" A smile, small, surprised, genuine, crossed Morven's face. "I was told you were remarkable. I see the reports were accurate." "Who told you?" "A woman named Alara Vane. She's been watching you since your first year. She's rather impatient to meet you, actually." "Another painting. The oldest painting in the castle. And the most dangerous person I ever knew, alive or dead." Morven stood. "Come, there's something else you need to see." She brought him back up through the hidden passages, moving faster now. Harry kept pace easily, whatever else the summer had done to him. The restless energy burning through him meant his body was wired, alert, practically vibrating with the need to act. They emerged on a corridor Harry half recognized, the 7th floor, near the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. But Morven walked past it, past the place where the room of requirement hid, to a stretch of wall that held a single massive painting. It was a battlefield. The canvas was enormous, 10 feet wide, 6 feet tall, and it depicted a scene of magical warfare unlike anything Harry had seen in any history book. Figures in archaic armor clashed with creatures of shadow and fire. Spells carved through the air in colors Harry didn't have names for. At the center of the chaos, a woman stood on a broken stone, both hands raised, light pouring from her palms in twin columns that held back a tide of darkness. As Harry watched, the painting moved, not with the usual lazy animation of magical portraits. This was vivid, violent, alive. The battle raged. Spells flew. The woman on the stone turned her head and looked directly at Harry. Then she stepped out of the painting. She was shorter than Morven, wirier. She had close-cropped dark hair shot through with silver, a face full of sharp angles and old scars, and eyes the color of iron. She wore battle-scorched leather armor over robes that had been red once, before smoke and blood had turned them a mottled brown. A wand hung at her hip, not the slim, polished instruments modern wizards used, but something rough and thick, like a branch barely shaped by human hands. She looked Harry up and down with the critical eye of a drill sergeant inspecting a recruit. "Skinny," she said, "but you've got good eyes, steady. I can work with steady." "Harry," Morven said, "this is Alara Vane." "The most dangerous person you ever knew," Harry said. Alara barked a laugh. "Morven flatters me. I'm only the most dangerous person on this floor." She stepped closer, and Harry felt the same energy he'd felt from Morven, old magic, deep and constant, but stronger, much stronger, like standing near a bonfire versus a candle. "I've been watching you for 4 years, boy. Watched you face the troll. Watched you go down into the chamber. Watched you fight off 100 Dementors. Watched you come back from that graveyard carrying a dead boy and carrying yourself upright. You've been watching me. We all have, every painting in this castle. We've been watching and waiting because you're the first person in 1,000 years who was born with the sight. The sight, not the divination nonsense Trelawney peddles, the real sight. The ability to perceive magical truth, to see through enchantments to what lies beneath. It's why you can see us as we truly are. It's why the castle's hidden places reveal themselves to you. And it's why the Hollow King fears you." Harry's eyebrows rose. "He fears me." "Oh yes." Alara's smile was sharp as a blade. "He's been sealed down there for a millennium, slowly eating his way free. And then along comes a boy with the sight. the one thing that can perceive him clearly enough to fight him. He's been trying to keep you distracted, keep you focused on Voldemort and the Ministry and all the mundane threats that fill your life. Anything to keep you from looking down. He's been trying to. Are you saying the Hollow King has been influencing things? My life. I'm saying he's part of the castle's magic, and the castle touches everything that happens within its walls. A whisper here, a nudge there. Nothing overt. The seal prevents direct action, but influence, suggestion, the vaguest push toward chaos and distraction. Alara's eyes were hard. Why do you think something tries to kill you every single year? The words landed like a punch. Harry took a step back, not in fear, but in the physical need to absorb what she was saying. Every year. The stone, the chamber, the Dementors, the tournament. He'd always assumed it was Voldemort's influence or bad luck or the universe's apparent determination to use him as a punching bag. But if something else had been stirring the pot, that's a hell of a theory, he said. It's not a theory. I've been dead a very long time, Harry. I've had nothing to do but watch and think and see the patterns. Alara folded her arms. The Hollow King can't act directly, but he can create conditions, amplify fears, weaken wards just enough to let threats in. He wants this castle in chaos. He feeds on it. And Voldemort, the Death Eaters, Umbridge, real threats, independent agents, but the Hollow King, he makes the soil fertile for them. He's been gardening darkness in this castle for centuries. Harry was quiet for a long moment. He looked at Alara, then at Morvane, then at the painting behind Alara, the battlefield still raging, the figures still fighting their eternal war. You said I'm the first person with the sight in 1,000 years, he said. Who was the last one? Alara and Morvane exchanged a glance. It was Morvane who answered. I was. They talked until the sky through the corridor windows began to light. Morvane told him about her life, or as much of it as time allowed. She'd lived in the 9th century, in a Britain that was wilder and more magical than the one Harry knew. She'd been a witch of tremendous power, born with the same sight Harry possessed, and she'd been part of the group that had originally sealed the Hollow King. There were 12 of us, she said. They were sitting on the corridor floor now, Harry cross-legged, Morvane with her legs folded beneath her, Alara leaning against the wall with the casual alertness of someone who was always ready for a fight. 12 witches and wizards, the strongest of our age. We pooled our magic, carved the seals, and locked Malachi away. And then you all died and became paintings. Not immediately. We lived our lives, but we'd bound ourselves to the seal, made ourselves its anchors. When we died, the enchantment preserved our souls in the paintings. We became the seal's guardians, able to monitor it, maintain it, reinforce it. For centuries, that was enough. But now it's not. Number the seal is failing, and our power, preserved as it is, isn't enough to restore it from within the paintings. We need a conduit, someone living with the sight who can channel our magic into the physical world. Me. You. Harry nodded slowly. He wasn't surprised. He wasn't even particularly daunted. After 4 years of being thrown into impossible situations, there was something almost refreshing about one that came with a clear explanation and a team of ancient magical allies. What do I need to do? He asked. Alara pushed off the wall. First, you need to learn how to fight, really fight, not the wand-waving they teach in classes, the old magic, battle magic, the kind of spells that can crack mountains and hold back armies. You're going to train me. I'm going to try. The sight gives you the potential, but potential is just a fancy word for not there yet. She held out her hand, and her rough, ancient wand materialized in it. We start tomorrow night, midnight. Come to the 7th floor corridor. Don't be late. I'm never late. You were late to potions last Thursday. Snape moved the classroom. Excuses, midnight. Don't eat too much at dinner, you'll be moving. She turned back to her painting. The battlefield was still raging inside the frame, and as Harry watched, Alara stepped up to the canvas, paused, and looked back at him. One more thing. Don't tell anyone about this. Not because it's a secret, I don't care about secrets, but because no one else can see us and you'll sound completely mad. Your friends will think you've lost it, and that Umbridge woman will use it against you. I wasn't planning on taking out an ad in the Daily Prophet. Alara grinned, a fierce, wolfish expression that made her scars stand out. I like you, Potter. You've got spine. She stepped into the painting and was gone, swallowed by the battle scene, just another armored figure in the chaos. Morven rose to her feet. I should return as well. Dawn is coming and the transition between night and day weakens us. Morven, she paused. That crack in the seal, how long do we actually have? She was quiet for a moment. Months, not years. The decay is accelerating. Then we'd better not waste time. She smiled at him. That same shattered, relieved smile from when she'd first stepped out of her painting. I've waited 1,000 years for someone to say that. She walked back down the corridor toward her painting, and with each step she became less solid, less real, until by the time she reached the silver frame she was barely more than a shimmer, and then she was back in the painting, the weeping woman frozen mid-sob, exactly as she'd always appeared. Harry stood alone in the corridor. Dawn light was creeping through the windows, turning the stone from gray to gold. Somewhere in the castle a clock chimed 5. He had 2 hours before breakfast, 2 hours before Umbridge and classes and the ordinary, exhausting business of being Harry Potter, fifth-year student, the boy who lived, the boy nobody believed. But now he was something else too. Something the paintings had been waiting 1,000 years for. He looked down at his hand, the one Umbridge's quill had cut. The marks were completely gone, and beneath the skin he could feel something, a warmth, a hum, like a current of electricity running through his veins. The sight, maybe. The old magic in his blood, waking up now that someone had finally told it what it was for. He closed his fist. He felt alive. Truly, properly alive, in a way he hadn't felt since before the graveyard. The grief was still there, Cedric, his parents, all of it, but it wasn't drowning him anymore. It was fuel. It was fire. Harry tucked his invisibility cloak under his arm and walked back toward Gryffindor Tower, and as he walked, the paintings on the walls watched him pass. Dozens of eyes, hundreds of eyes, from portraits and landscapes and battle scenes and still lifes that weren't quite still, every single one of them looking at him. He met their gazes. One by one, as he passed, he met their painted eyes and nodded. The dead were watching, and for the first time in his life, Harry wasn't walking alone. Breakfast was a muted affair. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione, eating toast and listening to them argue about Hermione's campaign for house elf rights, an argument so familiar it was practically a comfort, like background music. All I'm saying, Hermione was insisting, is that a society that relies on unpaid labor, they don't want to be paid, Hermione. Dobby's the weird one. The fact that the oppressed have internalized their oppression doesn't make it. Can you two argue about something else? Harry said mildly. Mix it up a bit, keep things fresh. Ron and Hermione both looked at him. Ron's eyebrows went up. You're in a good mood, Ron said suspiciously. You've been in a terrible mood for months and now what happened? Nothing happened, I just got some sleep. Hermione narrowed her eyes. She had an unerring instinct for when Harry was lying, but he kept his expression neutral. Not lying exactly, just editing. You look different, she said. Not your face, I don't know, your energy. My energy. Don't make fun, I'm serious. I feel better, Hermione, that's all. Is that not allowed? She held his gaze for a moment longer, then seemed to decide to accept it. Of course it's allowed. I'm glad. Ron, who was already halfway through his second plate of eggs, shrugged. Good enough for me. Pass the sausages. Harry passed the sausages and let his gaze drift around the great hall. The paintings on the walls were in their usual morning positions, the witches and wizards in their frames chatting, yawning, sipping painted tea. To anyone else they were just paintings. Magical portraits, limited and flat, doing what magical portraits did. But now Harry could see the difference. Beneath the flat, animated surface, he could sense the depth, the full, complex souls waiting underneath, compressed into 2 dimensions by daylight and the ancient enchantment that preserved them. It was like looking at a frozen lake and knowing, for certain, that there was an ocean beneath the ice. The witch above the Hufflepuff table, the one who'd been staring at him last night, caught his eye. In her frame, she was a plump, smiling woman in Renaissance robes, apparently absorbed in a painted book. But her eyes flicked to Harry, and for just a second the flat, portrait-quality animation gave way to something deeper. A real person looking out from behind a mask. She winked. Harry bit back a smile and went back to his toast. Across the hall at the staff table, Dolores Umbridge was watching him too. Not winking. Her toad-like eyes were fixed on him with the patient, predatory attention of something that had all the time in the world and intended to use it. Harry met her gaze and held it. He chewed his toast slowly, deliberately, and didn't look away. After a moment, Umbridge smiled, that terrible, sweet, poisonous smile, and turned to speak to Professor Flitwick. You don't know what's coming, Harry thought. You think the biggest threat in this castle is a 15-year-old boy who won't shut up about Voldemort. You have no idea what's actually happening here. And neither, he realized, did Dumbledore. The headmaster's chair was empty this morning. Meetings with the ministry, probably, or order business, or any of the 1,000 things that were pulling him away from the school at the worst possible time. Harry was on his own. Good. He'd been on his own every time that mattered. In the chamber with the basilisk, in the graveyard with Voldemort, in the lake, in the maze, in every moment where it came down to him and the thing that wanted to kill him. This time, at least, he had allies. Dead ones, admittedly, painted ones, but allies who'd been fighting this war for 1,000 years and had chosen him to finish it. The bell rang. Students began gathering their bags, pushing back from the tables, the familiar chaos of a school morning. Double potions first, Ron groaned. Kill me. Can't, Harry said, standing. I need you alive. Ron gave him an odd look. That's a weird thing to say. I'm a weird person, let's go. They filed out of the great hall with the rest of the students, a river of black robes and chatter flowing through the corridors toward their first classes. Harry walked with them, among them, part of the crowd. But he could feel the castle around him now, really feel it in a way he never had before. The magic in the walls, the power in the foundations, the ancient, vast, sleeping and waking presence of the building itself. And beneath it all, far below, a darkness pressing against a failing seal, patient and hungry and almost free. Harry tightened his grip on his bag and walked toward potions. Midnight couldn't come fast enough. The rest of the day passed in a blur of classes and confrontation. Potions with Snape was its usual exercise in controlled hostility. Snape sneered. Harry refused to flinch. They circled each other like boxers between rounds. History of magic was a lost cause, Binns droning about goblin rebellions while the class slid into varying states of unconsciousness. Transfiguration with McGonagall was the only class that held Harry's attention, because McGonagall was the only teacher who treated her students like they were capable of actual thought. Mr. Potter, she said after class, catching him as the other students filed out. A word. Harry waited. McGonagall closed the door and studied him with those sharp eyes behind her square spectacles. Professor Umbridge has informed me that you received detention for disrupting her class. I told the truth in her class. She considers that disruptive. I consider it inadvisable. With respect, Professor, I consider it necessary. McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line, but Harry caught the flicker in her eyes, not anger, but something like grudging respect. Be that as it may, Potter, I urge you to exercise caution. Professor Umbridge has the full backing of the ministry. She has the authority to. I know what authority she has. I also know she's using a blood quill in her detentions. Color drained from McGonagall's face. She's what? Blood quill. Carves the words into your hand while you write them. Illegal, I believe. I will take this to the headmaster immediately. Harry, why didn't you? Because she wanted me to report it. She wants me to be the boy who can't handle discipline, who runs to the headmaster. I'm telling you because you can actually do something about it without it looking like I threw a tantrum. He paused. You're smarter about these things than I am, Professor. I trust you to handle it the right way. McGonagall stared at him. Harry had the distinct impression that he'd said something she hadn't expected, not the words themselves, but the calm, strategic thinking behind them. You've grown up, Potter, she said quietly. I had help. She held his gaze for a moment longer, then nodded. I will address this. In the meantime, be careful, not cautious, careful. There's a difference. Yes, Professor. He left her classroom and headed for dinner, feeling the day's tension sitting in his shoulders like a physical weight. One more meal, a few hours of pretending to be normal, and then midnight. He was there at 11:58. The seventh-floor corridor was empty, moonlight pooling on the stone floor, the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy hanging motionless on the wall. Harry had the invisibility cloak stuffed in his back pocket. He'd used it to get past the fat lady, but up here, the castle was quiet. No Filch, no Mrs. Norris, no prefects on patrol, almost as if the castle had cleared the way for him. At midnight exactly, the paintings began to wake. It started with the smallest ones, tiny landscapes and still lifes in modest frames. The painted trees began to sway, the painted flowers began to bloom, and then the figures started moving with that new depth Harry had learned to recognize. Not flat animation, full, dimensional, real movement. A shepherd in a pastoral scene stretched and yawned. A philosopher in a darkened study looked up from his book and cracked his neck. A group of children playing in a meadow shrieked with silent laughter and began running in circles. And then they started stepping out. One by one, the painting subjects emerged from their frames. The shepherd climbed down from his landscape, his boots thudding silently on the stone floor. The philosopher rose from his chair, through his frame, and stood blinking in the corridor. The children tumbled out of their meadow and scattered, chasing each other around suits of armor. Within minutes, the corridor was crowded with figures, men and women and children from every era, wearing clothes that spanned 1,000 years of fashion, knights in armor that predated the Middle Ages, witches in robes so ancient they looked like they'd been woven from shadow, a Roman centurion with a wand strapped to his forearm, a Viking woman with runes tattooed on her shaved scalp. They were all looking at Harry. The centurion saluted, fist to chest, a gesture of respect that was older than the English language. The Viking woman nodded, something fierce and approving in her ice-blue eyes. The children stopped chasing each other and stared at him with wide, wondering expressions. And from the massive battlefield painting, Alara Vane emerged. She came out fighting, or rather she came out mid-stride as if she'd been walking toward the frame's edge for exactly this moment, timing it to the second. "You're on time," she said. "Good, we have a lot of work to do and not much night to do it in. Where are we training? Follow me. The castle has prepared a space." She turned on her heel and walked, and the crowd of painted souls parted for her like water around a stone. Harry fell into step beside her. "The castle prepared a space. The castle is alive, Potter, more alive than anyone in your world understands. It was built on a magical convergence point, maintained by the enchantments of the founders and saturated with 1,000 years of magical activity. It has a will, rudimentary but real, and it knows what's coming." Alara stopped in front of a blank stretch of wall. "It wants to help." She placed her hand on the stone and the wall opened. Not like the room of requirement, there was no pacing, no wishing, no formal request. The stone simply flowed aside, revealing a staircase that descended into warm golden light. Harry looked at Alara. "Ladies first," he offered. "Flattery, noted and disregarded. Move." He went down the stairs. Alara followed and the wall closed behind them. The space below was vast, a training hall that could have held a Quidditch pitch with room to spare. The ceiling was so high it disappeared into shadows. The floor was smooth, dark stone, marked with concentric circles in silver inlay. Along the walls, racks held weapons and training implements Harry had never seen before, not just swords and shields but crystal rods, runic plates, and objects that hummed with contained energy. "This is the Hall of Echoes," Alara said. "The founders used it to train their best students. Then they forgot about it. Then the castle hid it. It's been waiting." She walked to the center of the room, to the innermost circle, and turned to face Harry. "Take out your wand." He drew it. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, the most familiar object in his world. Alara looked at it critically. "Fine wand, good core, but you're using it like a pointer, aim and shoot. That's how they teach now, isn't it? Flick and swish, point and cast, more or less." "Rubbish. A wand is an extension of your magic, not a tool that does magic. The difference matters." She held out her hand and her own wand appeared, that rough, thick, branch-like thing. Modern wizards channel their power through the wand, letting the wand do most of the shaping. Old magic works the other way around. You shape the power yourself in your mind, in your body, and the wand just focuses the output. So instead of the wand doing the work, you do the work. The wand just points it where you want it to go. She raised her wand. Watch. She didn't speak an incantation. She didn't make a gesture. She just pointed, and a bolt of white fire erupted from the tip of her wand, crossed the length of the training hall, and struck the far wall with enough force to crack the stone. The impact echoed through the chamber like thunder. That, she said calmly, was a basic combat projection. No words, no wand movements, just will shaped by intent, focused by the wand. This is how magic was done before someone decided to turn it into a school subject. Can I learn that? Alara's iron eyes met his. Boy, you can learn things that would make that look like a parlor trick. The sight doesn't just let you see the painted world. It means you perceive magic directly, not through the abstraction of incantations and wand movements, but as it actually is. Raw, fundamental. You can shape it the way a sculptor shapes clay because you can see the clay. How long will it take? Depends on how fast you are. I've seen your memories, the ones the paintings have been watching. You learned to produce a corporeal patroness at 13. You mastered the summoning charm in a day when you needed it. You cast a spell that locked wands with the most dangerous dark wizard in the world, and you held it. She smiled, and it was the sharp, eager smile of a teacher who's found a student worth teaching. I think you'll be fast. Then let's start. Alara raised her wand. First lesson, forget everything you've been taught, not the spells, the framework. The idea that magic is a list of incantations to memorize and wand movements to practice. That's the scaffolding. We're going to tear it down and teach you to build without it. She flicked her wand, and a training dummy appeared at the far end of the hall, not a padded target, but a full-sized figure of articulated stone, vaguely humanoid with glowing runes for eyes. Hit it, she said. With what? With whatever comes naturally. Don't think about a specific spell. Just look at the target, feel the magic in your body, and push. Harry looked at the stone figure. He raised his wand. He thought about Umbridge and her blood quill. He thought about Voldemort in the graveyard. He thought about Cedric lying in the grass with empty eyes. He didn't think about Stupefy or Expelliarmus or any spell in any textbook he'd ever read. He just gathered the hot, bright, furious energy that lived in his chest and pushed it down his arm, into the wand, out through the tip. The bolt of magic that erupted from his wand was gold. It crossed the hall in the span of a heartbeat and hit the stone dummy dead center. The dummy didn't just crack, it shattered. Fragments of enchanted stone flew in every direction, clattering off the walls and ceiling. The rune eyes winked out. A cloud of dust billowed through the hall. Silence. Harry lowered his wand. His hand was shaking, not with effort but with the sheer electric thrill of what he'd just done. The magic was still singing in his veins, resonating, wanting more. He turned to Alara. She was standing very still. Her expression had changed. The sharp, eager teacher was gone. In her place was something more solemn, not fear, not surprise exactly, but the look of someone who has just confirmed a theory they'd been building for a very long time. Well, she said quietly, that answers that question. What question? Whether you have enough power to do what needs to be done. She walked over to where the training dummy had been. All that was left was a scorch mark on the floor and a scattering of gravel. I've been dead for 1100 years. I've watched every student who's walked through this castle. I've seen prodigies and geniuses and once-in-a-generation talents. She looked back at him. I've never seen anything like that. Harry felt the words land, and part of him, the part that was still a 15-year-old boy, uncertain and grieving and afraid, wanted to shrink from them. But a larger part, the part that was growing, that was hardening, that was becoming something new, that part straightened. Then teach me more, he said. Alara's smile returned, fierce, proud, alive even though she'd been dead for a millennium. With pleasure, they trained until dawn. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower as the sun came up, his body aching in places he didn't know could ache. Alara had worked him for 5 hours straight, projections, shields, movement, the basics of what she called combat shaping. He destroyed 14 training dummies, cracked the floor twice, accidentally set the ceiling on fire once, and by the end of it, he could produce a focused magical bolt without his wand entirely. That had surprised even Alara. Wandless projection at 15, she'd muttered. watching Harry knock a dummy across the hall with nothing but an outstretched hand and a focused thought. Unheard of. Even in my time, that took years. Maybe I'm just motivated. You're motivated and you have the sight, and the convergence point is amplifying your natural ability. This castle wants you to be strong, Harry. It's feeding you. Should I be worried about that? Ask me again in a month. He'd accepted that with a nod and kept training. Now, climbing through the portrait hole, the fat lady grumbled about the hour but let him in. Harry felt the exhaustion hit, a wave of physical and magical tiredness that turned his limbs to lead. He had just enough energy to stagger up the stairs to the dormitory, pull off his shoes, and collapse onto his bed. Ron was snoring in the next bed. Neville was muttering about herbology in his sleep. Seamus and Dean were silent lumps under their blankets. Harry lay on his back, staring at the canopy of his four-poster bed, and for the first time in months his mind was quiet. Not empty, full, actually bursting with new information and new abilities and the weight of what was coming, but the anxious, grieving, angry noise that had been his constant companion since June was. Still, he had a purpose, a real one, not the vague, imposed destiny of the prophecy, which he didn't know about yet and wouldn't have cared about even if he did. Not the performative heroism the wizarding world demanded of the boy who lived. This was concrete. Learn, grow, fight, protect. He could do this. He was going to do this. Harry closed his eyes, and for the first time since the night Cedric Diggory died, he slept without dreaming. He woke 3 hours later to Ron shaking his shoulder. "Mate, you're going to miss breakfast, and you look like you've been hit by a bludger." Harry sat up, every muscle protesting. "I feel like I've been hit by a bludger. Bad night." Something like that. He dragged himself through the morning routine, shower, robes, tie he could never get straight, and followed Ron down to the Great Hall. Hermione was already there, surrounded by textbooks, a piece of toast forgotten in one hand. "You look terrible," she said when she saw him. "Did you sleep at all?" 3 hours. "Harry, I need coffee. Is there coffee?" There was tea, which would have to do. Harry poured himself a cup and drank it black, wincing at the bitterness. The Great Hall was filling up, students streaming in from all directions, and the paintings on the walls were doing their usual morning routine, chatting, yawning, visiting neighboring frames. But Harry could see them differently now. After the training, after spending 5 hours learning to perceive magic directly, his sight had sharpened. The painted world was more vivid, more present, even in daylight. He could see the individual souls behind the flat portraits, their depths, their histories, their contained power. The witch above the Hufflepuff table wasn't just a plump woman with a book. She was a healer from the 14th century, and the gentle green glow around her frame was the residual energy of 1,000 healing spells. The knight by the entrance wasn't just a man in armor. He was a warrior whose painted sword still hummed with combat enchantments. An army. That's what Harry was looking at. An army of the dead, preserved in paint and magic, waiting for their moment. And beneath his feet, far below, the Hollow King was waiting too. Harry finished his tea, grabbed a piece of toast, and stood up. "Where are you going?" Hermione asked. "Library." Her eyebrows shot up. "You're going to the library. Voluntarily, before class. Don't act so surprised, I know where it is." He left before she could ask more questions, because the truth was, he wasn't going to the library. He was going to the painting in the abandoned corridor, Morven's painting. He had questions that couldn't wait until midnight. The corridor was as empty and forgotten as it had been the night before. Dust motes drifted in the thin light from a single high window. The tapestries hung limp and faded. And at the end of the corridor, in her tarnished silver frame, the weeping woman wept. But as Harry approached, the weeping slowed, stopped. Her hands lowered just slightly, not enough to step out, not in daylight, but enough to show him her eyes. "You trained with Alara," Morven said. Her voice was faint, a whisper from behind glass. "I could feel it. The whole castle could feel it. I have questions. You always will. Ask." Harry stood in front of her painting, one hand in his pocket, the other holding his wand loosely at his side. He looked at the silver frame, at the ancient canvas, at the woman trapped inside it. The Hollow King. "You said he's been influencing the castle for centuries, nudging things, creating chaos." Harry paused. "Has he been influencing Dumbledore?" Morven's painted eyes were steady. He has been influencing everyone. The headmaster is no exception, but Dumbledore's mind is formidable. The influence would be subtle. A blind spot here, an overlooked detail there. Nothing so crude as mind control. What about me? Has he been influencing me? A long pause. Would you like the comforting answer or the true one? True, always. Then yes, almost certainly. The anger you felt this summer, the isolation, the sense of being cut off, abandoned, alone. Those feelings were real, they had real causes, but they may have been amplified. The Hollow King feeds on negative emotion, and the strongest emitter of magical energy in this castle is you. Harry absorbed this. He waited for anger, the familiar hot surge of outrage at being manipulated. It didn't come. What came instead was cold clarity. Can he still influence me? Now that you know, now that your sight is waking, Morven's lips curved, the smallest, thinnest smile. He can try, Harry nodded. Good. He turned and walked away, back toward the main corridors, back toward the world of classes and homework and Umbridge and the ordinary struggles of a fifth-year student. But the ordinary world felt thinner now, like a stage set constructed over something vast and true. He had a war to fight. 2 wars, actually, the one everyone knew about, with Voldemort and the Ministry and the slow-motion disaster of wizarding politics, and the one nobody knew about, the ancient war beneath the castle, the Hollow King pressing against his prison, the painted dead marshalling their strength. Harry walked through the corridors of Hogwarts, and the castle hummed beneath his feet, and the paintings watched him with eyes full of ancient hope, and somewhere far below, something stirred in the darkness and pressed against a cracking seal. He wasn't afraid. He was ready. Chapter 2. The Lessons of the Dead. 3 weeks into term, and Harry Potter was living 2 lives. The daytime version was the one everyone saw. He went to classes. He argued with Umbridge. He sat in the common room pretending to do homework while Ron complained about Quidditch tryouts and Hermione buried herself in books. He ate meals, attended to the ordinary business of being a fifth-year student, and endured the whispers that followed him through the corridors, liar, attention-seeker, nutter, with a patience that surprised even himself. The patience came easier now. It was hard to care about schoolyard gossip when you spent your nights learning to shatter stone with your bare hands. The nighttime version of Harry Potter was a different creature entirely. Every night at midnight he slipped out of bed, pulled on the invisibility cloak, and descended to the Hall of Echoes. Alara was always there first, pacing the training floor with restless energy, her rough wand spinning between her fingers like a drummer's stick. And every night she pushed him harder. Again, she said. It was the 4th week of training, 2 in the morning, and Harry was standing in the center of the silver circles with sweat running down his face and his wand arm trembling. 3 stone dummies had already been reduced to gravel. A 4th stood at the far end of the hall, its rune eyes glowing. I've hit the last 3. You've destroyed the last 3. Destruction is easy. A child with a tantrum can destroy things. I want you to control it. She flicked her wand and a second dummy appeared beside the first. Then a third, a 4th, a 5th. They spread out in a loose semicircle, each one 30 feet from Harry, each one glowing with a different colored rune. Hit the red one. Only the red one. Don't touch the others. Harry looked at the semicircle of dummies. The red runed one was second from the left, flanked closely by blue and green. The gap between them was maybe 2 feet. He raised his wand, focused, felt the magic build in his chest, that hot, gold, singing power that came so naturally now it was like breathing. He shaped it, narrowed it, compressed it into a beam instead of a blast. The gold bolt lanced across the hall and struck the red dummy dead center. It shattered. The blue and green dummies on either side didn't even wobble. Alara nodded. Not smiled, nodded. Approval from Alara Vane was measured in millimeters. Better. Your control is improving. Now do it without the wand. Harry pocketed his holly wand and raised his empty hand. This was the part that still felt strange, like trying to write with his left hand. The magic was there, always there now, a constant current running through him. But directing it without the focusing lens of the wand required a level of mental precision that made his brain ache. He extended his fingers toward the semicircle. 4 dummies left. He needed to hit which color had she said. She hadn't said. She was watching him with those iron eyes, waiting. You didn't specify a target, Harry said. No, I didn't. So this is a test of something else. Everything is a test of something else, Potter. What are you going to do? Harry looked at the 4 remaining dummies. Blue, green, gold, white. He could destroy them all, one blast, broad and powerful, and they'd all be gravel. That was the easy answer. The brute force answer. Alara would be disappointed. He could pick one at random and hit it cleanly. That would demonstrate control. But Alara already knew he had control. She'd just seen it. So what was the test? Harry lowered his hand. He looked at the dummies not with his eyes but with his sight, the deeper perception that Alara had been teaching him to use. And there it was. The gold rune dummy was different from the others. The runes on it weren't just light, they were pulsing. Slowly, rhythmically, like a heartbeat. Like something alive. The gold one, Harry said, it's not just a dummy, there's something inside it. Alara's eyebrows rose a fraction of an inch. What do you see? A pulse. The runes are cycling, the others are static, but the gold one is active. He paused, looking deeper. There's a containment spell on it. Something is inside, pressing outward. And what would you like to do about that? Harry extended his hand again, not in a fist this time, but with his fingers spread. Instead of pushing magic out, he pulled. The gold dummy shuddered. The runes flared bright, then cracked, and from inside the stone shell something emerged, a sphere of warm amber light about the size of a quaffle. It floated free, humming gently, and drifted across the hall to hover above Harry's open palm. An echo, Alara said. She was smiling now, not the sharp, wolfish grin, but something genuine, something warm. A preserved memory spell, one of ours. It's been sealed in that training dummy since before the founders were born. What memory? Open it and find out. Harry closed his fingers around the sphere. It was warm to the touch, pulsing gently against his skin. He let his sight flow into it, and the memory opened like a flower. He was standing on a hillside. The sky above was a deep, clear blue, and the wind was sharp with the smell of heather and cold stone. Below him, in a valley carved by some ancient river, a structure was being built. Not Hogwarts, something older, rougher, more primal. A ring of standing stones, each one 20 feet tall, arranged in a pattern that Harry recognized from the seal chamber below the dungeons. Workers, wizards and witches in rough-spun robes moved among the stones, carving runes with wands that looked like sharpened branches. And there, in the center of the ring, directing the work, was a woman Harry recognized. Morving. Alive. Young, younger than the painting showed her, maybe 25, with the same dark hair and deep eyes, but without the weight of centuries in them. She was laughing at something a tall man beside her had said, and her laughter was bright and fierce and full of a joy that the painting's endless weeping had completely concealed. That's the original seal site, Alara said. Harry could hear her voice even inside the memory, like a narrator in a documentary. Before the castle was built over it, Morven designed the runic pattern. She was the best rune crafter of our age, maybe of any age. She looks happy. She was. This was before Malachi's betrayal. Before everything went wrong. A pause. She designed the seal, and she was the one who cast the final binding. The spell cost her everything, not her life, not immediately, but her joy. The seal required a sacrifice of emotion. She poured her happiness into the runes, and she never felt it again. That's why the painting shows her weeping. It's all she had left. Harry let the memory close. The amber sphere dissolved, its light sinking into his skin and leaving a warm tingle in his palm. He stood in the training hall, breathing hard, thinking about a woman who had given up her ability to feel happiness in order to save the world from a monster. That's what I'm up against, he said. The kind of magic that requires that kind of sacrifice. That's what the old seal required. We were 12 casters working with 9th century techniques. You're one caster with the sight and a convergence point feeding you power. The rules are different for you. Alara walked toward him, her boots clicking on the stone floor. But I won't lie to you, Potter. This will cost you something. Magic at this level always does. I don't care about the cost. I know you don't, that's what worries me. She stopped in front of him, looking up. She was a full head shorter than him, which she compensated for with sheer force of personality. Bravery is useful. Recklessness gets you killed. Learn to tell the difference. Is that tonight's lesson? Tonight's lesson was seeing hidden magic with your sight and extracting it without destroying the container. You passed. She turned and began walking toward her painting. Tomorrow night we start on defensive wards, the kind that can hold back an entity that's been chewing through stone for 1,000 years. Get some sleep. You'll need it. She stepped into her painting and was gone. Harry stood alone in the Hall of Echoes. The training dummies, the ones that were still intact, stood silent in their semicircle. The destroyed ones had already been absorbed back into the floor, the castle cleaning up after itself. He raised his hand and looked at it. No wand. Just his palm, his fingers, and the current of gold magic running beneath his skin like electricity through a wire. 3 weeks. In 3 weeks, Alara had taught him more than 4 years of Hogwarts classes combined. Not because Hogwarts was bad, the teachers were talented, the curriculum solid. But it was like the difference between learning to swim in a pool and learning to swim in the ocean. The pool taught you technique. The ocean taught you what your body could actually do when it had to. Harry climbed the stairs out of the Hall of Echoes, and the wall sealed behind him. The 7th floor corridor was dark and quiet. He pulled the invisibility cloak over his shoulders and started walking. He made it about 30 feet before he felt it. A chill. Not the cold of a drafty corridor in autumn, something deeper. A cold that started in his bones and radiated outward as if the temperature of his blood had dropped 5 degrees. His breath fogged. Frost crept across the stone floor, spreading from a point ahead of him in the corridor, a point where the darkness seemed to thicken and congeal. Harry stopped. His wand was in his hand, not just by reflex this time, but because the magic in his body had snapped to alert with an urgency that bordered on alarm. The darkness ahead of him moved. It didn't have a shape exactly. It was more of an absence, a place where the moonlight couldn't reach and the torchlight wouldn't go, but it was aware. Harry could feel its attention the way you feel someone staring at the back of your neck. "I know you're there," Harry said. His voice was steady. He was impressed with himself about that. The darkness pulsed, and from within it something spoke, not a voice, not words. More like a pressure against Harry's mind, a thought impressed upon him from outside like a finger pressing into wet clay. The thought was simple, almost conversational. "You've been busy." Harry didn't step back. He didn't raise his wand. He reached for his sight instead, letting his perception shift from the physical to the magical, and in the deeper register the darkness resolved itself. He could see it, a tendril of the Hollow King's influence, seeping up through the castle's foundations like dark water through cracks in a dam. It was thin, insubstantial, barely there. The seal was still holding mostly. This was a fingertip poking through, nothing more. But it was the first time the Hollow King had reached him directly. "You're thinner than I expected," Harry said. Another pulse. Another impressed thought for now. For always if I have anything to say about it. The darkness seemed to consider this. Harry had the unsettling impression of being studied, not with anger or hostility but with curiosity. The way a scientist studies a particularly interesting specimen. "The painted woman is filling your head with old stories," came the thought. "Old magic, old fears. She tells you I am a monster, that I must be stopped. You're an imprisoned sorcerer who wants to eat a castle full of children to rebuild your body. Monster seems about right." A pause. When the thought came again, there was amusement in it. Actual amusement. "You are direct. I appreciate that. So let me be direct with you, Harry Potter. The seal is failing. This is not a theory or a possibility, it is a mathematical certainty. Within months I will be free. The question is not whether this happens, but what happens afterward. Afterward I put you back. With what? A millennium of accumulated power channeled through a boy who learned his first real spell 3 weeks ago, against a consciousness that has had 1,000 years to study every magical technique, every ward, every defense this castle has ever produced. The amusement faded. I have watched every student, every teacher, every headmaster. I have absorbed their knowledge as it seeped into the stones. I know every spell Dumbledore has ever cast. I know every secret this castle holds. I know things about magic that have been forgotten by the living world for centuries. Harry listened. He kept his breathing even, his sight open, tracking the tendril of darkness as it pulsed and shifted. It was probing, he realized, not just talking to him, but testing his defenses, looking for cracks, for fear, for doubt. It didn't find any. "You know what I think," Harry said. "I think if you were as certain as you sound, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't bother talking to me. You just wait for the seal to break and do your thing." He took a step forward. The darkness actually rippled. "But you're not certain. Something about me scares you. The painted dead told me that, and I didn't quite believe them. But here you are at 2 in the morning trying to convince a 15-year-old boy that resistance is futile. That's not the behavior of someone who's winning." The darkness contracted. The temperature in the corridor dropped another 5 degrees. Frost crackled on the walls. "Be careful, boy. I'm not careful, I'm dangerous. And you know it, or you wouldn't be here." For a long moment, the darkness hung in the corridor like a held breath. Then slowly it began to dissipate, the cold retreating, the frost melting, the moonlight reasserting itself. The impressed thoughts faded to a whisper, barely perceptible. "We will speak again." Then it was gone. Harry stood in the corridor, heart hammering, magic singing in his veins. His hand was shaking, not from fear but from the sheer, reckless high of having stared down an ancient monster and not blinked. He looked down at his wand. Gold sparks were drifting from the tip, unbidden. His magic was agitated, amped up, looking for a fight that had already ended. "Easy," he murmured, and the sparks subsided. He pulled the invisibility cloak back over his shoulders and walked to Gryffindor Tower. The castle was silent around him, but it wasn't the silence of emptiness. It was the silence of a held breath, of 1,000 painted souls behind their frames, watching through the darkness, waiting to see what would happen next. Morning came too quickly. Harry sat in the great hall, mainlining tea and trying to keep his eyes open while Hermione laid out the day's schedule with the enthusiasm of a military strategist planning a campaign. "Double charms first, then herbology, then lunch, then Harry, are you listening? Charms, plants, food, got it. You look exhausted." "I'm fine." "You've been saying that every morning for 3 weeks, and every morning you look worse than the day before. Are you sleeping at all?" Harry looked at her over the rim of his teacup. Hermione's brown eyes were sharp with concern, and beneath the concern was something else, suspicion. She knew him too well. She could see the changes even if she couldn't explain them. And there were changes. The training was reshaping him physically, not dramatically, not overnight, but the constant magical exertion was burning away the lingering softness of adolescence and replacing it with something leaner, harder. His reflexes were faster. His hands were steadier. He moved differently, more deliberately, more efficiently, as if his body had figured out that wasted motion was wasted energy. Ron had noticed too, in his own way. "You've been working out or something, mate," he'd said the other day, watching Harry take the stairs 2 at a time without getting winded. "Since when do you have actual muscles?" "Since a dead war mage started training him to fight an ancient evil," but he couldn't say that. "I've been going for runs," Harry lied. "In the morning, before everyone's up, clears my head." Hermione's eyebrows told him she didn't believe a word of it, but she let it go. She had her own battles, her campaign for house elf rights, her quest to get outstanding in every OWL, and an increasingly contentious dynamic with Ron that Harry was determinedly staying out of. "Just take care of yourself, Harry," she said. "Please." "I will." He meant it. He just had a broader definition of taking care than she did. Charms with Flitwick was the one class Harry had started to genuinely enjoy, and not just because Flitwick was an excellent teacher. The tiny professor had been a dueling champion in his youth, and his classes had a practical edge that Umbridge's didn't: real spell work, real challenges, real magic. Today they were working on the Protean charm, a complex piece of enchantment work that linked objects together, so that changes to one were reflected in all the others. Hermione had already mastered it, of course, and was helping Neville, whose linked objects kept bursting into flame instead of mirroring each other. Harry held his pair of galleons, the practice objects Flitwick had distributed, and looked at them with his sight. The magical theory behind the Protean charm was suddenly, blazingly clear. It wasn't about the incantation or the wand movement. It was about creating a resonance between two magical signatures, making them vibrate at the same frequency, so that changes to one were automatically transmitted to the other. He could see the frequency, a shimmering thread of magic connecting the two coins, gossamer thin, waiting to be tuned. Harry didn't bother with the incantation. He held a galleon in each hand, focused on the connecting thread, and adjusted it, the way you'd tune a guitar string, tightening until the pitch was right. Both galleons flared warm. He set one down on the desk and scratched a letter H into the other with his thumbnail. On the desk, the untouched galleon shimmered and an H appeared on its surface. "Oh, excellent," Flitwick squeaked, bouncing on his stack of books to peer at Harry's work. "Mr. Potter, that's remarkably clean enchantment work, and you didn't use the incantation. Didn't need to. It's a resonance charm at its core. The incantation just helps you find the right frequency, but if you can feel it directly." He stopped. Flitwick was staring at him with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. Not suspicion exactly. More like a jeweler who's just been handed a diamond by someone who thought it was a pebble. "Mr. Potter," Flitwick said carefully, "that is a remarkably sophisticated understanding of enchantment theory. Well beyond OWL level. Where did you learn that?" Harry shrugged. "It just made sense when I looked at it." Flitwick continued to stare for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Well, 5 points to Gryffindor. Do try the incantation as well, for the exam's sake. They'll want to see proper technique." He bounced away to help Dean Thomas, whose galleons were trying to eat each other. Harry looked down at his linked coins and turned them over in his hands. He needed to be more careful. Not about using his abilities. He'd meant what he'd told Alara about not hiding, but about the gap between what he should know and what he now knew. Flitwick was observant. Hermione was sharper. And Umbridge was watching him with the dedicated attention of someone building a case. Speaking of whom, defense against the dark arts that afternoon was its usual farce. Umbridge sat at her desk in her pink cardigan, smiling her sweet, terrible smile, while the class read Chapter 7 of Defensive Magical Theory in silence. The chapter was titled Theoretical Responses to Dark Creatures, and contained exactly 0 practical information about how to actually survive an encounter with anything darker than a Cornish pixie. Harry read it, or pretended to. His copy of the textbook was open on his desk, but his sight was elsewhere, drifting through the walls, feeling the castle's magical currents, tracking the faint residue of the Hollow King's tendril from the night before. It had left a trace, like a snail's trail of dark energy through the 7th-floor corridor, barely perceptible even to Harry, but it was there. He was mapping it, following the trail downward through the castle's layers, through the hidden passages Morven had shown him, down toward the sealed chamber when Umbridge's voice cut through his concentration. "Mr. Potter." He looked up. She was standing beside his desk, peering down at him with that flat, button-eyed stare. "You appear to be daydreaming." "I appear to be reading, Professor. Chapter 7, Theoretical Responses to Dark Creatures. Fascinating stuff. Did you know that the recommended theoretical response to a Dementor is avoid the situation entirely?" A few students snickered. Umbridge's smile tightened. "The ministry-approved curriculum doesn't include a single practical defense spell." "Yes, I noticed. I imagine that's by design." Harry held her gaze. "Hard to resist a government that's made sure you can't fight back." The room went very still. Even Hermione, who usually tried to keep Harry from provoking Umbridge, was watching with wide eyes. Ron had gone pale. Umbridge leaned closer. "Detention, Mr. Potter, tonight my office. Can't tonight, I'm busy." The smile vanished entirely. For a moment the mask dropped and what was underneath was cold and hard and dangerous. "You are busy. Prior commitment. Tomorrow works for me, though." "You do not get to choose, Professor Umbridge." Harry's voice was calm, conversational, and absolutely immovable. "You can give me detention, that's your right, but you can't dictate my entire schedule. Tomorrow evening, 7 o'clock, your office, I'll be there. With my own quill if it's all the same to you." The reference to the blood quill landed like a slap. Umbridge's eyes narrowed, and Harry could see the calculation happening behind them. How much did he know? Who had he told? How much trouble could this cause her? "Tomorrow," she said, 7 o'clock, and Mr. Potter, yes, I will be writing to the minister about your continued disruptive behavior. Give him my regards. She walked back to her desk. The class sat in ringing silence. Hermione looked like she was going to either cry or murder someone. Ron was grinning behind his hand. After class in the corridor, Hermione grabbed Harry's arm. What was that? What was what? That, you just told Umbridge number you can't tell Umbridge number she has the authority to. She has the authority to give me detention. She doesn't have the authority to make me afraid of her. Harry looked at Hermione, and whatever she saw in his face made her let go of his arm. I've faced worse than Dolar's Umbridge, Hermione. Much worse. I'm not going to waste energy being scared of a woman whose biggest weapon is a quill and a bad cardigan. Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. You've changed, she said. It was the second time she'd said it, and this time it wasn't an observation. It was a question. Yeah, Harry agreed. I have. He walked away before she could ask the question he could see forming behind her eyes. How? That night, Harry didn't go to the Hall of Echoes. He went exploring. Morven had told him about the seals, plural. The one he'd seen in the chamber below the dungeons was the primary seal, the largest and most damaged. But there were secondary seals throughout the castle, smaller runic circles that reinforced the main barrier. 12 of them, one for each of the original casters. They're failing too, Morven had said during one of their conversations in the abandoned corridor, her voice thin and strained through the daylight. The primary seal gets the most attention because it's the largest, but the secondary seals are what keep the Hollow King's influence from spreading through the castle. As they weaken, his reach grows. Where are they? Everywhere. Hidden in the foundations, behind walls, beneath floors. The castle has been built over them and around them. Some of them are in places that no living person has seen in centuries. So Harry went looking. He used his sight, letting it expand as Alara had taught him, pushing his perception beyond the physical into the magical substrata of the castle. It was like looking at the world through a different lens. The stone walls became translucent, their surface concealing layers of enchantment and energy. The corridors were webbed with ley lines, thin threads of raw magic that ran through the castle like veins through a body. The paintings on the walls glowed with the preserved energy of their subjects. And there, when he looked deep enough, he could see the secondary seals. Faint circles of runic light, buried in the fabric of the castle, pulsing weakly. The first one he found was behind a tapestry on the 4th floor, a woven scene of a hunting party that no one ever looked at twice. Behind it, the wall held a recessed alcove barely 2 feet across, and inside the alcove, carved into the living stone, was a runic circle about the size of a dinner plate. The runes were the same as the ones in the primary seal chamber, but smaller, dimmer, and cracked. Not physically cracked, the stone was intact. The cracks were in the magic itself, hairline fractures in the enchantment that Harry could see with his sight like dark lines through stained glass. He reached out and touched the seal. Magic surged through him. It was like grabbing a live wire. The seal's energy, ancient, desperate, dying, rushed up his arm and into his chest, and for a moment he could feel the entire network. All 12 secondary seals, connected to each other and to the primary seal by threads of runic power that spanned the length and breadth of the castle. He could feel them all, some strong, some weak, 2 almost completely dead. And beneath them, pressing up against the barrier they created, the Hollow King. Not a tendril this time. The full weight of him. A consciousness so vast and old that touching it was like looking down from the edge of an abyss. Harry's mind recoiled, his sight snapping back to normal, and he pulled his hand off the seal like it had burned him. He stood in the alcove, breathing hard, his heart racing. That was foolish, said a voice behind him. Harry spun. A man was standing in the corridor, tall, thin, wearing robes of deep black that seemed to absorb the torchlight. His face was angular and pale, with high cheekbones and eyes of a blue so dark they were almost violet. He looked maybe 40, but in the way that wizards looked 40, which could mean anything from 35 to 300. He'd stepped out of a painting, a small, dark portrait that hung beside the tapestry, one of those easily overlooked paintings of a figure in shadow. "Who are you?" Harry asked. His wand was in his hand, reflexive. My name is Corvus Ashford. In life, I was a master of wards. I died in this castle in 1247. He looked at Harry with an expression that combined professional irritation with grudging respect. And you, Mr. Potter, just stuck your hand into a failing seal and connected yourself to the entire ward network, without preparation, without shielding, without apparently any sense whatsoever. It seemed like a good idea at the time. It was an excellent idea executed with the subtlety of a troll in a china shop. Corvus folded his arms. Do you know what would have happened if the Hollow King had been ready for that contact? If he'd pushed back through the connection while your defenses were down? I'd have had a bad night. You'd have had your mind consumed. He'd have worn you like a suit of clothes and walked your body right out the front gates. Corvus paused, which would have been unfortunate for everyone. Harry absorbed this. He filed it under things to not do again and moved on. You're a ward specialist. I was the finest ward architect of my generation, possibly any generation, though Morven might argue the point. A flicker of something, old rivalry, old respect, crossed his dark violet eyes. Elara is teaching you combat magic. Good, necessary, but you also need to understand wards, seals, and containment magic if you're going to restore the barrier. Are you offering to teach me? I am stating a fact. Whether you choose to learn is your business. He paused again, and the professional coolness softened a fraction. I was one of the 12. The seal you just touched, that one was mine. I carved it. I powered it with my own magic, and when I died, my soul was bound to it. I have spent nearly 800 years watching it decay, unable to do anything about it. So yes, Mr. Potter, I would very much like to teach you how to fix it. Harry studied him. Corvus Ashford didn't have Elara's fierce warmth or Morven's tragic gravitas. He was colder, sharper, more precise. But there was a raw need in his voice, the desperation of someone who'd watched their life's work crumble for centuries. When do we start? Harry said. Now, if you're not too tired from your ill-advised experiment. I'm fine. You keep saying that, it keeps not being true. Corvus gestured down the corridor. Come, there's a workshop on this floor that the castle has been keeping warm for me. The workshop was nothing like the Hall of Echoes. Where Elara's training hall was vast and martial, Corvus's space was intimate and precise. A circular room about 30 feet across. Its walls covered floor to ceiling with runic diagrams carved into obsidian panels. A large stone table dominated the center, its surface etched with a map of the castle that showed the ward network in glowing lines of silver and gold. This is a diagnostic table, Corvus said, running his long fingers along the map's edge. It shows the current state of the castle's magical defenses. Watch. He tapped the table and the map came alive. The silver lines, the secondary seal network, pulsed faintly. Most of them were dim, flickering, barely holding. 2 were completely dark. The gold lines, the primary seal, were brighter, but a jagged crack ran through the center of the pattern like a fault line. 12 secondary seals, Corvus said. 2 have failed completely. 7 are in critical condition. 3 are still functional but weakening. The primary seal is. He touched the crack and the table shuddered. Compromised. Harry leaned over the map, letting his sight sink into it. The diagnostic table was incredibly detailed, not just showing the seals themselves, but the ley lines that powered them, the connections between them, the points where the Hollow King's influence was pressing hardest. The 2 that failed, Harry said, pointing. Where are they? One was in the east wing, 7th floor. The other was in the basement level near the kitchens. When they failed, the Hollow King's influence expanded into those areas. You felt it. The east wing has been colder than the rest of the castle for years. The kitchen basement has a reputation for being haunted. The cold spots Morven mentioned. Yes, every failed seal is a breach. A place where the Hollow King can project himself, influence the environment, reach into the minds of those who pass through. Harry thought about this. Umbridge's office. Where is it? Corvus looked at him with sudden sharp interest. 3rd floor, near the he tapped the map. The 3rd floor was covered by one of the critically weakened seals. You're thinking the Hollow King has been influencing her. I'm thinking she's nastier than a normal bureaucrat should be. I'm thinking there's a cruelty in her that goes beyond politics. And I'm thinking if the Hollow King feeds on negative emotion, someone like Umbridge, someone who enjoys causing pain, would be a very useful tool. A reasonable hypothesis. Corvus's violet eyes were bright. You think strategically, that's good, you'll need it. Can the failed seals be restored? That's why you're here. Corvus pulled a stool up to the table and sat down, gesturing for Harry to do the same. The original seals were powered by the caster's own magic, our life force, essentially. When we died, that power was preserved in the paintings, but it's locked there. It can't interact with the physical world directly. Unless it goes through me. Unless it goes through you. Your sight makes you a conduit, a bridge between the painted world and the physical one. You can channel our preserved power into the seals, restoring them, reinforcing them. He paused. In theory. In theory, it's never been done before. The sight hasn't manifested in a living witch or wizard since Morven herself. We've had 1,000 years to develop theories about how to use it, but no way to test them. He met Harry's gaze. You are the experiment, Mr. Potter. Story of my life. Harry looked at the map, at the 2 dead seals, the 7 dying ones. Walk me through the restoration process. What would I actually need to do? Corvus stood and began pacing, the restless movement of a lecturer warming to his subject. Each seal is a runic circle keyed to a specific magical signature, the signature of the caster who created it. To restore a seal, you would need to channel that caster's preserved magic through yourself and into the runes, essentially re-energizing the circuit. It's like, he searched for an analogy, like jump-starting a dead battery using a living one. And I'm the jumper cables. Crudely put, but yes. How much power are we talking about for one seal? Considerable. Each seal was originally powered by a single witch or wizard pouring their life's magic into it. To restore one, you'd need to channel an equivalent amount of energy through your body. The sight protects you. It allows your body to handle magical frequencies that would burn out a normal wizard, but there are limits. What happens if I hit those limits? Magical exhaustion, physical collapse, in the worst case, permanent damage to your ability to channel magic. He stopped pacing. Or death. Let's not pretend that's not on the table. Harry nodded, not dismissively, respectfully. He wasn't going to pretend the risk didn't exist. But he also wasn't going to let it stop him. Which seal should we start with? Corvus blinked. You want to start now. I want to start yesterday. We're losing time every day those seals stay down. Every day his reach grows. Every day the primary seal gets weaker. Harry stood, pushing back from the table. You said 2 seals have failed completely. Those are the biggest breaches. Let's start with one of those. Mr. Potter, you've been training with Alara for 3 weeks. Your combat skills are developing rapidly, but ward restoration is an entirely different discipline. You need to understand the runic language, the power dynamics, the resonance patterns. Then teach me as we go. I'm a fast learner. Corvus stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, a smile crossed his angular face, not warm, not encouraging, but appreciative. The smile of a craftsman recognizing another. Alara said you were impatient. She also said you were brilliant. He turned to the map. The eastern seal, 7th floor, it's closer, and the Hollow King's presence in that area is less entrenched than in the basement. We'll start there. He looked back at Harry. But not tonight. Tonight you learn runes. Tomorrow you practice channeling. The night after that, if you're ready, we attempt the restoration. 3 nights. 3 nights, Mr. Potter. The seal has been dead for 200 years. It can wait 3 more nights. He pulled an obsidian panel from the wall and set it on the table. It was covered in runes, dozens of them, carved in a script that predated anything Harry had seen in Ancient Runes class. Lesson 1. These are the foundation runes of the containment seal. There are 47 of them. You will learn them tonight, all of them. 47 runes in 1 night. You said you were a fast learner. Harry looked at the panel, at the dense, alien script. His sight flickered and the runes resolved themselves, not into translations exactly, but into understanding. He could feel what each one meant, what it did, how it connected to the others. It wasn't like reading a language. It was like hearing music. The patterns and harmonies were self-evident once you knew how to listen. That one means bind, Harry said, pointing to a rune near the top of the panel. And that one modifies it, not just bind, but bind and contain. And the third one in the sequence adds permanence. Together, they create a containment loop that self-reinforces. Corvus's violet eyes went wide. You can read them, he said. You can actually read them, without instruction. Without reference materials. You can, he stopped himself, took a breath. The sight, of course, you're not reading the runes, you're perceiving their magical function directly. Is that unusual? It's unprecedented. Morven could do something similar, but even she required training. He shook his head. You're a natural conduit. The convergence point isn't just feeding you power, it's feeding you knowledge. The castle's magical history is an open book to you, and you don't even realize how extraordinary that is. Harry looked at the runic panel. The 47 runes were clear to him, not memorized, but understood, the way you understand the grammar of your native language without being able to recite the rules. Let's not spend 3 nights on this, he said. I can read the runes. I understand the seal structure. What else do I need to know before we attempt the restoration? Corvus opened his mouth, closed it, and then laughed, a short, sharp sound that seemed to surprise even him. Alara was right about you. Fine, tomorrow night we restore the Eastern Seal, but first, he pulled another panel from the wall. You're going to practice channeling. Take my hand. Harry took the dead man's hand. It was cold and solid, thrumming with contained energy. Feel my magic, Corvus said. The preserved power inside me. Don't try to take it, just feel it. Let your sight show you what it looks like. Harry let his sight open. Corvus's magical signature was crystalline, structured, orderly, precise. Not the raw golden fire that Harry's own power manifested as, but a silver lattice of interlocking geometries, beautiful in a mathematical sort of way. Now, Corvus said, let it flow through you. Don't resist it, don't shape it. Just let it pass through your body like water through a pipe. Harry relaxed his grip, not on Corvus's hand, but on his own defenses. The silver lattice energy began to flow into him through the point of contact. It was cold, precise, alien, nothing like his own magic. It moved through his veins alongside his own golden power without mixing, like 2 rivers flowing parallel. And it was strong. Corvus Ashford had been dead for nearly 800 years, but the magic preserved in his painted soul was immense. It filled Harry's body, pushing at his limits, testing the capacity of the conduit. Harry's sight blazed. The room dissolved into pure magical perception, no physical forms, just energy. He could see Corvus as a structure of silver light, himself as a column of gold fire, and between them, a flowing stream of power that moved from the dead man to the living one with increasing speed and force. Enough, Corvus said, and pulled his hand free. The silver energy drained from Harry's body, flowing back to its source. Harry staggered, caught himself on the table, and stood there breathing hard. How do you feel? Corvus asked. Like I swallowed a glacier. Harry shook out his hands. Frost had formed on his fingertips, but I held it. It didn't burn me. No, Corvus agreed. It didn't. He was staring at Harry with that same expression Alara got sometimes, the look of someone revising their estimates sharply upward. Tomorrow night, midnight, the eastern 7th floor corridor, we restore the seal. Tomorrow night, Harry agreed. He left the workshop and headed back through the darkened castle. It was nearly 4 in the morning. He had 3 hours before he needed to be at breakfast, and his body was crying out for sleep, but his mind was electric with possibilities. 2 teachers now. Alara for combat, Corvus for wards. And Morven, always Morven, watching from her painting, guiding, advising, carrying the weight of 1,000 years of grief and hope on shoulders that were only oil and canvas. He was building something. An alliance, a skill set, a plan. Not the vague, reactive scrambling that had characterized his previous years at Hogwarts, running from crisis to crisis, barely surviving, winning by luck and stubbornness. This was deliberate, strategic, purposeful. Harry reached the 7th floor and stopped. The corridor was cold. Not Hollow King cold, a different kind of cold. A mundane humankind. Mrs. Norris sat in the middle of the corridor, her lamp-like eyes fixed on Harry. She opened her mouth and let out a rasping yowl that echoed off the stone walls. Footsteps, quick shuffling, familiar. Argus Filch rounded the corner, his lantern held high, his lined face split in a grin of vindictive triumph. Out of bed, student out of bed, I've got you now, I've. He stopped. The grin faltered. He was looking at the space where Harry was standing, and his eyes were sliding right past. The invisibility cloak. Harry had forgotten he was wearing it. Filch frowned. Mrs. Norris yowled again, staring directly at where Harry stood. Cats apparently were not fooled by invisibility cloaks. "There's nobody here, my sweet," Filch muttered, peering into the darkness. "Must have been the wind." Mrs. Norris gave him a look of feline contempt. Filch shuffled away, muttering about false alarms, and Harry waited until his footsteps faded before slipping past Mrs. Norris. The cat's eyes tracked him as he passed, her expression somehow managing to convey both irritation and grudging respect. "Good cat," Harry murmured. Mrs. Norris hissed. The next day brought two developments that Harry hadn't anticipated. The first came at lunch when Hermione slapped a copy of the Daily Prophet down on the table with enough force to rattle the silverware. "Read it," she said. Harry picked up the paper. The headline screamed, "Ministry announces new educational decrees. UMBRIDGE appointed Hogwarts High Inquisitor." He read the article. It was worse than the headline suggested. Umbridge had been given sweeping powers to inspect and dismiss teachers, approve or ban student organizations, and regulate virtually every aspect of life at Hogwarts. The decree had been signed by Fudge himself, and it was effective immediately. "She can sack teachers," Ron said, reading over Harry's shoulder. "She can actually sack teachers now." "She can do more than that," Hermione said. Her voice was tight with controlled fury. "She can ban any group or club she doesn't approve of. She can set new rules whenever she wants. She can." "She can try," Harry said. He folded the paper and set it down. "Umbridge is one person with a piece of paper from the minister. Hogwarts is a 1,000-year-old castle full of some of the most powerful magic in the world. I know where I'd place my bet." "Harry, this isn't something you can fight with." Hermione stopped herself. "With whatever it is you think you can fight it with. Watch me." The second development came that afternoon, during a free period Harry was spending in the library. He'd gone looking for books on ancient rune systems, not because he needed them after what his sight had shown him in Corvus's workshop, but because he wanted to understand the academic context, the history. He found something better. It was in the restricted section. Harry had long since memorized Filch's patrol schedule and Madame Pince's bathroom breaks, and slipping in under the invisibility cloak was second nature by now. He wasn't looking for anything specific, just browsing the shelves, letting his sight guide him toward books that held genuine magical knowledge rather than the outdated or dangerous garbage that filled most of the restricted section. His sight flared at a shelf in the far corner. A book, old, leather-bound, with no title on the spine. It was wedged between two larger volumes, and it pulsed with a faint blue light that only Harry could see. He pulled it out and opened it. The pages were handwritten in a script he didn't recognize, but his sight translated it the way it translated runes, not into words, but into understanding. The book was a journal, a personal record of magical research, written by a witch named Ignatia Wildsmith, famous, Harry knew, for inventing Floo powder. But this journal wasn't about Floo powder. It was about the Hogwarts ley lines. Ignatia had discovered centuries ago that the convergence point beneath Hogwarts wasn't natural. It had been created deliberately by a sorcerer of immense power as part of a project to concentrate magical energy in a single location. The sorcerer's name was Malachi. Harry sat on the floor of the restricted section, invisible under his cloak, and read. The journal detailed Ignatia's research into the castle's foundations, research she'd eventually abandoned because it led to questions she couldn't answer and places she couldn't safely go. But she'd mapped the ley lines, documented the convergence point, and noted something that made Harry's blood go cold. The convergence point is not static, she had written. It is growing. The magical energy concentrating here increases by a small but measurable amount each year. The source of this growth is unclear, but the implications are troubling. If the concentration continues at its present rate, Within a millennium, the energy levels will be sufficient to power magical workings of virtually unlimited scope. A millennium. She'd written this in the 15th century, 500 years ago. The Hollow King wasn't just imprisoned beneath the castle. He was growing. Using the convergence point he'd created to accumulate power, year by year, century by century, building toward the moment when he'd have enough energy to shatter the seal from the inside. Harry closed the journal and slipped it into his bag. Madame Pince would have a conniption, but some things were more important than library finds. He told Morven about the journal that evening, standing in the abandoned corridor with the sun setting through the high windows. Her painted face was drawn with something Harry was learning to read as guilt. "You knew," he said. "It wasn't an accusation, just a fact." "I knew. Not the specifics. I didn't know about Ignatius's research. But I knew the convergence point was his creation. We all did. It was part of the original intelligence we had about Malachi when we sealed him. And you didn't tell me because. Because I was afraid. Because telling you means telling you the full scope of what you're facing, and the full scope is, it's vast, Harry. The Hollow King is not just a consciousness in a prison. He's a consciousness that has been accumulating power for 1,000 years. When that seal finally breaks, the amount of energy he'll be able to command is a lot, I know. I felt it when I touched the seal." Harry leaned against the wall beside her painting. "Don't hold things back from me, Morven. I'd rather know the full truth and be scared than know half the truth and be blindsided. You don't seem scared." "I'm not. I'm informed." "There's a difference." He pushed off the wall. "Tonight we restore the Eastern Seal. Corvus and I have been working on the channeling technique. We're ready. Be careful. Everyone keeps telling me to be careful. Ilara tells me to be careful. Corvus tells me to be careful. McGonagall tells me to be careful." Harry smiled. "I'll be effective. How's that?" Morven's painted expression softened. "Just come back." "I always come back. Ask Voldemort." Midnight, the 7th floor, the East Wing. The corridor was dark and cold, genuinely, physically cold in the way that Corvus had described. The failed seal meant the Hollow King's influence permeated this area like a fog. The paintings on the walls were dimmer here, their subjects huddled in their frames, and even the torches seemed reluctant, their flames small and blue-tinged. Harry stood in the corridor without his invisibility cloak. He didn't need it here. No patrols came through the East Wing at night. Even Filch avoided it. The cold kept everyone away. Corvus materialized beside him, stepping out of his small dark portrait with the precise, measured movements of a man who never wasted energy. "The seal is beneath the floor," Corvus said. "About 6 feet down, embedded in the foundation stone. You'll need to reach it with your sight and channel my magic through the stone." "Through 6 feet of stone. Your power projection has no trouble crossing the length of the training hall. 6 feet of stone is nothing to the sight." He paused. "Challenge isn't the distance, it's the environment. The Hollow King's influence is thick here. He'll feel what you're doing, he'll try to interfere. Let him try. I mean it, Potter. This isn't a tendril in a corridor. This is his territory, a breach he's been exploiting for 2 centuries. When you start channeling power into the dead seal, he'll push back, hard. That's why I've been training." Harry rolled his shoulders, loosened his grip on his wand, and let his sight open fully. The corridor transformed. The physical walls faded to translucence, revealing the magical substrata beneath, ley lines, ward remnants, the silver threads of the seal network. And there, 6 feet below the floor, the dead seal. A runic circle carved into foundation stone, its patterns dark and cold like an engine with no fuel. The runes were intact. Physically, they'd last forever. But the magic that should have been flowing through them was gone, drained away over 2 centuries of slow decay. Around the dead seal, pressing in from all sides, darkness. The Hollow King's influence, thick as tar, filling the gap the seal had left. It pulsed slowly, hungrily, and Harry could feel its awareness, the vast, patient intelligence behind it, watching, waiting. "I see it," Harry said. "Good, take my hand." Harry took Corvus's hand. The silver lattice energy began to flow, cold, precise, powerful. Harry let it fill him, let it run through his body alongside his own golden power. 2 streams parallel but not mixing. "Now," Corvus said, "direct my energy downward, into the seal. Follow the runic pattern, you can see it. Fill each rune in sequence from the outer ring inward. Harry knelt on the cold stone floor and pressed his free hand flat against it. His sight pierced the stone, locking onto the dead seal below. He could see the runic pattern, 47 runes arranged in concentric rings, exactly as Corvus had taught him. He began with the outermost rune and pushed. Silver energy flowed from his hand through the stone into the first rune. The rune flickered, brightened. A faint silver glow appeared in its carved channels like water filling a dry riverbed. One down, 46 to go, he moved to the second rune. The third. The fourth. Each one took more effort than the last because with each rune he activated, the Hollow King's attention sharpened. The darkness around the seal began to press inward, not just passively filling space but actively pushing, trying to snuff out the silver light as fast as Harry could kindle it. By the 10th rune, Harry was sweating. By the 20th, his arm was trembling. The pressure from the darkness was immense, not just magical but psychological. Whispers pushed at the edges of his mind. Stop. Give up. This is pointless. The seal will fail again. Everything fails. Everything dies. Ignore it, Corvus said through gritted teeth. He was pouring energy through the connection, his painted form flickering with the effort. Those are just echoes, psychological warfare. He can't actually stop you. The darkness is influence, not force. Push through. Harry pushed through. The 21st rune. The 25th, the 30th. The silver glow was building now, the seal coming alive ring by ring, the pattern of interlocking runes creating a structure that was more than the sum of its parts. Each new rune amplified the ones before it, and the growing light was pushing the darkness back. The Hollow King's response was immediate and violent. The corridor shook. Not a metaphorical shudder, an actual physical earthquake, the stone floor buckling, dust raining from the ceiling, the paintings on the walls rattling in their frames. Harry's teeth clacked together. His hand slipped on the floor. "Hold the connection," Corvus shouted. Harry slammed his palm back down and poured energy. The 31st rune. The 35th. The darkness was thrashing now, not whispering but screaming, a soundless howl of rage that resonated in Harry's bones. The Hollow King was throwing everything he could at the breach, trying to keep his foothold, and the power behind it was terrifying. But Harry had felt the Hollow King's power before when he'd touched the seal. He knew how deep it went, how vast it was. And he also knew something the Hollow King didn't. He wasn't afraid of it. Harry gritted his teeth and pushed harder. The 40th rune, the 43rd, the 45th. Corvus was nearly translucent now, his painted form guttering like a candle, pouring the last of his stored energy through the connection. The 46th rune. One more. The final rune was at the center of the circle, the keystone that completed the pattern and locked the seal into place. Harry could see it below him, a single complex symbol carved into the deepest stone. The darkness was concentrated around it, thick and furious, making one last stand. Harry gathered everything he had, his golden power, Corvus's silver lattice, the combined energy of a living wizard and a dead one working in concert, and drove it into the final rune like a spike into a wall. Light, pure, brilliant, silver-gold light exploded from the floor, blasting through the stone like it was glass. The corridor was flooded with it. The darkness recoiled, not just retreated but screamed, a psychic wail that Harry felt in his teeth, his eyes, the marrow of his bones. The Hollow King's presence was blasted away from the seal like fog in a hurricane, driven back and back and back until the entire east wing was clear. The light faded. The corridor was warm. The torches on the walls burned normally, orange and bright, as if they'd just been lit. The paintings glowed with renewed energy, their subjects standing tall in their frames, some of them cheering, others weeping with relief. Harry lifted his hand from the floor. His palm was tingling. His entire body was tingling. The seal was restored. He could feel it through the stone, a complete functioning runic circle humming with power, its 47 runes glowing silver in the foundation below. Corvus was on his knees beside Harry, nearly invisible, his painted form barely more than a sketch. He'd given everything. That, he whispered, was beautifully done. "Go back to your painting," Harry said. "Rest. Recover." "In a moment, I want to feel this." Corvus pressed his translucent hand against the warm floor. My seal, alive again after 200 years. His dark violet eyes were bright with something that Harry recognized as joy, the pure, simple joy of a craftsman seeing his work restored. Thank you, Harry. Thank you, your magic, your seal, I just turned the key. Corvus smiled, a real smile, the first Harry had seen from him, and faded. His form dissolved, flowing back along the wall to his small, dark portrait, where he settled into his painted chair and went very, very still. Harry sat alone on the corridor floor, breathing. His body ached. His magic was depleted, not dangerously, but noticeably. He could feel the difference, like a tank that had dropped from full to a quarter. But the east wing was warm, the seal was restored. The Hollow King had lost a foothold. 1 down, 11 to go. Harry stood, pulled on his invisibility cloak, and walked back toward Gryffindor Tower. The castle felt different beneath his feet, lighter, healthier, as if restoring one seal had taken a weight off the building itself. The ley lines were brighter, the magical currents flowing more freely. Even the air seemed cleaner, and in their frames, as Harry passed, the paintings were awake, all of them. Every painted figure on every wall, standing at attention, watching him go by with expressions of fierce, desperate hope. A knight raised his sword in salute. A group of witches bowed their heads. A child, a little painted girl in a meadow, pressed her hand against the inside of her frame as if trying to reach through the canvas and touch him. Harry nodded to them as he walked, one by one, an acknowledgement, a promise. He was going to fix this, all of it, every seal, every breach, every crack in the ancient barrier. He was going to push the Hollow King back into his prison and slam the door so hard it echoed for another millennium. And then he was going to get some sleep. He did not get some sleep. He got 2 hours, which was becoming normal and which Hermione was becoming increasingly vocal about. Your eyes look like you've been punched, she informed him at breakfast. Thank you, Hermione, you look lovely too. I'm serious, Harry, if you don't start sleeping properly, you're going to collapse. I'll sleep when I'm dead. That's not funny. It's a little funny, she glared at him. Ron, wisely, stayed out of it and focused on his bacon. Harry poured himself tea and let the great hall's morning noise wash over him. He was tired, genuinely, deeply tired, but beneath the fatigue there was a buzzing energy that kept him upright. The seal restoration had done something to him, not just depleted his magic but also expanded something. His capacity, maybe, like a muscle that's been pushed to failure and comes back stronger. His sight was sharper this morning, clearer. The painted world was more vivid, the magical substrata of the castle more detailed. He could see things he couldn't see yesterday, the individual threads of enchantment in the ceiling's charm, the specific frequency of each student's magical signature, the tiny fluctuations in the wards around the great hall's doors. Across the hall, at the staff table, Umbridge was reading a document with an expression of concentrated satisfaction. Harry watched her through his sight and saw something interesting. Her magical aura, the personal energy field every witch and wizard generated, was tinged with something dark. Not black, not corrupted. More like a gray smudge, a thumbprint of outside influence on her natural colors. The Hollow King's mark, subtle, almost invisible even to the sight. But it was there, a faint connection between Umbridge and the darkness beneath the castle, feeding her worst impulses, amplifying her cruelty, making her a more effective agent of chaos without her ever knowing she was being used. Harry filed this information away. It didn't change who Umbridge was. She was cruel and ambitious and hungry for power on her own merits. But the Hollow King's influence was like gasoline on a fire, turning ordinary bureaucratic sadism into something more dangerous. Harry, he blinked. Hermione was waving a hand in front of his face. You were staring at Umbridge, she said, for about 2 minutes straight. Was I? Sorry, just thinking. About what? About how some people are worse than they know. Hermione gave him a long, searching look. That's a strange thing to say. I'm a strange person, he stood. I've got to go. I need to check something before class. Harry. But he was already moving, weaving through the breakfast crowd, out of the great hall and into the corridors. He had 20 minutes before herbology and he wanted to check the seal network. The restoration last night would have shifted the balance, strengthened the overall barrier, redirected magical flows. He wanted to see the effects. He found a quiet alcove on the second floor, pressed his palm against the stone wall, and let his sight expand. The seal network spread out before him like a diagram drawn in light. The restored eastern seal blazed silver, fully powered, its runes humming with Corvus's energy. The 10 remaining seals, 7 critical, 1 functional, 2 dead, pulsed at varying intensities. And the primary seal, the great cracked circle in the chamber beneath the dungeon, glowed a little brighter than it had yesterday. The restored seal was feeding energy back into the network, reinforcing the whole structure. The primary seal's crack hadn't shrunk, but its edges were sharper, more defined. The magic holding it together was stronger. Harry pulled his sight back and opened his eyes. The alcove was empty, the corridor quiet. Somewhere in the distance, a bell rang. He had work to do. Schoolwork, depressingly, herbology, then history of magic, then the fresh hell of Umbridge's afternoon class. The ordinary, exhausting, necessary business of being a student. But tonight he'd restore another seal. And the night after that, another. And he'd keep going until the network was complete, the barrier was strong, and the Hollow King was locked away so tightly that 1,000 more years wouldn't be enough to break free. Harry straightened his tie, shouldered his bag, and walked to class. The day held one more surprise. It came during Umbridge's class, of all places. Harry was sitting in his usual seat, textbook open, mind elsewhere, when something happened that brought his sight snapping to full alert. The castle shuddered. Not physically, the walls didn't shake, the desks didn't rattle, but magically something shifted. A deep structural tremor in the ward network, like a fault line slipping. Harry felt it through the floor, through the walls, through the very air. He looked up. None of the other students had felt it. Umbridge was lecturing about the Ministry's progressive approach to defensive theory, her voice a steady drone of meaningless words. Everything was normal, except it wasn't. Harry expanded his sight, pushing it down through the floor, through the layers of the castle, down to the primary seal. And what he saw made his blood run cold. The crack in the primary seal had grown, not by much, a fraction of an inch maybe, but the growth wasn't gradual, wasn't the slow erosion Morven had described. This was sudden, violent. Something had pushed from below, pushed hard, and the seal had given. The Hollow King was retaliating. Harry's restoration of the Eastern Seal had strengthened the network, and the Hollow King was responding by hitting the weakest point. The primary seal. Harry's hands gripped the desk. His knuckles went white. He could feel it, the pressure from below, the Hollow King pressing upward, testing, probing, finding the new crack and wedging himself into it. "Mr. Potter," Umbridge's voice. Harry looked up. She was standing at the front of the room, watching him with those flat, button eyes. "You appear to be distressed," she said sweetly. "Is something wrong?" The entire class was looking at him. Ron, 2 seats over, was frowning with concern. Hermione had her hand on her wand under the desk. Harry relaxed his grip on the desk, breathed, centered himself. "Nothing's wrong, Professor, just riveted by your lecture." He paused. "Please continue. I particularly enjoyed the part about how running away is a valid defensive strategy." A few students laughed. Umbridge's smile thinned. 5 points from Gryffindor. "Worth every one, Professor." The class ended 20 minutes later. Harry was the first one out the door, moving fast, ignoring Ron's confused shout behind him. He needed to get to Morven. He needed to tell Ilara. He rounded a corner and stopped dead. The corridor ahead was cold, frost on the walls. That absence of light, darkness, thicker than before, coiling in the space between the torches. And in the center of the corridor, a figure, not a painting, not a ghost, a shape barely human, made of shadow and cold and the suggestion of something terrible. It flickered like a bad signal, here and not here, solid and not solid, but the eyes were real. 2 points of absolute darkness in a face that wasn't quite a face. The Hollow King's manifestation. Not a tendril this time, not a whisper, a presence. Harry's wand was up before the shape had fully formed, but he didn't fire. He stood, feet planted, and looked at the thing that had been imprisoned beneath the castle for 1,000 years. The shape spoke. Not a pressed thought this time, an actual voice, rasping and dry like wind through dead leaves. "1 seal," it said. "You restored 1 seal and think you've accomplished something. I've accomplished 1/12 of my goal. That's called progress. The dark eyes flickered. The shape took a step forward. The cold intensified. Harry's breath fogged. His skin prickled. Every seal you restore, I will crack the primary. For every step you take forward, I will take two. You cannot outpace me, child. I have a millennium of accumulated power, and I have something you don't. What? Friends. It was the simplest answer. The most honest one. And judging by the way the shape flickered, the faintest hesitation, it was one the Hollow King hadn't expected. Harry raised his wand. Gold light blazed from the tip, not a spell, just pure projected will shaped by his sight and focused by 4 weeks of Alara's training. The light hit the manifestation like a searchlight hitting fog. The shadow shape scattered, its edges dissolving, its dark eyes widening for just a moment before the form collapsed entirely and the darkness dispersed. The corridor was warm again. The frost was melting. The torches burned bright. Harry lowered his wand. His hand was steady. Behind him, footsteps. Harry turned. The corridor was empty, but on the wall in a small landscape painting, a shepherd was standing at attention. And in the painting beside it, a woman in a blue dress was clutching the frame edge, her eyes wide. They'd seen it. The paintings had seen the confrontation. Harry looked at the shepherd. Tell Alara, tell Corvus, tell all of them he's hitting the primary seal. We need to move faster. The shepherd nodded once and actually ran, sprinting from his landscape into the adjacent painting and vanishing, carrying the message through the painted world faster than any owl could fly. Harry stood alone in the warm corridor and thought about what the Hollow King had said. For every step you take forward, I will take two. Maybe, maybe not. But Harry had something the Hollow King had been without for 1,000 years. He could walk out of this corridor into the sunlight and keep fighting. The Hollow King could only push against his prison and wait. Harry walked into the sunlight. That night he didn't train. He didn't restore seals. He sat in Corvus's workshop at the diagnostic table with Morven and Alara and Corvus gathered around him, and they planned. He's right about one thing, Corvus said, his violet eyes fixed on the map. His painted form had recovered some of its solidity, though he still looked thin, stretched. The primary seal is the weakest point, and every time we restore a secondary, we draw his attention to it. He'll attack the primary to compensate. Then we need to reinforce the primary while we restore the secondaries, Harry said. Split the effort. You can't split yourself, Alara pointed out. You're one conduit. You can restore a secondary seal or reinforce the primary, not both at once. Not both at once, Harry agreed. But what if I alternate? Restore a secondary one night, reinforce the primary the next. Keep him off balance. The reinforcement would need to match or exceed his assault on the primary, Corvus said. Can you channel enough power for that? I channeled your entire stored reserve into one seal last night. I was depleted but functional. If I rotate between the 12 of you, a different painted soul's power each session, my recovery time stays manageable. Morven spoke. She'd been quiet, listening, her dark eyes moving between the 3 of them. There are 12 painted souls bound to the seals. Corvus is one. I am another. Alara is a third. The other 9 are scattered through the castle in various paintings. Most of them have been dormant for centuries, conserving their energy, waiting. It's time to wake them up, Harry said. A silence fell. The 4 of them stood around the map, 1 living boy and 3 dead souls, illuminated by the glow of the ward network, planning a war against something ancient and terrible. Alara broke the silence. You know, when I was alive, I led armies. Thousands of soldiers, mages, warriors. I stood on battlefields and gave orders that determined whether nations lived or died. She looked at Harry with her iron eyes. This is the best war council I've ever been part of. We're 4 people around a map. We're 4 people who are going to save the world. That's how it always starts. She placed her hand on the table over the primary seal. I'll wake the other 9. I'll travel through the paintings tonight, find them, bring them to full awareness. By tomorrow night, you'll have 12 painted souls ready to channel their power through you. And I'll begin mapping the primary seal's vulnerabilities, Corvus added. If we're going to reinforce it, we need to know exactly where the Hollow King is concentrating his pressure. I'll prepare the channeling sequences, Morven said. Each soul's magic has a different frequency. You'll need to attune to each one before you can channel it effectively. I'll create a training regimen. Harry looked at the three of them, dead, painted, trapped in frames for centuries, unable to act, unable to fight, unable to do anything but watch and hope. Now they could act through him. Tomorrow night, he said, we reinforce the primary seal, and the night after we take back the second breach. Elara grinned, Corvus nodded. Morven smiled, not the broken, tearful smile from their first meeting, but something stronger, sharper. They had a plan. Harry left the workshop and climbed through the castle toward Gryffindor Tower. The corridors were dark and quiet, the paintings still and sleeping in their frames. But beneath the stillness, Harry could feel the hum, the vibration of a castle coming alive, an army mobilizing, 1,000 years of patience finally bearing fruit. He reached the fat lady's portrait and whispered the password. She swung open with a sleepy murmur. The common room was empty except for one person. Hermione was sitting in an armchair by the dead fire, her arms folded, her expression set in the particular configuration that meant she had been waiting for him and was prepared to wait all night if necessary. "Sit down, Harry," she said. He sat. There was no point arguing with that expression. "I know you're doing something," she said. "I don't know what it is. You won't tell me and I've decided to stop asking, but I need you to know two things. I'm listening. First, whatever it is, Ron and I are with you. You don't have to do everything alone, you never have, you just keep trying to." Harry opened his mouth, closed it. "Second," Hermione continued, "Umbridge is planning something. I don't know the details, but she's been inspecting the castle, not classes, the castle. She's been walking the corridors at night with a dark detector, and she's found things that are making her nervous. She's talking about dark influences in the school's foundations. She thinks it's Dumbledore's doing, some kind of weapon or trap. She's going to use it as a pretext to take more power." Harry's stomach dropped. Umbridge, investigating the castle's magical anomalies, finding traces of the Hollow King's influence or the seal network and blaming it on Dumbledore. "How do you know this?" he asked. "Fred and George. They've been using extendable ears to listen in on Umbridge's meetings with Filch. She's asked Filch to remove paintings from certain corridors, ones where the dark detector readings are strongest." Harry went very still. Remove paintings from the corridors where the seals were weakest. The corridors where the painted souls were concentrated, where their preserved magic helped reinforce the failing barrier. Umbridge didn't know what she was doing. She thought she was purging dark influences, but if she started removing paintings, she'd be stripping the castle's defenses, weakening the seal network, doing the Hollow King's work for him. "When?" Harry asked. "When is she planning to start?" "I don't know, soon. She's already got the authority under the new educational decrees." Harry stood. His mind was racing, the strategic calculation running at full speed. Umbridge removing paintings. The Hollow King pressuring the primary seal. The seal network incomplete. Too many fronts, not enough time. "Thank you, Hermione. This is exactly what I needed to know." She stood too, blocking his path to the dormitory stairs. "Harry, whatever you're doing, whoever you're meeting, wherever you're going at night, be careful." "I'll be effective," he said. Then, because she deserved more than that, "I promise you, Hermione, what I'm doing, it matters, more than I can explain right now, and when I can explain, I will, all of it." She searched his face. Whatever she found there was enough because she stepped aside. "Get some sleep," she said. "Yes, Mum." She threw a cushion at him. He caught it, grinning, and went upstairs. He lay in bed, staring at the canopy, mind churning. Umbridge, the seals, the Hollow King. 3 problems interlocking, each making the others worse. But he had a plan. He had allies. And he had power, real power, growing every day, fed by the castle and the painted dead and the ancient magic in his blood. Tomorrow night they'd reinforce the primary seal. The night after, another secondary restoration. And somewhere in between he'd have to deal with Umbridge, not by fighting her directly but by outmaneuvering her. By being smarter, faster, more strategic. Harry closed his eyes. Sleep came faster than expected, his body demanding the rest his mind wanted to deny. In his dreams, he stood in the seal chamber, the great runic circle glowing beneath his feet. The crack in the center pulsed with darkness, and from the darkness a voice, calm, patient, almost gentle. You cannot save them all, Harry Potter. In the dream, Harry knelt beside the crack and pressed both hands against the seal. Watch me, he said, and the seal blazed gold. Chapter 3. The hollow beneath Harry restored the second dead seal on a Thursday night, channeling the magic of a painted witch named Bridget Thornhart, a healer from the 12th century whose energy was warm and green and tasted like summer rain on his tongue. The seal was in the basement near the kitchens, buried under 8 feet of stone, and the Hollow King fought harder this time. The darkness was thicker, more organized, pressing against Harry's projection with a focused malice that felt personal. He broke through anyway. 47 runes, lit one by one, the green-gold light of combined magic burning the darkness back like sunlight on frost. When the last rune locked into place, the basement corridor, which had been cold and haunted for as long as anyone could remember, flooded with warmth. A house elf carrying a tray of pastries stopped dead in the passage, looked around with enormous eyes, and burst into tears of confused joy. Harry sat on the floor afterward, depleted and shaking, while Bridget, a round-faced woman with kind eyes and hands that glowed faintly green even in her painted form, fussed over him. "You're pushing too hard," she said. "Your body needs time to recover between channelings." "My body can recover when the seals are done." "Your body will recover in a grave if you burn yourself out." Harry looked up at her. "You sound like Hermione." "I don't know who Hermione is, but she sounds sensible." Listen to her. 2 seals restored, 10 remaining. The network was already stronger. Harry could feel it in the way the castle's magic flowed, less turbulent, more directed, like clearing 2 blockages from a river and feeling the current run smoother. But the primary seal's crack had grown again. The Hollow King was matching him, blow for blow, and the math was getting worse. Friday morning brought rain and the first real crisis of the term. Harry was halfway through breakfast when the great hall's doors banged open and Filch came shuffling in, carrying an armful of painting frames. Empty frames. Behind him, Umbridge walked with her clipboard and her smile, directing 2 ministry workers in gray robes who were levitating a stack of paintings, removed from their walls, their subjects frozen in postures of alarm and outrage. The great hall went quiet. "What's she doing?" Ron said, craning his neck. Harry knew exactly what she was doing. He watched, cold and still, as Umbridge directed the ministry workers to stack the paintings against the wall near the staff table. The painted subjects were shouting silently behind their glass, banging on the insides of their frames, some of them trying to flee into adjacent canvases and finding them already removed. McGonagall was on her feet. "Dolors, what is the meaning of this?" Umbridge's smile was radiant. "Standard security procedure, Minerva. The Ministry's dark detectors have identified anomalous magical signatures emanating from several paintings throughout the castle. As High Inquisitor, it is my duty to investigate and neutralize potential threats to student safety. Those paintings have hung in this castle for centuries. They're part of Hogwarts' heritage. Heritage is no excuse for lax security. The Ministry takes the safety of our students very seriously." She consulted her clipboard. 17 paintings have been flagged so far. I expect to identify more in the coming weeks." Harry's sight was already open, scanning the removed paintings. 7 of the 17 were from the East Wing, paintings that had been reinforced by the restored seal, their subjects brighter and more energized than before. Umbridge's dark detector had picked up the increased magical activity and flagged it as suspicious. She was removing the strongest paintings, the ones closest to the restored seals, the ones whose subjects were most vital to the castle's defense, and she had no idea what she was doing. Harry stood. Hermione grabbed his arm. "Harry, don't. I'm not going to fight her, Hermione." He gently removed her hand and walked toward the staff table, weaving between the house tables, every eye in the great hall tracking him. Umbridge saw him coming. Her smile widened. "Mr. Potter, is there something you need?" "Those paintings," Harry said, nodding toward the stack. "Where are they going?" "To the Ministry, for analysis and, if necessary, disposal." "Disposal?" Harry kept his voice level. "You're going to destroy paintings that have been part of this castle since before the Ministry existed." I am going to ensure that dark magical artifacts are not left hanging on the walls of a school full of children. Surely even you can appreciate the need for safety, Mr. Potter." Harry looked at her. He looked at the paintings. He looked at the great hall full of students and teachers, all watching this moment. He could fight this. He could argue, protest, make a scene. It would feel good. It would accomplish nothing. Umbridge had the authority, the backing of the ministry, and the unshakable certainty of a woman who believed she was always right. So Harry didn't fight. He turned to McGonagall. "Professor, as a student, I'd like to formally request a review of the High Inquisitor's actions under the Hogwarts Charter, Section 12, the clause that protects the castle's magical artifacts from removal without the Board of Governors' approval." The silence that followed was profound. McGonagall stared at him. Umbridge stared at him. Even Dumbledore, who had been sitting quietly at the center of the staff table, looked up with a sharp, interested light in his blue eyes. What?" Umbridge said. "The Hogwarts Charter, Section 12, Harry repeated. "Established by the Founders. It states that no magical artifact, fixture, or installation may be permanently removed from the castle without the unanimous approval of the Board of Governors. Paintings, as magically animated objects, qualify as magical fixtures." He paused. "I assume the ministry is aware of this provision. Given how seriously you take student safety, I'm sure you wouldn't want to set a precedent for unauthorized removal of protected artifacts." More silence. Hermione, back at the Gryffindor table, had her hand over her mouth. Ron was staring at Harry like he'd grown a second head. Even Draco Malfoy at the Slytherin table looked genuinely impressed. McGonagall recovered first. "Mr. Potter is correct. The Hogwarts Charter is quite clear on this point. Dolors, until you have the Board of Governors' approval, those paintings must be returned to their original locations." Umbridge's smile had frozen. It was still technically a smile. The muscles were in the right configuration, but the expression behind it was something between fury and disbelief. "The Board of Governors," she said slowly, "will be hearing from the minister." "I'm sure they will," Harry said. "In the meantime, I believe those paintings have somewhere to be." He turned and walked back to the Gryffindor table. The great hall erupted into whispers. Harry sat down, picked up his toast, and took a bite. Ron was gaping at him. Since when do you know the Hogwarts Charter?" "I read." "You don't read, Hermione reads. You, what's happening? Who are you?" Hermione was shaking her head slowly, but she was smiling. "Section 12. Harry, I didn't even know about Section 12. Where did you find that?" Harry thought about Corvus Ashford, whose 800-year memory included every legal document ever signed within the castle's walls, and who had spent an hour last night briefing Harry on the administrative vulnerabilities in Umbridge's position. "Like I said, I read." At the staff table, Umbridge was speaking rapidly to Filch, her face flushed pink beneath the pink cardigan. The ministry workers stood awkwardly by the stack of paintings, unsure what to do. McGonagall was directing two house elves to begin returning the paintings to their corridors. And Dumbledore was watching Harry with an expression that Harry had never seen on the old wizard's face before. It wasn't the usual twinkle. It wasn't concern or calculation or the gentle, patronizing warmth that Dumbledore usually directed at his students. It was recognition. One chess player watching another make a move they hadn't anticipated. Harry met Dumbledore's gaze across the great hall, held it. Something passed between them, not legilimency, not magic, just understanding. The silent acknowledgement of two people who both knew the game had changed. Dumbledore inclined his head, the faintest nod, and returned to his breakfast. The victory was temporary. Harry knew it, and Umbridge knew it. She'd go to the Board of Governors. She'd pressure Fudge to override the charter. She'd find another way to remove the paintings, and when she did, the castle's defenses would suffer. Harry needed to accelerate. That night, instead of restoring a secondary seal, he went to the primary. Morven was waiting for him in the seal chamber, not physically. She couldn't manifest this deep in the castle where the Hollow King's influence was strongest, but her voice came through a small painting on the passage wall, thin and strained. "Harry, this is dangerous. The primary seal is the Hollow King's main point of attack. He's concentrated his power here. I know. That's why I'm here. I need to see it with my own eyes. He descended the narrow stairs alone. The air grew colder with every step, the darkness thicker. His sight showed him the layers of the castle falling away, Hogwarts proper, then the older foundations, then the primal bedrock laced with dark crystal. Down and down until he stood in the circular chamber with the domed ceiling, the failing runic circle beneath his feet. The crack was worse. What had been 2 inches 3 weeks ago was now 4. The tendril of darkness rising from it was thicker, more substantial, and as Harry watched, it swayed toward him with deliberate, serpentine intent. He knelt beside the crack and opened his sight fully. What he saw took his breath away. The primary seal was enormous, far larger than the secondary seals. Its runic circle extended not just across the floor of the chamber but down into the bedrock itself, a 3-dimensional structure of interlocking runes that formed a sphere of containment around the Hollow King's core. The sphere was maybe 100 feet in diameter, and every inch of it was covered in runes, thousands of them, tens of thousands, a mathematical masterpiece of magical engineering, and it was cracked in dozens of places. The main fissure, the one visible in the chamber floor, was just the surface expression of a network of fractures that ran through the entire sphere. Like a windshield hit by a rock, the damage radiated outward from a central impact point deep below, splintering the runic structure in branching patterns that grew more numerous the deeper Harry looked. The Hollow King wasn't just pushing against the seal. He was systematically dismantling it, finding structural weaknesses, exploiting them, applying precise pressure at exact points to create maximum damage with minimum effort. This wasn't mindless force. This was engineering. "You're impressed," said the dry, rustling voice from the crack. "I can feel it." Harry didn't flinch. He kept his sight focused on the fracture network, mapping it, memorizing the pattern. "I'm impressed by the seal," he said. 12 people built something that held you for 1,000 years. That's impressive. You just break things. Anyone can break things. A pause, the darkness in the crack pulsed. "You're different from the others," the Hollow King said. "The previous headmasters, the students, the teachers, they walk over me every day and feel nothing. But you kneel at my door and speak to me like an equal. I'm not speaking to you like an equal. I'm speaking to you like a problem to be solved." The darkness laughed. It was an unpleasant sound, dry and papery like dead leaves blowing across stone. "A problem, how clinical. You know what I find fascinating about you, Harry Potter? You're not afraid. Every other human I've touched in 1,000 years has been afraid, even the ones who didn't know what they were afraid of. But you look into my prison and see a problem. What else should I see? Your future, perhaps, your limitations." The voice grew softer, more intimate. "I know what Morven and her painted army have told you. That you can restore the seals, reinforce the barrier, lock me away for another millennium. What they haven't told you is the cost. Elara mentioned costs. I told her I didn't care. You said that because you don't know what the cost is." Another pulse. The darkness was pressing against the crack, widening it by fractions of a millimeter. Harry could see it happening in real time through his sight, the steady, inexorable pressure. Morven gave up her joy, her happiness, forever. That was the price for the original seal shared among 12 casters. If you, one person, were to restore the entire seal, what do you imagine the price would be? Harry was quiet for a moment. The question hung in the cold air. "Are you trying to scare me?" he said. "I'm trying to educate you. The painted dead have their agenda. They want to survive, to remain preserved, to continue their twilight existence in their frames. If you destroy yourself restoring the seal, that serves their purpose admirably. They get another 1,000 years of existence and you get a hero's death." The voice was almost gentle. "I am offering you an alternative. The alternative being, walk away, live your life. The seal will fail, this is inevitable with or without your intervention. When it does, I will emerge. But I am not the monster Morven paints me as. I was a man once, a scholar. I sought knowledge, understanding, permanence. These are not evil goals. You plan to consume a castle full of children. I plan to consume magical energy. The students are irrelevant to me. I have no interest in harming children. I need the convergence point, the accumulated power. Once I have that, I will leave. I will rebuild my body, walk out of these walls, and seek my own path. The castle will be diminished, yes, the wards will fall, but the structure will remain, the students will be unharmed, and you will be alive. Harry listened. He kept his sight focused on the Hollow King's pressure points, tracking the minute expansions of each fracture, mapping the attack pattern. That's a good pitch, he said. Really well constructed. You've had 1,000 years to workshop it, so I'd expect nothing less. The darkness went very still. Here's the problem, Harry continued conversationally. Consuming the convergence point were enough, you'd have done it already. The seal is failing, you have more reach now than you've had in centuries. You could draw on the convergence point's power from inside the seal if that's all you wanted. But you're not doing that. You're trying to break the seal entirely. Because it's not just the convergence point you need. It's the complete magical infrastructure of Hogwarts. The wards, the enchantments, the ley lines, the living magic of every soul inside these walls. All of it. That's what you need to rebuild a physical body of unlimited power. Silence. And you do want to harm the students, Harry continued. Not out of malice, maybe, but absorption doesn't distinguish between magical energy and the living beings it's attached to. You drain every magical person in this castle like batteries. Maybe they'd survive, maybe they wouldn't, you don't care either way. The silence stretched. Morvin told you more than I expected, the Hollow King said. The gentle, reasonable tone was gone. What was underneath was cold and flat like the surface of a frozen lake. Morvin told me some of it. I figured out the rest. Harry stood, brushing dust from his knees. Here's what's going to happen, Malachi. I'm going to restore your seals, all of them, and I'm going to reinforce the primary until you couldn't crack it with 1,000 more years of effort. And whatever the cost is, whatever it takes, I'm going to pay it because that's what I do. The darkness surged. The crack widened, not fractionally this time, but visibly. A full inch. The tendril of nothingness shot upward, reaching for Harry, and the cold intensified until his breath didn't just fog but crackled with ice crystals. Harry didn't step back. He raised his hand, no wand, just his palm, and gold light blazed. The tendril hit the light and shattered. Not retreated, shattered, breaking apart like glass, the fragments dissolving into nothing. The crack's edges glowed where Harry's magic touched them, the runes flanking the fissure flaring bright. For a moment, just a moment, the crack shrank. A quarter-inch maybe, barely perceptible, but enough to prove it could be done. The Hollow King's voice came one more time, quiet and cold and stripped of all pretense. You will regret this. I doubt it, Harry said, and walked out of the chamber. He climbed the stairs at speed, his heart pounding, his mind racing with what he'd seen and what he'd done. The crack had responded to his magic. His raw, unstructured golden power had actually reinforced the primary seal, if only for a moment. He didn't need to channel a painted soul's energy for that. His own magic was enough. That changed everything. He burst out of the hidden passage on the 7th floor and nearly ran into Alara, who was pacing the corridor with the agitated energy of a caged predator. You went down there alone, she said, not a question, without telling anyone, without backup. I needed to see it myself. You needed to, Harry. The primary seal chamber is the most dangerous place in this castle. The Hollow King's influence is concentrated there. If he'd pushed through while you were standing on top of the crack, he tried. I stopped him. Alara's mouth opened, closed. She stared at him. I stopped him and I pushed back, Harry said. My own magic, not channeled, not borrowed, just mine. I hit the crack and it shrank. A quarter-inch for about 5 seconds, but it happened. Alara was very still. The corridor was silent except for the distant sounds of the castle settling. Show me, she said. Harry held out his hand, palm up. He called the memory of what he'd done, the feeling of his magic hitting the crack, the runes responding, the fissure contracting. Gold light gathered in his palm, not a bolt or a blast, but a steady, controlled emission, warm and bright. Alara reached out and touched the light with her fingertip. Her eyes went distant, reading the magical signature the way Corvus read runes. This is raw seal magic, she whispered. Unstructured, but Harry, this is the same fundamental frequency as the original seal. Your magic is naturally attuned to the containment runes. Because of the sight, because of your bloodline, the sight is part of it, but this is deeper. Your magical signature resonates with the seal because, she stopped. Something crossed her face that Harry hadn't seen before. Not from Alara, who was always certain, always fierce, always in control. Uncertainty. "What?" Harry said. "I need to speak with Morven tonight." Now, she was already moving, striding toward the abandoned corridor where Morven's painting hung. "Come with me." Harry followed. The castle was quiet around them, deep night, the painting souls visible in their full depth, some of them watching curiously as Alara and Harry passed. They reached Morven's corridor. The weeping woman's painting hung at the end, tarnished silver frame gleaming faintly. Morven stepped out as they approached. She was stronger at night, more solid, her dark hair and blue-black robes looking almost real. "I felt it," she said before either of them spoke. Through the seal network, Harry's magic interacting with the primary seal. The resonance was identical, Alara finished. His fundamental frequency matches the seal exactly, not approximately, not close enough, exactly. Morven, the only way that's possible is if I know. If what? Harry looked between them. If what? The two women exchanged a glance, 1,000 years of shared history compressed into a single look. Morven spoke. "When we created the original seal, we didn't just use our magic, we used our blood. The binding is both magical and genetic, keyed to the bloodlines of the 12 casters. That's why it's persisted for so long. The magic regenerates because it's anchored to something biological, something that continues to exist as long as the bloodlines do." Harry felt the pieces clicking together, slow, heavy, inevitable. "You're saying I'm descended from one of the 12. Not one." Morven's dark eyes met his. "Me, you are my descendant, Harry. The Potter line traces back to my youngest daughter who survived me and carried my blood forward through the centuries. Your family's ancient name, before it was Potter, before it was Peveril, was Morven." The corridor was very quiet. Harry stood in the space between two dead women and processed the idea that his family tree extended 1,000 years further back than he'd ever imagined. To a witch who had given up her ability to feel happiness and then wept about it for a millennium. It explained the sight. It explained why the castle recognized him, why the convergence point fed him power, why the seals responded to his magic. He wasn't just a random wizard with an unusual ability. He was the last heir of the seal's creator. "You didn't tell me," he said. "Number, why?" Morven's expression was complicated: guilt, hope, grief, love, all layered over each other like paint on a canvas. "Because I wanted you to choose this freely. Not out of obligation to a bloodline or loyalty to an ancestor you never knew. I wanted you to fight because you wanted to, not because someone told you it was your destiny." "I've had enough of destiny," Harry said. "Everyone wants to tell me what I was born to do. Dumbledore, Voldemort, Trelawney, now you. That's precisely why I didn't tell you. I didn't want to be another voice in that chorus. You came to us of your own will, Harry. You trained because you chose to. You restored those seals because you looked at a problem and decided to solve it. Your blood opened the door, but you walked through it." Harry let this settle. He thought about it, really thought, turning it over, examining it from every angle the way Corvus examined runes. "You're my ancestor," he said finally. "Yes. And you've been watching me my whole life, from a painting, since you first walked into this castle at 11 years old. A thin, scared boy with broken glasses and no idea what he was walking into." Morven's voice cracked. "And I wanted so badly to step out of my frame and hold you and tell you everything would be all right. But I couldn't. Not until you were old enough. Not until the sight woke." Harry looked at her. This woman, this painted, preserved, millennium-old echo of a woman who had given up joy itself to seal away a monster. Who had watched her descendants stumble through 4 years of near-death experiences from behind a canvas. Who had wept not because she was sad, but because weeping was all she had left. He reached out and took her hand. It was cold. Solid but cold, the way Corvus's hand had been. But there was something else, a resonance, a familiarity. His magic recognized hers the way a tuning fork recognizes its own note. They were the same frequency, family. "I'm not doing this because of bloodlines," Harry said. "I'm doing this because it's right, but I'm glad you told me, and I'm glad you're here." Morven's eyes glistened. Not the endless weeping of her painting, something different. Something warmer. "I'm glad you're here too," she whispered. Alara, who had been standing back watching this exchange with uncharacteristic patience, cleared her throat. "This is touching, truly, but the tactical implications are significant and we need to discuss them." Harry let go of Morven's hand. "Go ahead. If your bloodline resonates with the seal, you don't need to channel painted magic through yourself to reinforce the primary. Your own power, your raw, natural magic, can interact with the containment runes directly. That's what happened in the chamber tonight. You weren't just pushing back against the Hollow King, you were healing the seal. A quarter inch for 5 seconds. With no preparation, no ritual, no channeling framework, just instinct. Imagine what you could do with all three." Alara was pacing now, her mind visibly racing. "This changes the restoration strategy completely. You don't need to alternate between secondary seals and primary reinforcement. You can do both simultaneously, channel painted magic for the secondaries while using your own bloodline magic for the primary. Can my body handle that? 2 streams of magic at once? 3 weeks ago, I'd have said number now." Alara stopped pacing and looked at him appraisingly. "You're not the same wizard you were 3 weeks ago. Your capacity has expanded dramatically. The convergence point is feeding you. The training is building your channels. And frankly, your raw power was exceptional to begin with. With the bloodline resonance on top of that," she shook her head, "I think you can handle more than any of us anticipated." "Then let's find out," Harry said. "Tomorrow night, I restore a secondary seal and reinforce the primary. At the same time." Morven and Alara exchanged another of their ancient, loaded glances. "I'll prepare the channeling sequence for the next secondary seal," Morven said. "The one on the 3rd floor near Umbridge's office. And I'll run you through combat shaping exercises before the attempt," Alara added. "You'll need fine control over 2 independent magical streams. That's advanced beyond anything I've taught you." "Then teach me something new," Harry said. "That's what we've been doing." Saturday was a gift. No Umbridge, no classes, just a sprawling autumn day that most students spent lounging by the lake or making trips to Hogsmeade. Harry spent the morning with Ron and Hermione, deliberately, consciously, because he recognized that he'd been disappearing from their lives and they deserved better. They sat under the beech tree by the lake, the same spot they'd claimed every autumn since first year. The giant squid's tentacles broke the surface occasionally, lazy and purposeless. Ron was working through a bag of honeydew sweets. Hermione had her arithmancy textbook open but wasn't reading it. "So," Ron said through a mouthful of chocolate frog, "you going to tell us what's going on with you?" Harry looked at him. Ron's freckled face was open, earnest, a little hurt. He'd been patient, surprisingly patient for Ron, but the patience was wearing thin. "What do you mean?" "Don't do that, mate. Don't what do you mean me? You disappear every night. You look like you haven't slept in a month. You're doing magic in class that even Hermione can't explain. And yesterday you quoted the bloody Hogwarts charter at Umbridge like you'd memorized the thing." Ron set down the chocolate frog. "Something's happening to you and you're shutting us out." Hermione didn't say anything. She just watched Harry with those sharp, patient eyes. Harry thought about Alara's advice, "Don't tell anyone, you'll sound mad." He thought about the strategic risk. He thought about the fact that he was fighting a war on multiple fronts and his 2 best friends were sitting in the dark. And he thought about the Chamber of Secrets, when Ron and Hermione had stood beside him. The Department of Mysteries, which he could feel approaching even though it hadn't happened yet, the sense that a confrontation with Voldemort's forces was inevitable this year. The graveyard where he'd been utterly alone, and how that aloneness had nearly killed him. He couldn't tell them everything. Not yet, but he could tell them something. "Something's wrong with the castle," Harry said. "Not the building, the magic. There's something underneath Hogwarts that shouldn't be there and it's getting stronger. The paintings know about it. They've been trying to communicate with me because I can see them, really see them in a way other people can't." Ron and Hermione stared at him. "I know how that sounds," Harry added. "It sounds mental," Ron said. Then, but so did a giant snake living in the plumbing, and that turned out to be true. What kind of something? An ancient sorcerer who bound himself to the castle's foundations 1,000 years ago. He's been sealed away, but the seal is failing. The paintings, the painted souls, are helping me reinforce it. Hermione's expression had shifted from surprise to the particular intensity she wore when processing new information at speed. That's why you've been going out at night. You've been working on the seals. Yes. And the paintings, when you say you can see them, at night they step out of their frames. They're complete people, preserved souls with full memories, abilities, personalities. There's a war mage from the 9th century who's been training me in combat magic. A ward specialist from the 13th century who's been teaching me runic architecture. And he hesitated, then pushed through, my ancestor. A woman named Morven. She built the original seal. Ron and Hermione were quiet. The lake lapped gently at the shore. A group of first-years shrieked with laughter somewhere in the distance. Can you prove it? Ron asked, not skeptically, practically. Ron's approach to impossible things had always been straightforward. Okay, that's weird. What do we do about it? Harry held out his hand, palm up. Without his wand, without a word, he produced a sphere of gold light, warm, steady, controlled. It hovered above his palm, spinning slowly. I couldn't do that a month ago, he said. I couldn't do that a week ago. The training's changed me. The castle's magic is changing me. Hermione reached out and touched the sphere with her fingertip. Her eyes went wide. That's not a Lumos charm, that's Harry. I don't even know what that is. The magical signature is completely unfamiliar. It's old magic, older than the Hogwarts curriculum, older than the ministry, the kind of magic that was practiced before someone decided to organize it into courses and textbooks. Ron looked at the sphere, then at Harry, then back at the sphere. Right, he said. So. Ancient evil under the school, magical paintings that come alive. You're being trained by dead people, and you can do wandless magic now. Is that the full picture? More or less. Cool. Ron reached for another chocolate frog. What do you need from us? Harry blinked. He'd expected more questions, arguments, disbelief, but this was Ron. Ron who had followed a trail of spiders into the forbidden forest despite being terrified. Ron who had sacrificed himself on a chess board at age 11. Ron who never, not once, asked Harry to prove himself before offering his loyalty. Umbridge, Harry said. She's the immediate problem. She's trying to remove paintings from the castle. She thinks they're dark artifacts. If she succeeds, it weakens the seal network. I need someone watching her, tracking her moves, staying ahead of her plans. I can do that, Hermione said immediately. Fred and George already have extendable ears deployed near her office. I'll coordinate with them, set up a surveillance schedule. If she makes a move, we'll know before she does. And I'll handle the common room, Ron said. The younger students, the rumor mill. Umbridge is trying to build a case that the castle is compromised, that Dumbledore's been harboring dark magic. If we control the narrative, keep people from panicking. When did you get strategic? Hermione asked, genuinely surprised. I play chess, Hermione. I've always been strategic. I just usually use it on things that matter less. Ron looked at Harry with an expression that was equal parts loyalty and determination. What else? That's enough for now. Just be careful around the east wing and the basement near the kitchens. Those are areas I've been working on. The magic might feel strange. Strange how? Warmer than it should be, like the castle is happy. Ron considered this. A happy castle, sure, why not? We've had a screaming book, a crying ghost, and a hat that reads minds. A happy castle fits right in, Harry laughed. It surprised him, the sound coming out of his chest without warning, genuine and bright. He hadn't laughed in weeks, months maybe. Ron grinned. Hermione's eyes were suspiciously shiny. We're with you, Harry, she said. Whatever this is, wherever it goes. I know, Harry said. I've always known. That night, with his friends informed and their roles defined, Harry descended to the Hall of Echoes for the most challenging magical operation he'd yet attempted. Alara had spent 2 hours running him through dual-stream exercises, maintaining 2 independent channels of magical energy simultaneously, like a pianist playing different melodies with each hand. It was brutally difficult. The first dozen attempts collapsed into undifferentiated chaos, the 2 streams merging and destabilizing. But Harry's sight gave him an edge. He could literally see the streams, track them, keep them separated by maintaining visual awareness of their distinct frequencies. By the end of the session, he could hold 2 streams for 30 seconds without losing control. "That'll have to be enough," Alara said. "The actual restoration will take longer than 30 seconds, but the seal's resonance with your bloodline should sustain the primary reinforcement once you establish it. Think of it like pushing a boulder over a hill. The initial effort is the hardest part. Once it's rolling, momentum takes over. And if the boulder rolls back on top of me, then I'll say something nice at your funeral. Let's go." They moved through the castle, Harry physically, Alara traveling through paintings, leaping from frame to frame with the ease of long practice. Corvus met them on the 3rd floor, near the corridor where the next secondary seal waited. Behind him, stepping out of paintings one by one, came 3 more of the original 12. Saren Blackthorn, a tall, angular woman with silver hair and eyes like winter storms. She'd been a battle diviner, a seer who used her visions tactically, and she had a disconcerting habit of answering questions before they were asked. Thuron of the Westmark, massive, bearded, built like a bear. He'd been a runic smith, crafting magical weapons and armor, and his painted form still wore the leather apron and carried the hammer of his trade. Lysara the quiet, small, dark, silent. She communicated through gestures and expressions, and her magical specialty had been stealth, concealment, misdirection, shadow work. She was the one who had designed the enchantment that kept the painted world hidden from ordinary sight. Harry looked at the assembled dead. 5 of the original 12, plus Morven watching through a landscape painting on the wall. 5 ancient souls standing in a moonlit corridor, ready to pour their preserved magic through a 15-year-old boy. "Saren," Harry said, "this secondary seal, it's yours." Saren tilted her head. "You already know it is. You're going to ask me about its resonance frequency next." "What's its resonance frequency?" "Sharp E minor," she said. "If magical signatures were music, which they're not, but the analogy serves." She held out her hand. Her energy signature was different from Corvus's silver lattice. It was crystalline too, but faceted, refractive, scattering light in prismatic patterns. "I'm ready when you are." "Right." Harry cracked his knuckles. "Here's the plan. Saren, I channel your energy into the 3rd floor seal. That's stream 1. Simultaneously, I push my own bloodline magic down through the castle's foundations to the primary seal. That's stream 2. Corvus, Alara, you monitor the network. If the Hollow King pushes back, I need to know where and how hard." "And us?" Thuron asked, his voice a deep rumble. "You and Lysara stand guard. If the Hollow King manifests physically like he did in the corridor last week, I need you to hold him off while I finish the restoration." Thuron hefted his hammer. "With pleasure." Lysara signed something with her hands. Thuron translated. "She says she'll keep the corridor hidden from anyone who might wander by. Filch, Umbridge, stray prefects." "Perfect." Harry turned to the wall, found the concealed alcove where the 3rd floor seal lay dormant, and pressed his palm against the stone. "Let's begin." He took Saren's hand with his left and pressed his right against the wall. 2 streams, 2 targets, 1 body. The magic hit him from both directions at once. Saren's energy was sharp, bright, disorienting, prismatic light that scattered through his body and tried to refract his concentration into fragments. His own bloodline magic surged from his core, gold and warm, reaching downward through the castle's layers toward the primary seal far below. For a terrible moment, the 2 streams collided in his chest, and everything went white. Pain, real, physical, ripping pain, shot through his torso as 2 incompatible frequencies fought for dominance inside his body. Harry gritted his teeth and used his sight. There. He could see them, 2 rivers of color, gold and prismatic, crashing against each other in his center. He needed to separate them, route them through different channels like splitting a road into 2 lanes. He focused. The gold stream went right down his right arm, through his right hand, into the wall, down through the foundations toward the primary seal. The prismatic stream went left, through Saren's hand, up his left arm, through his left hand into the 3rd floor seal. The collision eased. The pain subsided. 2 streams, 2 channels, 2 targets, parallel but separate. Harry began lighting runes. The third-floor seal was in better shape than the dead ones he'd restored, weakened but not failed, its runes dim but not dark. Saren's prismatic energy flowed into them easily, the seal recognizing its creator's signature and drinking the power like parched earth drinking rain. 1 rune, 5, 10. The pattern was coming alive quickly. Simultaneously, Harry pushed his own magic downward. Down through the third floor, the second, the first, the dungeons, the lower dungeons, the hidden passages, the ancient foundations, all the way to the primary seal chamber. His sight showed him the journey in blazing detail, ley lines like highways of light, the ward network pulsing, the castle's magical infrastructure laid bare. He found the primary seal, found the crack, pressed his gold magic against it like a hand pressing against a wound. The crack resisted. The Hollow King was there, pushing from the other side, his ancient power meeting Harry's with a force that made the castle tremble. Harry pushed harder. The gold magic flowed into the seal's runes, the ones flanking the crack, and they responded. His bloodline resonance sang through the containment sphere, and runes that had been dimming for centuries flared bright. The crack's edges tight, quarter-inch, half an inch. The darkness retreated, the Hollow King's pressure faltering against the sudden reinforcement. "He's pulling back from the Eastern Network," Corvus reported, his voice tight with concentration. "Redirecting to the primary. He's going to hit you hard, Harry. Let him." The blow came a second later. The Hollow King's full attention, focused on the primary seal crack, slamming against Harry's magic with a force that would have shattered anything less than a bloodline-resonant connection. Harry staggered, his knees buckled. Blood dripped from his nose onto the stone floor, but he held both streams, both channels. The third-floor seal, now more than half restored, Saren's energy flowing through him in a steady prismatic stream. The primary seal, his own gold magic pressing against the crack, holding it, sealing it, forcing the darkness back inch by fraction of an inch. 20 runes left on the third floor, Saren said, her voice strained. "Keep going." "Primary seal crack is down to 2 inches, Corvus added. "You're actually, Harry, you're actually closing it. 20 runes, 15, 10. Harry's body was screaming, every nerve on fire, every muscle locked. His magical channels stretched to their absolute limits. The 2 streams of energy blazed through him, gold and prismatic, and his sight was so wide open that he could see the entire castle at once. Every painting, every ward, every rune, every soul. 5 runes. The Hollow King hit the primary seal again. Harder, desperate. The crack bulged, Harry's reinforcement straining, gold light flickering. Harry roared. Not a scream, a declaration, a refusal, a wall of sound and magic that erupted from his body in all directions. The gold stream surged. The prismatic stream blazed. The final 5 runes of the third-floor seal lit up in rapid succession, and the seal locked into place with a concussive thump of magical energy that rattled every painting on the floor. And the primary seal crack closed to 1 inch. 1 inch, down from 4. More than half sealed. Harry released both streams. His hands fell to his sides. He swayed, caught himself against the wall, and slid down it until he was sitting on the cold stone floor with blood on his face and stars in his vision. Saren was on her knees, translucent, barely visible. Corvus was leaning against his portrait frame. Even Alara looked shaken. 3 seals restored, Harry said. His voice was hoarse. Primary crack reduced by 75%. "In one night," Alara said quietly. "In one night." Harry wiped blood from his nose with the back of his hand. 9 secondaries left, and the primary needs more work, but you just did something that should have been impossible, Corvus finished. Dual stream channeling at full power with simultaneous primary reinforcement sustained for how long was that? 11 minutes, Saren whispered. "I counted. 11 minutes. Corvus's violet eyes were wide. Morven herself couldn't sustain dual stream for more than 4. Morven didn't have the convergence point feeding her, Harry said. Morven didn't have your power, Alara corrected. The convergence point amplifies, but it doesn't create. What you just did came from you, Harry. The castle helped, the painted magic helped, but the core of it, the ability to hold 2 channels, maintain the sight, fight the Hollow King's counterattack and finish the seal, that's yours." Harry leaned his head against the wall. The stone was cool against his skull. His body ached in a way that went beyond muscles and bones. His magical channels themselves were tender, like overstretched tendons. But the seal network was stronger. The primary crack was smaller. The Hollow King was weaker tonight than he'd been yesterday. "I need to sleep," Harry said. "You need to sleep for about 3 days," Saren corrected. "I'll settle for 4 hours. Help me up." Thuron, who had stood guard with Lysara throughout the operation, reached down with his massive hand and hauled Harry to his feet like he weighed nothing. "Strong lad," Thuron rumbled approvingly. "Your grandmother would be proud." "My grandmother was Morven, many times great-grandmother, but yes, she'd have liked you." He clapped Harry on the shoulder hard enough to stagger him. "Rest, we'll hold the line while you sleep." Harry nodded, pulled on his invisibility cloak and walked toward Gryffindor Tower. The paintings saluted him as he passed, not just the original 12, all of them. Every painted figure on every wall standing at attention, acknowledging what he'd done. The castle hummed beneath his feet, warm and grateful and alive. He made it to bed. He didn't bother changing. He just fell onto the mattress, pulled the covers over his head, and was unconscious before his next heartbeat. He slept through Sunday. Not a normal sleep, a magical recovery sleep, the kind that followed extreme exertion. His body shut down and repaired itself, his magical channels rebuilding wider and stronger than before. Ron covered for him, telling anyone who asked that Harry had a stomach bug. Hermione brought soup and worry in equal measure, checking on him every few hours. He woke at dawn on Monday feeling like a new person, not just rested, rebuilt. His body thrummed with energy. His sight was crystal clear, so sharp he could see individual enchantment threads in the ceiling above his bed. His magical reserves felt not just full but expanded, like a container that had been stretched and now held more than before. He sat up, and the curtains of his four-poster swayed without any physical cause, his ambient magic disturbing the air around him. He needed to be more careful about that. Or maybe he didn't. Maybe the time for careful was over. Harry dressed, went to breakfast, and found the great hall buzzing with tension. "What happened?" he asked, sliding in beside Ron. Ron's face was grim. "Umbridge, she went to the Board of Governors over the weekend while you were unconscious." Hermione pushed a copy of the Daily Prophet across the table. The headline, "Board of Governors approves Hogwarts security audit, paintings to be reviewed." Harry read it fast. Umbridge had bypassed the Charter's protection by framing the painting removal not as permanent but as temporary. A security review that would see paintings removed to the Ministry for analysis. The board, pressured by Fudge, had approved it. Umbridge could start removing paintings again, legally, as soon as today. "How many?" Harry asked. "She's got a list," Hermione said. 53 paintings. She's starting with the ones in the corridors she flagged before, but the list includes paintings from every floor. Harry's sight was already scanning the Great Hall, checking the paintings on the walls. Several of them were looking at him with expressions of fear, painted souls who had heard the news through their network and understood what removal meant. Taken from the castle, separated from the seal network, their preserved energy cut off from the ward structure. If Umbridge removed 53 paintings, the seal network would lose a significant portion of its distributed power. The restoration work Harry had done would be undermined. The Hollow King would gain ground. "She doesn't know what she's doing," Harry said, more to himself than to Ron and Hermione. "She thinks she's removing dark artifacts. She's actually dismantling the castle's immune system." "Can we stop her?" Ron asked. "Not through official channels, not anymore." Harry folded the newspaper. "So we stop her through unofficial ones. What does that mean?" Harry looked at Ron, looked at Hermione, made a decision. "It means we need to talk to Fred and George." The Weasley twins were, as always, delighted to be involved in something subversive. Harry found them in their unofficial workshop, a disused bathroom on the 4th floor that they'd converted into a research lab for their joke products. The room was cluttered with cauldrons, half-finished prototypes, and at least 3 things that were gently on fire. "Harry," Fred beamed, "to what do we owe the pleasure? I need your help with something. It's not a joke." "Our specialty is jokes," George said. "But we dabble in the serious when sufficiently motivated." Harry explained. "Not everything, not the seals, not the Hollow King, not the painted dead. Just the essentials. Umbridge was removing paintings. The paintings were important to the castle's magical stability, and they needed to be kept on the walls. So you need us to make it impossible for Umbridge to remove the paintings, Fred summarized, without it being traceable back to anyone. The twins exchanged a look, the particular look that meant inventive chaos was about to occur. Sticking charm, George suggested. Too obvious, she'd counter it. Multiplying charm. Every painting she removes, two more appear. Brilliant, but she just removed those two. What if the paintings fought back? Harry said. The twins stared at him. Paintings are magical entities, Harry continued. They have a degree of autonomy. If they chose to resist removal, moving between frames, hiding in other paintings, making themselves impossible to locate, Umbridge would be chasing ghosts. And there's nothing in the educational decrees that says paintings can't exercise their own agency. Fred's eyes lit up. The paintings have rights. They've never been legally classified as property or artifacts. They're animated magical entities with demonstrable intelligence. There's an argument, a legal argument, that ordering their removal is no different from ordering the removal of a ghost. And nobody can remove a ghost. George was grinning so wide it looked painful. Harry, when did you become this devious? I've always been devious. I just usually pointed at Voldemort. Well, pointed at Umbridge more often. This is magnificent. Fred grabbed a quill and parchment. Right, here's what we do. We spread the word through the painting network. And yes, I know the paintings have a network. We figured that out in second year when we bribed Sir Cadogan. And we tell every painting in the castle to exercise their right of movement. When Umbridge comes for them, they relocate. They scatter into other paintings, they jump floors, they disappear. She can't remove a painting that isn't where she expects it to be. And if she tries to grab them during the move, that's where we come in, George said, producing a small box of what looked like ball bearings. Portable swamp Mark II. We deploy these in the corridors she'll need to use. Not enough to block the passage, just enough to make it incredibly inconvenient. She'll be so busy dealing with swamp in her shoes that the paintings will have plenty of time to relocate. Harry looked at the twins with genuine admiration. This is why I came to you. Obviously, they said in unison. The painting Resistance, as Fred immediately christened it, launched that evening. Harry had spent the afternoon coordinating with the Painted Souls, passing messages through the network via Sir Cadogan, who was thrilled to be involved in a military operation, and had declared himself general of the Frame Forces. By dinner, every painting in the castle knew the plan. When Umbridge came, they ran. She came after dinner. A squad of ministry workers, dark detectors in hand, marching through the corridors with Umbridge at their head and a list of 53 paintings to collect. They found empty frames. Every single painting on Umbridge's list had relocated. The witch from the Hufflepuff corridor was hiding in a landscape on the 6th floor. The knight from the entrance hall had squeezed into a tiny still life near the astronomy tower. A group of 18th-century wizards had crammed themselves into a painting of a dog, which now showed a very confused dog surrounded by men in powdered wigs. Umbridge's face was a masterwork of controlled fury. Find them, she ordered the ministry workers. Search every floor. They searched. The paintings moved. Faster than the workers, smarter than the workers, with 1,000 years of experience navigating the painted world. Every time a worker spotted a relocated painting, it vanished, jumping to another frame, another floor, another wing. The chase sprawled across the castle, ministry workers sprinting up and down staircases while paintings flickered and hopped like magical whack-a-moles. And then the swamps activated. The corridors became obstacle courses. The workers slipped, skidded, and in one memorable case, ended up waist-deep in conjured bog. Filch, summoned to help, took one look at the chaos and retreated to his office to contemplate his life choices. Harry watched from the 7th floor, leaning against a wall, arms folded. Hermione stood beside him, her expression torn between disapproval and deeply suppressed glee. "This is immature," she said. "Yes. It won't stop her permanently. But it buys us time." "How much time do you need?" Harry looked at her. "A few more weeks, maybe less." Hermione nodded slowly. Then we buy you a few more weeks." Below them, on the fifth floor, a ministry worker slipped on portable swamp and crashed into a suit of armor. The suit of armor, apparently deciding this was the final straw, picked up the worker and deposited him in an umbrella stand. Peeves, who had been hovering nearby, burst into delighted cackles and began pelting the remaining workers with ink pellets. Ron appeared at the far end of the corridor, slightly out of breath, grinning hugely. "She's retreating. Umbridge is calling them off for the night. She looks like she swallowed a lemon dipped in fury." Harry allowed himself a smile. "Good, that buys us tonight." He turned to head to the seventh floor, to the Hall of Echoes, to training, to the ongoing work of sealing the Hollow King away. But before he could take a step, a cold wind blew through the corridor. Not portable swamp cold, not autumn cold, the other cold. Harry's sight snapped open. The corridor's magical substrata flickered, a ripple passing through the ley lines, a disturbance in the ward network that sent shivers through every painting on the wall. Far below, in the deepest foundations of the castle, something shifted. Harry felt it through his bloodline connection to the primary seal. A sudden, violent surge of pressure, the Hollow King throwing his weight against the crack with a force he hadn't used before. The 1-inch crack became 2 inches. Harry's smile vanished. "Go to bed," he told Ron and Hermione. "Both of you now." "Harry, what now?" they went. They knew that tone, the graveyard tone, the basilisk tone, the tone that meant something real and terrible was happening, and Harry was the only one who could face it. Harry ran, not to the Hall of Echoes, not to Alara or Corvus or any of his painted allies. Straight down, through the hidden passages, through the ancient stairs, into the deep places of the castle where the air was cold and the stone was black and the darkness had weight. He burst into the primary seal chamber. The crack was open, 3 inches, 4, wider than it had been since Harry first saw it, the darkness pouring out of it like smoke from a fire, filling the chamber, climbing the walls. The runes around the crack were flickering. His reinforcement from 2 nights ago was still holding, but the Hollow King was hitting it with everything he had, and the force was staggering. Harry planted his feet on the runic circle and pushed. Gold light erupted from his body, not his hands, his entire body. His bloodline magic responding to the threat, surging through every cell. The seal lit up around him, thousands of runes blazing, the containment sphere beneath his feet coming alive with light that drove the darkness back. But the Hollow King pushed harder. "You think you've won something tonight," the voice came, dry and furious and absolutely present. "Your little rebellion, your painted army playing hide-and-seek. While you were distracted, I worked. While you were playing games with a bureaucrat, I was breaking free." "You're not free yet," Harry gasped, pouring more power into the seal. The crack was fighting him, 3 inches, straining toward 4, the edges grinding against his magic like tectonic plates. "Number, but I am closer than I have been in 1,000 years. And you are standing on my doorstep alone, without your painted guardians, without your channeling framework. Just you and me, child, your blood against my will." The darkness surged. Harry felt it hit his magic like a fist hitting a wall. He staggered. His nose bled. His vision blurred. He thought about Cedric. Not the death, the life. Cedric laughing in the Triwizard Maze. Cedric offering to share the cup. Cedric being brave and kind and 17 and dead, because a monster decided he was in the way. He thought about his parents, about Sirius, about every person he'd ever lost to darkness, and he thought about the castle full of children sleeping above him, unaware of what was happening beneath their beds. Harry stopped pushing. Instead, he opened. His sight expanded, not just seeing the seal, not just seeing the chamber, but seeing everything. The entire castle, from the highest tower to the deepest foundation. Every ley line, every ward, every rune, every enchantment. Every painting, every soul, every preserved spark of ancient magic. He opened himself to all of it and let it pour through him. The effect was immediate and devastating. Gold light didn't just emerge from his body, it erupted from the castle. Every stone, every wall, every floor and ceiling, blazing with the accumulated magic of 1,000 years. The seal network lit up like a constellation, all 12 points, 3 restored, 9 still standing, flaring bright. their combined energy flowing through the ley lines and converging on the primary seal. On Harry, the power was unimaginable. Harry screamed, not in pain but in release, the sound torn from his throat by the sheer volume of energy passing through him. He was the conduit, the focal point, the place where a millennium of magic met a 15-year-old boy with the right blood and the right will. The crack closed, not gradually, not inch by inch. It slammed shut, the edges fusing with a flash of white-gold light that blinded Harry even through his closed eyelids. The runes blazed so bright they burned afterimages into the air. The containment sphere resonated, a deep subsonic hum that Harry felt in his bones, and for one perfect, impossible moment the seal was whole. Then the moment passed. The borrowed energy drained away, flowing back to its sources. The castle's magic settled. The light faded. The crack reappeared, but smaller, half an inch, and the runes around it were stronger, visibly, measurably stronger, burning with a steady silver-gold light that hadn't been there before. Harry collapsed. He hit the chamber floor hard, his body completely spent. His magical reserves were gone, not depleted, gone like a tank drained to fumes. His sight flickered and died. The world was just a world again, cold stone, dark air, the faint glow of runes, and silence, complete, absolute silence from the crack. The Hollow King had nothing to say. Harry lay on the floor of the seal chamber and stared at the domed ceiling above him. His body wouldn't move. His magic was empty. He was more vulnerable in this moment than he'd been since the graveyard, but the seal was stronger. The crack was smaller, and the Hollow King was, for the first time in centuries, on the back foot. Harry closed his eyes, footsteps, running, multiple sets. The painted dead flowing through the hidden passages converging on the chamber. Alara's voice sharp with fear. "Harry, Harry, can you hear me?" "I can hear you," he croaked. "You absolute reckless, suicidal." She was kneeling beside him, her cold hands on his face. "Do you have any idea what you just did? You channeled the entire castle through yourself. The entire castle. No one has ever. That's not even supposed to be possible. Apparently it's possible. You could have died. You should have died. The amount of energy that just passed through your body would have burned out any other wizard on the planet. Good thing I'm not any other wizard." Harry tried to sit up, failed, tried again. Alara helped him, propping him against the wall. Corvus was there too, and Morvain and Thuron and Lysara and 3 others Harry hadn't met yet. They were all staring at him with identical expressions, shock, awe, and the dawning realization that the boy they'd pinned their hopes on was even more than they'd thought. Morvain knelt in front of him. Her dark eyes were wet. "The crack," she said. "It's at half an inch. The smallest it's been in 300 years. I know. And the seal network, your reinforcement, galvanized everything. The secondary seals that haven't been restored yet, they're all stronger. Whatever you did, it didn't just affect the primary, it fed the entire system." Harry nodded. He could barely keep his eyes open. "I need to get back to bed. You need to get to a healer. No healers, no one can know about this." He looked at Morvain. "Carry me." "I'm a painting, Harry. I can't carry a physical." Thuron scooped Harry off the floor like he weighed nothing. "I can carry him. Lysara, clear the path." Lysara's hands moved, and shadows gathered around them. A concealment so thorough that Harry could barely see his own hands. They moved through the castle like ghosts, Thuron carrying Harry through hidden passages and forgotten corridors, Lysara's shadow magic hiding them from every detection spell in the building. They reached the 7th floor, the fat lady's portrait. "I can't give the password if she can't see me," Harry mumbled. Thuron set him on his feet. Lysara dropped the concealment. The fat lady startled awake. "Good heavens, dear boy, you look dreadful." "Mimbulus Mimbletonia," Harry said, and stumbled through the portrait hole. The common room was empty. 3 in the morning. Harry made it up the dormitory stairs through pure stubbornness, fell into bed, and was unconscious before he finished pulling the blankets over himself. His last thought, floating in the dark space between waking and sleep, was the memory of the Hollow King's silence after the seal closed. That absence of voice, that shocked stillness. For the first time in 1,000 years, the Hollow King was afraid. Good. Harry slept for 31 hours. He woke on Wednesday afternoon to find Hermione sitting beside his bed with a stack of notes from the classes he'd missed. Ron standing guard at the dormitory door, and his body feeling like it had been taken apart and reassembled by someone who'd mostly read the instructions. "You look better," Hermione said carefully. "I feel like I was hit by the Hogwarts Express." "You slept through all of Tuesday and most of Wednesday. Ron told everyone you had a 24-hour flu. Madame Pomfrey tried to come check on you and Ron told her it was contagious." Harry looked at Ron, who shrugged. "She backed off pretty quick. Nobody wants castle-wide flu." "Thank you, both of you." Hermione set down the notes. Her expression shifted from careful to serious. "Something happened in the castle Monday night, around 2 in the morning. Every student in the school felt it, a vibration like an earthquake but magical. The suits of armor started dancing. The staircases moved all at once. Peeves was screaming that the castle was alive." She paused. "That was you, wasn't it?" Harry met her eyes. "Yes." "Can you tell me what happened?" "I reinforced the primary seal. Used more power than I should have, but it worked." Hermione absorbed this. Her arithmancy mind was working behind her eyes, calculating implications. "How much more power?" "All of it. Everything I had. Plus everything the castle could give me." She was quiet for a long moment. "You nearly died." "Probably." "Harry, I know what you're going to say, and you're right, it was reckless, it was dangerous. I should have waited, planned, used the channeling framework." He sat up, wincing. "But the Hollow King was breaking through. While we were playing keep away with Umbridge's painting squad, he was pushing. If I hadn't acted when I did, the crack would have reached critical width. And next time I'll be stronger. Whatever I did, channeling the whole castle, it expanded my capacity. I can feel it. I'm bigger now. Magically bigger." He held up his hand and let a thread of gold light wind between his fingers. Even this small display sent sparks cascading to the floor. "The seal is holding. The Hollow King is quiet. I bought us time, real time, not hours but weeks." Ron, who had been listening from the doorway, spoke up. "What about Umbridge? She's been mental since the painting chase. She's banned all student organizations, clubs, teams, everything. She's calling it educational decree number 24. Harry swung his legs out of bed. The room tilted, steadied. "What organizations?" "All of them, including any study groups that haven't been approved by her personally." Harry and Hermione locked eyes. "She suspects we're organizing," Hermione said. "She doesn't suspect, she knows, she just can't prove it yet." Harry stood. His legs held, barely, but they held. "The painting resistance was too coordinated. She knows someone directed it. She's looking for the ringleader. You, in other words. Me, in other words." Harry grabbed his robes from the bedpost and started dressing. "Fine, let her look. I've got bigger problems than Dolar's Umbridge." "Harry, she's not someone you can just ignore." "I'm not ignoring her. I'm prioritizing." He pulled on his shoes, straightened his tie in the mirror. The face looking back at him was thinner than it had been in September, the cheekbones sharper, the eyes brighter. The boy who'd arrived at Hogwarts 6 weeks ago was fading, replaced by something harder, more defined. "The seal restoration continues. The painting network stays active. Umbridge can ban every organization in the school. It doesn't affect what I'm doing because what I'm doing happens after midnight in places she can't find." He headed for the door. Ron stepped aside. "Dinner." Ron suggested hopefully. "Dinner," Harry agreed. "I'm starving." They walked down to the Great Hall together, Harry flanked by his 2 best friends, moving through the corridors of a castle that hummed beneath their feet with magic and life and the remnant warmth of what Harry had done 2 nights ago. The paintings watched him pass, every single one. And in their eyes, painted eyes, ancient eyes, the eyes of souls who had waited 1,000 years for someone like him, Harry saw something that made the exhaustion and the pain and the fear worth it. Hope. Not fragile hope. Not desperate hope. The fierce, blazing, unshakable hope of the dead, who have finally found a reason to believe in the living. Harry walked into the Great Hall, sat down at the Gryffindor table and started piling his plate with everything within reach. Across the hall at the staff table, Umbridge was watching him. Her smile was gone. In its place was something more honest, calculation, wariness, the recognition that the boy she'd been trying to break was not going to break. Harry met her gaze, raised his goblet of pumpkin juice and drank. The war was far from over. The seals needed restoration. The Hollow King was wounded but not defeated. Umbridge was dangerous and getting more so. And somewhere in the back of Harry's mind, the knowledge that channeling the entire castle's magic had pushed him past a point of no return, that his body and his power were now something new, something unprecedented, something that even the painted dead didn't fully understand. But for now, there was dinner. There were friends. There was the simple human pleasure of being alive and hungry and surrounded by people who cared about you. Harry ate his dinner. The castle hummed around him. And deep below, in a chamber sealed by ancient runes and the blood of his ancestors, a crack half an inch wide pulsed with darkness, patient and waiting, but smaller than yesterday, and tomorrow smaller still. Chapter 4. The Army of Frames. The corruption started with a landscape painting on the 4th floor. Harry noticed it during his Wednesday night patrol, a habit he'd developed since the castle-wide channeling, walking the corridors after midnight with his sight open, monitoring the seal network, checking for anomalies. The landscape was a pastoral scene, rolling green hills under a butter-yellow sky, sheep dotting the fields like cotton balls. He'd passed it 100 times without a second thought. Tonight the sheep were dead, not gone, dead, lying on their sides in the painted grass, their wool blackened, their eyes dark holes. The green hills had turned the color of a bruise, and the butter-yellow sky was the shade of old bone. The painting's subject, a shepherd who'd been cheerfully waving at passers-by for centuries, was standing in the center of the ruined field, facing away from the frame, staring at something on the painted horizon that Harry couldn't see. Harry stopped. His sight pierced the canvas. The painting's magical signature was wrong. The warm, gentle energy that characterized the pastoral subjects, the healers, the farmers, the quiet souls who'd lived quiet lives, had been replaced by something cold, something familiar, the gray-black smudge of the Hollow King's influence, woven through the painting's enchantment like mold through bread. "Hey," Harry said. The shepherd didn't turn around. "Hey, look at me." The shepherd's head rotated. Not his body, just his head, turning 180 degrees on a neck that shouldn't have been able to bend that way. His face was the same face it had always been, weathered, kind, middle-aged, but his eyes were black. Not dark, black, void black, Hollow King black. "He sees us," the shepherd said in a voice that wasn't his. "He sees us and thinks he can save us. How charming." Harry's wand was up. Gold light gathered at the tip. "Get out of him," Harry said. "Out of him? I'm not in him, child. I'm in the walls. I'm in the foundations. I'm in the very paint on this canvas." He didn't have to be corrupted. He was standing in my territory, and my territory expanded. The shepherd's black eyes blinked sideways like a lizard. "Every seal you restore pushes me back from the physical world. So I've adapted. The painted world is still mine. It always has been. The enchantment that preserves these souls runs through the same foundations I inhabit." "Did your painted mentors not mention that?" Harry's stomach tightened. He kept his expression neutral. "Every painting in this castle," the shepherd continued in the Hollow King's voice, "is tethered to the magical infrastructure I've been feeding on for 1,000 years. Your precious seal network protects the physical world from my influence. But the painted world, the space between the canvas and the frame, that's mine, Harry Potter. It's always been mine. And now that you've forced me to withdraw from the physical corridors, I'm consolidating there instead." The shepherd smiled. It was wrong, too wide, too many teeth, the expression of something wearing a human face like a mask. "How many paintings are in this castle, do you think? 1,000, 2,000. Imagine all of them, looking at you with these eyes." Harry raised his wand and fired. The gold bolt hit the painting dead center. The canvas blazed with light, and for a moment Harry could see the corruption clearly through his sight, dark tendrils woven through the enchantment, embedded in the very fibers of the magical canvas. His power burned through them, searing them away, and the shepherd screamed, his own voice now, frightened and confused as the blackness was driven from his painted soul. The landscape healed. Green hills, butter sky, living sheep. The shepherd collapsed in his painted field, sobbing. Harry lowered his wand. His hand was shaking, not with exhaustion, with anger. The Hollow King was changing tactics, and he just declared war on the painted world. Harry called an emergency council in Corvus's workshop at 1 in the morning. All 5 of the awakened original 12 were there, along with Morven's voice through a small painting on the wall and 3 other painted souls who'd volunteered as scouts. Sir Cadogan, inevitably, a sharp-eyed witch named Helena who occupied a portrait near the Ravenclaw common room, and a grizzled old wizard named Fortescue who'd been monitoring the dungeon corridors. "He's right," Corvus said, his angular face drawn tight. "The painted world shares the same magical substrate as the seal network. We've always known this. It's why our preserved souls are tethered to the seals, but we assumed the seal protected us as well as the physical world. The seal protects against outward manifestation," Morven's voice said from the wall. "It prevents the Hollow King from projecting himself into the physical space of the castle, but the painted world isn't physical. It's a magical space, an enchanted layer between the physical and the metaphysical. The seal was never designed to protect it." "Because when the seal was built, there were no paintings," Alara finished. She was leaning against the wall, arms crossed, her face harder than Harry had ever seen it. "The painted world didn't exist 1,000 years ago. It developed later as magical portraiture became common. The founders hung the first paintings at Hogwarts, and over the centuries the collection grew. But the seal predates all of it. So the Hollow King has a back door," Harry said. "He can't break into the physical castle, but he can reach through the painted world and corrupt the paintings from the inside." "Not all of them," Saren said. Her winter storm eyes were unfocused, her divination working even in death. "The paintings closest to active seals are protected. The seal's energy creates a buffer, but paintings in unprotected areas near failed or weakened seals are vulnerable." "How many unprotected paintings are we talking about?" Corvus tapped the diagnostic table. The map of the castle flared to life, and he overlaid it with the painting distribution, hundreds of tiny lights, each one a painted soul. Then he shaded the areas outside the seal network's protection. Nearly a third of the castle was unshielded. "Over 400 paintings in vulnerable zones," Corvus said. "If the Hollow King moves systematically, he could corrupt them within weeks." "Corrupted paintings," Harry said. "What can they do? They're still paintings, they can't affect the physical world." "They can affect the painted world," Alara said. "They can attack other paintings, destroy them, consume them, absorb their preserved energy. And they can act as the Hollow King's eyes and ears throughout the castle, watching, listening, reporting back. You've been using the painting network as your communication system. He's about to turn it against you." The room was quiet. Harry looked at the map, the 400 vulnerable lights, the dark zones between the seals, the crack in the primary seal still pulsing faintly at the center. "How fast can I restore the remaining seals?" he asked. "You restored 3 in 4 weeks, Corvus said. 9 remain. At that pace, number faster. I'm stronger now than I was 4 weeks ago. The castle channeling expanded my capacity. How fast if I do one every night?" Corvus hesitated. "Your body might sustain that for a few nights, but the cumulative drain, I'm not asking about my body, I'm asking about the math. 1 seal per night, how long until full coverage?" 9 nights. "But Harry, 9 nights. And during those 9 nights the paintings in vulnerable zones need protection." Harry turned to Alara. "You said you're the most dangerous person on the 7th floor. How dangerous are you in the painted world?" Alara's iron eyes gleamed. "In the painted world, I am exactly what I was in life. A war mage with 1,100 years of additional experience. Can you fight corrupted paintings? I can destroy them, but destruction costs us. Every painting destroyed is a soul lost, energy removed from the network. Then don't destroy them, contain them. The way I purified the shepherd, burn out the corruption without killing the host. That takes precision and power. I'll give you power." Harry held out his hand. Gold light gathered. "I can channel my energy into the painted world through my sight. I've been doing it for weeks. Every time I channel a painted soul's magic through myself, I'm bridging the gap between physical and painted. I can reverse the flow, push my power into the paintings, arm you." Alara looked at his outstretched hand, the gold light reflected in her iron eyes. "You want to project your magic into the painted world," she said slowly. "Empower the painted souls to fight the Hollow King's corruption, create an army." I want to give you the ability to defend yourselves. The army part is up to you." Alara reached out and clasped his hand. The gold light surged into her, and Harry watched through his sight as it transformed her, not physically, but magically. Her painted aura, already formidable, blazed with new intensity. The rough wand at her hip hummed. The scars on her face seemed to deepen, not with age but with authority. She released his hand and held up her own. Gold-tinged fire danced between her fingers. "Oh," she said softly, "oh, that is magnificent. How does it feel, like being alive?" She clenched her fist and the fire compressed into a dense sphere. "I haven't felt this strong since the day I died. Harry, this is real combat magic, not preserved echoes. Real, I could fight with this." "Then fight, take whoever you need, patrol the painted world. When you find corruption, burn it out. Protect the vulnerable paintings until I can restore the seals that should be covering them." Alara looked at the other painted souls in the workshop. Corvus, Saren, Thuron, Lysara, Sir Cadogan, who was practically vibrating with excitement. Helena, calm and watchful, Fortescue, grim and ready. "You heard the man," Alara said. "We're going to war." Harry spent the next hour distributing his power. One by one, the painted souls stepped forward and clasped his hand. Each transfer was different, tailored to the recipient, shaped by their individual strengths. Thuron received a surge of raw force, his hammer crackling with gold lightning. Lysara absorbed a subtler gift. Her shadow magic amplified to the point where she could conceal entire corridors of paintings from the Hollow King's perception. Corvus received enhanced ward-casting ability, allowing him to create temporary protective barriers around vulnerable painting clusters. Sir Cadogan received a gold-edged sword that hummed when he drew it, and he immediately attempted to duel a suit of armor in the corridor before Alara grabbed him by the collar and redirected his enthusiasm. Saren was last. She took Harry's hand and her divination flared, her winter storm eyes going wide and then wider, visions cascading behind them like a waterfall. "I can see further," she breathed. "Not just the future, the painted future, the paths the corruption will take, where it will spread next." Her eyes focused on Harry. "The Hollow King is going to hit the western corridor next, 3rd floor. There are 60 paintings there and the nearest seal is one of the failed ones. He'll move tonight." "Then that's where Alara goes first," Harry said. Alara, already moving. She stepped toward the nearest painting on the wall, a small landscape, and paused at the frame's edge. "Harry, yeah, don't try to restore a seal tonight. You've just distributed your power to 9 people. Your reserves need time to rebuild." "I know. I mean it. One night off, rest, eat, do whatever it is living teenagers do. I'll consider it. You'll do it or I'll have Thuron sit on you." She stepped into the painting and was gone. Harry stood in the workshop, alone now except for the hum of the diagnostic table and the glow of the seal network map. His reserves were depleted, not dangerously, but noticeably. Alara was right, he needed rest. He didn't want rest. He wanted to keep moving, keep fighting, keep pushing. Every hour he wasn't restoring a seal was an hour the Hollow King could use to corrupt more paintings, pressure the primary seal, spread his influence. But burning out wouldn't help anyone. Alara's training had taught him that much. Power without endurance was just a firework, bright and brief. Harry left the workshop and climbed to Gryffindor Tower. For once, he went to bed before 3 in the morning. He slept, and for the first time in weeks his dreams were not about darkness or seals or ancient evil. He dreamed about a hillside, a clear blue sky, a woman laughing, Morven alive, happy. The way she'd been before the seal, before the sacrifice, before 1,000 years of painted grief. In the dream, she turned to him and smiled, and the smile was full and warm and joyful, everything the painting's weeping had concealed. "Rest," she said. "You've earned it." Harry rested. Thursday was almost normal. He went to classes. He sat through Transfiguration excellent, Herbology tolerable, and History of Magic comatose. He ate meals. He talked to Ron and Hermione about ordinary things, homework, Quidditch, the latest absurdity of Umbridge's educational decrees. He laughed at something Seamus said at lunch. He helped Neville with his defense essay, not that Umbridge's curriculum required much help, more that Neville wanted to include actual defensive theory and needed someone to validate the instinct. But beneath the normality, Harry's sight tracked the castle's pulse. The seal network was stable. The primary crack held steady at half an inch. And in the painted world, Alara's war had begun. He caught glimpses of it throughout the day, flickers at the edges of paintings, bursts of gold-tinged light from frames he passed in the corridors. At one point, walking between charms and lunch, he passed a large landscape on the third floor and saw, through his sight, a pitched battle happening inside it. Alara and Thuron fighting 3 corrupted paintings that had been stalking the western corridor. The corrupted figures were nightmarish versions of their original subjects, a kindly old witch with void black eyes, a pair of children whose smiles showed too many teeth, a gentleman scholar whose hands ended in shadow claws. Alara moved through them like a scalpel. The gold-tinged fire in her hands cut precise, surgical lines through the corruption, separating the Hollow King's influence from the original souls. One by one, the corrupted paintings screamed, convulsed, and collapsed, then rose again, blinking, confused, their eyes their own colors once more. Harry nodded to Alara as he passed. She was too busy to notice or too professional to acknowledge him in public. Either way, the battle was being won, but not everywhere. Fortescue, patrolling the dungeon corridors, sent word through the painting network that corruption was spreading faster than anticipated. The Hollow King wasn't just corrupting individual paintings, he was corrupting the connections between them. The invisible threads that allowed painted subjects to travel between frames, visit each other, carry messages. He was turning the network's own infrastructure into a delivery system for his influence. Paintings that had been cleansed were being recorrupted within hours, the darkness creeping back through the interframe connections like infection through veins. "We need to cut the connections," Corvus said during a hurried conference that evening. Harry was sitting in Corvus's workshop, eating a sandwich Dobby had brought him. The house elf had somehow figured out where Harry spent his nights and had begun leaving food. Isolate the corrupted zones. Sever the painted network in those areas so the corruption can't spread. "If we sever the network, the paintings in those zones are cut off," Harry said. "They can't call for help. They can't evacuate. If we don't sever it, the corruption will spread to the entire castle within days." Harry stared at the map. The corruption zones were spreading like ink on wet paper, dark stains expanding from the unshielded areas toward the protected ones. Alara's forces were fighting hard, but they were a dozen soldiers against a tide. "There's another option," Harry said slowly. "Instead of cutting the network, we change it. The interframe connections run through the castle's magical substrate, right? The same substrate the Hollow King is embedded in. That's why he can corrupt them. But what if the connections didn't run through the substrate? What if they ran through something else?" Corvus's violet eyes narrowed. "Through what?" "Through me." Silence. "You want to become the painting network's backbone," Corvus said. "Replace the castle's substrate with your own magical signature as the carrier for interframe communication. My bloodline resonates with the seal. The Hollow King can't corrupt my magic. When his influence touches mine, it burns. If the painting network ran through my signature instead of the castle's substrate, he couldn't use it as a delivery system. Harry, that would mean maintaining a constant magical connection to every painting in the castle, simultaneously. That's not channeling a single seal or empowering a handful of soldiers. That's binding yourself to 1,000 souls." 2,000 actually, Harry said. "I checked. 2,000 magical connections maintained constantly day and night. The strain on your body, your channels, your mind would be considerable." "I know," Harry finished his sandwich. "But what's the alternative? Let the Hollow King turn the painted world into his personal army. Watch him corrupt the souls we need to power the seal restoration. Lose the war before we even finish fighting it." Corvus was quiet. He stood at the diagnostic table, his long fingers tracing the edges of the corruption zones, his expression conflicted. "You're proposing something no one has ever attempted," he said finally. "I keep hearing that. It keeps not stopping me." A thin smile. "I suppose it doesn't," he straightened. "If we do this, it needs to be done precisely. Not a brute force flood of your magic into the network, but a careful integration, your signature woven into the existing interframe connections, replacing the corrupted substrate with clean pathways. It's more like surgery than combat. You're the ward specialist. Walk me through it. They worked for 2 hours. Corvus designed the integration framework, a runic architecture that would allow Harry's magic to interface with the painting network's existing structure. It was intricate, delicate, the most complex piece of magical engineering Corvus had attempted in 800 years. Harry learned it in 20 minutes. His sight absorbed the runic patterns the way a sponge absorbs water, and his hands moved with instinctive precision as he practiced the integration technique on a single test painting, a small still life of apples that Corvus kept in the workshop. The apple painting's connection to the network shifted. Harry felt it click into place, a thread of gold running from his core to the canvas, replacing the corrupted substrate pathway with clean, resonant magic. The painting brightened. The apples gleamed. "One down," Harry said. 1,999 to go. "You don't have to integrate them individually," Corvus said. "The network has nodes, central paintings through which most interframe traffic flows. The major portraits, the ones in busy corridors and common rooms. If you integrate the nodes, the clean pathways will propagate through the network automatically." "How many nodes?" 47, Harry almost laughed. 47, same as the runes in a seal circle. This castle has a thing for that number. The castle was built on mathematical harmonics. 47 is a prime with properties that never mind. The point is, 47 integrations will clean the entire network. Then that's what I do tonight. Harry, tonight, Corvus, the corruption is spreading. Every hour we wait, more paintings fall, more souls are twisted, more of the Hollow King's influence embeds itself in the painted world. Harry stood. "I rested today, I ate, I'm as ready as I'm going to be." Corvus looked at him for a long moment. Then he nodded. "I'll identify the nodes and map the optimal integration sequence. Meet me at the main staircase at midnight. We'll start from the top floor and work down." At midnight, Harry stood at the top of the grand staircase, looking down 7 flights of moving stairs to the entrance hall below. The castle was dark and quiet, moonlight slanting through the tall windows. The paintings on the walls were awake. It was past midnight, and the painted world was in its full, three-dimensional reality. Figures stood in their frames, watching Harry with expressions ranging from hope to fear. Word had spread. The painting network, corrupted as it was, still carried messages. Every soul in every frame knew what Harry was about to attempt. Corvus appeared beside him, stepping out of a small portrait at the top of the stairs. "The nodes are marked." He held up a hand, and 47 points of violet light appeared in the air, a three-dimensional map of the castle showing the network nodes' locations. "Start with the fat lady. She's the most heavily trafficked node in the castle. Every Gryffindor student passes through her frame multiple times a day, and she's connected to over 200 other paintings." Harry walked to the fat lady's portrait. She was awake, of course. She was always awake when Harry came through at night. But tonight she wasn't grumbling about the hour. She was standing straight in her frame, her painted face solemn and scared. "I know what you're going to do," she said. "The others told me. Are you willing? I've guarded this entrance for 500 years. I've let students in and kept dangers out. This is no different." She held out her painted hand, pressing it against the inside of the canvas. "Do it." Harry placed his hand on the frame, aligning it with hers. He let his sight open, found the fat lady's connection to the network, a thick bundle of magical threads running from her canvas into the castle's substrate, branching out to dozens of other paintings in every direction. The threads were contaminated. Gray-black smudges of the Hollow King's influence, embedded in the magical fibers, spreading slowly outward. Harry pushed his magic into the connection. Gold light flowed from his hand, into the frame, into the threads. Wherever it touched corruption, the darkness burned away with a hiss like water on hot iron. Clean pathways opened, bright and resonant, carrying Harry's magical signature instead of the tainted substrate. The fat lady gasped. Oh my, that's warm, that's lovely." The integration clicked into place. Harry felt it in his core, a new thread running from his magical center to the fat lady's painting, permanent and strong. One node connected, one pathway cleaned, 46 to go. He moved quickly, down the grand staircase, painting to painting, node to node. Sir Cadogan on the 7th floor. The landscape outside the Ravenclaw common room. A cluster of portraits in the Hufflepuff basement. Each integration took about 3 minutes. Find the connection, burn out the corruption, replace it with his own clean signal. With each node he integrated, the network shifted. Clean pathways propagated outward from the node, pushing back corruption, restoring connections. Paintings that had been cut off by the Hollow King's influence suddenly regained contact with the rest of the network, their subjects blinking and looking around as if waking from a bad dream. By the 10th node, Harry could feel the network's pulse, a constant low hum at the base of his skull, like the vibration of a tuning fork pressed to bone. 200 paintings connected to him through the integrated nodes, their painted lives running through his magic. By the 20th node, the hum had become a symphony. 400 paintings, then 600, their individual presences blending into a collective awareness that sat in the back of Harry's mind like background music. He could feel them, not their thoughts, not their emotions, but their existence. A warm, living tapestry of preserved souls. By the 30th node, the Hollow King noticed. The corruption surged, not a gradual spread and attack, a coordinated, violent assault on the painting network's remaining corrupted zones, the Hollow King throwing his influence into the connections Harry hadn't cleaned yet, trying to overwhelm the network before Harry could finish. Painting screamed. Harry felt it through the integrated nodes, a cascade of distress signals, painted souls crying out as the corruption hit them. In the dungeon corridors, a dozen paintings went black simultaneously. On the 2nd floor, a group of landscapes twisted into nightmarish parodies, their idyllic scenes becoming hellscapes of shadow and fire. "He's accelerating," Corvus shouted from somewhere behind Harry. "The remaining nodes are being targeted. He's trying to corrupt them before you can integrate them." Harry was running now, physically running through the castle from node to node, his hands slapping against frames as he passed. Each integration was faster than the last, his technique improving, his sight sharpening, the clean pathways propagating more efficiently as the network shifted toward his signal. 31, 35, 38. The Hollow King's assault intensified. The castle shook, actually shook, stone grinding against stone. The paintings on the walls rattled in their frames. A suit of armor toppled with a crash that echoed through the corridor. 40, 42. Harry was bleeding from the nose again. His magic was pouring out of him in a continuous stream, maintaining 1,000 connections while building new ones. The strain was immense, not just magical but physical, his body serving as the junction point for an entire world's worth of preserved souls. 44, 45. He could feel the Hollow King's fury, not through the network, through the primary seal. The crack was being hammered, the entity throwing everything he had at it, trying to break through to the physical world where Harry's body was vulnerable, mortal, killable. The crack held. Harry's earlier reinforcement was strong enough, but barely. 46. One more node and the network would be complete. Every painting in the castle running through Harry's magic, clean and protected. The last node was in the dungeons, a large portrait of a medieval feast that served as the primary hub for every painting in Slytherin territory. Harry sprinted down the stairs, leaped over the toppled suit of armor and skidded into the dungeon corridor. The painting was corrupted, not partially, completely. The medieval feast had become a scene of horror. The diners were shadows. The food was rot. The table was a slab of black stone, and sitting at its head, wearing the ruined painting like a suit, was a figure that made Harry's blood freeze. It was the Hollow King, not a manifestation, not a tendril, the actual consciousness of the Hollow King, projected into the painted world through the corrupted network, wearing the body of the feast's painted host like a puppet. The figure was tall, gaunt, robed in darkness that moved like liquid. His face was almost human, angular, aristocratic, the face of the scholar Malachi had been before he dissolved himself into the earth. but his eyes were voids, and his smile was the crack in the primary seal given human expression. "Hello, Harry," the Hollow King said through the painting. His voice resonated through the corrupted network, and 100 paintings along the corridor walls flickered and darkened in response. "You've been busy. Again." "Get out of that painting," Harry said. "Make me." Harry raised his hand and fired a bolt of gold light at the canvas. The Hollow King caught it. The painted figure raised one shadow-clad hand, and Harry's magic hit it and stopped. Not dissipated, not deflected, stopped, held, examined. The Hollow King turned the gold light over in his painted fingers, studying it with academic interest. "Fascinating," he said. "Pure bloodline magic attuned to the seal frequency. Very powerful, very bright." He closed his fist, and the gold light went out like a candle. "And very predictable." He struck back. A wave of darkness erupted from the painting, not a bolt, not a beam, but a wall. It poured from the canvas like black water from a broken dam, flooding the corridor, reaching for Harry with tendrils of void that ate the light wherever they touched. Harry threw up a shield, the golden barrier Alara had taught him, powered by his will and his sight. The darkness hit the shield and hissed, clawing at it, pressing against it with the weight of 1,000 years of accumulated malice. "You can't beat me in the painted world," the Hollow King said, his voice coming from everywhere now, from the corrupted painting, from the darkness, from the walls themselves. "This is my domain. I am woven into the substrate that your precious paintings live in. Fighting me here is like fighting the ground you stand on." "I'm not fighting you," Harry said through gritted teeth, his shield straining under the assault. "I'm just getting close enough." He lunged forward. Through his own shield, through the wall of darkness, one hand extended. The Hollow King's painted eyes widened, surprise, genuine surprise, the first Harry had ever provoked from him. Harry's hand slammed against the painting's frame, and he poured everything he had into the final integration. Gold light exploded through the corrupted network. The darkness screamed, the Hollow King screamed, a sound that existed only in the magical spectrum, a frequency of rage and pain that shattered 3 glass cases in the corridor and cracked the stone floor. The corruption burned away, seared from every thread and connection, replaced by Harry's clean, resonant signal. The medieval feast painting healed. The darkness retreated. The diners returned, blinking and bewildered. The food was food again. The host sat in his chair, rubbing his painted head like a man waking from a nightmare. And the Hollow King was gone, driven out of the painted world entirely, his influence severed from the network, every connection now running through Harry's blood-attuned magic. 47 nodes, complete integration. Harry collapsed against the corridor wall, sliding down until he was sitting on the cold stone floor. Blood was flowing freely from both nostrils. His hands were shaking. His magical reserves were not empty. Somehow, despite everything, not empty. The network was feeding him, the 2,000 connected paintings pouring their gratitude and their preserved energy back through the connections he'd built, sustaining him even as he sustained them. A symbiosis, a loop, 2,000 souls and one living boy, feeding each other, keeping each other alive. Harry wiped blood from his upper lip and started laughing. It wasn't a sane laugh exactly. It was the laugh of someone who just punched a god in the face and lived. The laugh of someone running on adrenaline and ancient magic and the sheer, stupid, magnificent refusal to give up. Footsteps in the corridor. Alara, Corvus, Thuron, and a dozen other painted souls, pouring from their frames, their gold-tinged weapons drawn, their faces set for battle. They found Harry sitting on the floor, laughing, covered in blood, surrounded by healed paintings. "We're too late," Thuron observed. "He didn't need us," Alara said quietly. She was looking at Harry with an expression he'd never seen from her before, not the sharp approval of a teacher, not the tactical assessment of a general, something more personal, more intimate, pride, the fierce, helpless pride of a mentor watching their student surpass them. "I need a handkerchief," Harry said, "and possibly a nap." Corvus produced a painted handkerchief, which, being painted, was absolutely useless for actual blood. Harry laughed harder. "The network is clean," he managed between gasps. "All 47 nodes integrated. Every painting in the castle is connected through me. The Hollow King can't corrupt the painted world anymore. We felt it, Corvus said. Every painting in the castle felt the moment you completed the integration. It was like a light turning on, like dawn. And the Hollow King, driven from the painted world entirely, he's back in his prison behind the seal. The primary crack is still there, still half an inch, but without access to the painted network, his ability to influence the castle is drastically reduced. Good. Harry wiped his nose on his sleeve since the painted handkerchief was useless. Then we have breathing room, time to restore the remaining seals without fighting on two fronts. He stood, his legs held barely. The network hummed in the back of his mind, 2,000 voices, quiet and present like a room full of people breathing together. I need to tell you something, Harry said, looking at the assembled painted souls. When the integration completed, when I connected to the full network, I felt something, from the primary seal, not the Hollow King, something else. Alara's expression sharpened. What? A resonance, a pattern in the seal that I didn't see before, like a hidden layer beneath the runes. Harry paused, trying to find the right words. The seal isn't just a containment barrier. There's something else built into it, a mechanism, a function beyond just keeping the Hollow King locked up. Morven's voice came from the wall, thin and strained. Harry, you know what it is, he said, not an accusation, a certainty. You built the seal, Morven, you know what I'm sensing. A long, weighted silence. The painted souls looked at each other, at Morven's painting, at Harry. The seal has a kill function, Morven said. The words fell into the silence like stones into water. The original design wasn't just containment, she continued. It was meant to be permanent. To not just imprison Malachi, but to eventually dissolve him, to break down his consciousness over centuries and disperse it harmlessly into the earth. The containment was supposed to be the first phase. The dissolution was the second. But it never happened, Harry said. The dissolution function requires more power than the containment. It was supposed to build over time, the seal accumulating energy from the convergence point, growing stronger, until it reached the threshold needed to activate the kill function. But Malachi was draining the convergence point faster than the seal could accumulate. The kill function never charged. The containment became permanent instead of temporary, and then the containment started failing. Harry absorbed this. So the seal has a built-in weapon, a way to actually destroy the Hollow King, not just imprison him, end him. In theory, but the power requirement is enormous, far beyond what the 12 of us could provide even at full strength. How much power? Morven was quiet. How much, Morven? More than any single wizard has ever channeled. More than the castle's entire magical reserve. The dissolution function would require every ounce of magical energy in the convergence point, directed through the seal, focused by a living conduit with bloodline resonance. In other words, it would kill you, Morven said. Her voice cracked. The energy required would burn through your body in seconds. No human being, no matter how powerful, no matter how perfectly attuned, could survive channeling the full convergence point. It would be like trying to pour the ocean through a garden hose. The corridor was very quiet. Harry looked at the assembled painted souls. Alara's iron eyes were bright. Corvus's angular face was carefully blank. Thuron was gripping his hammer so hard the handle was cracking. So that's the cost, Harry said. The one everybody kept hinting at, the price of finishing this. It's not the only option, Alara said, and her voice was tight with something Harry hadn't heard from her before, desperation. The containment can be restored. The seals can be rebuilt. We can buy another 1,000 years. Another 1,000 years of watching it decay, Harry interrupted gently. Another 1,000 years of waiting for the next person with the sight. Another 1,000 years of the Hollow King chipping away at the barrier while the painted dead guard a prison that gets weaker every day. Better than you dying. Maybe, maybe not. Harry pushed off the wall and stood straight. But we don't have to decide that tonight. Tonight, the network is clean. The Hollow King is contained. The seal is holding. We have time. Time for what? Time to figure out a way to activate the kill function without it killing me. Harry looked at Corvus. You're a ward specialist. The best who ever lived, you keep telling me. Is there a way to modify the dissolution function? Change the power routing? Find a way to channel the convergence point without it destroying the conduit, Corvus was already thinking. Harry could see it, the gears turning behind those violet eyes, the architect's mind engaging with a problem that was, at its core, a design challenge. The original dissolution function was designed for a group of 12, Corvus said slowly. 12 casters, sharing the load, each one handling a fraction of the total energy. If we could replicate that distribution, route the convergence point through 12 channels instead of one, through the 12 seals, Harry said. Each seal is keyed to one of the original 12. If I channel through all 12 simultaneously, the energy would be distributed across 12 points instead of concentrated in one. Each channel would carry a twelfth of the total power, still enormous, still dangerous, but potentially survivable, potentially. I'd need to recalculate the entire dissolution architecture, redesign the power routing. It would take, how long? Days, a week at most. You have a week. I'll keep restoring seals. By the time you've redesigned the architecture, the full network will be active and we'll be ready. The painted souls looked at each other. Harry could feel their emotions through the network, hope, fear, determination, and beneath it all, the fierce, ancient loyalty of people who had been waiting 1,000 years for someone worth following. One thing, Morven said. Harry turned toward her painting. If the dissolution works, if you survive, the painted world will change. The enchantment that preserves our souls is tied to the seal. If the seal's purpose is fulfilled, if the Hollow King is truly destroyed, the enchantment will have no anchor. We'll. She trailed off. You'll what? We'll pass on, truly die. Our preserved souls will be released. The silence that followed was absolute. 2,000 paintings connected through Harry's network, holding their breath. Harry looked at Morven's painting, at the woman who had wept for 1,000 years, at his ancestor who had given up her happiness and then her life and then even her death's rest, all to fight a monster that wouldn't stay beaten. Would that be so terrible? He asked softly. To finally rest, Morven's painted eyes shimmered. No, she whispered. No, it wouldn't. Harry emerged from the dungeons at 4 in the morning, exhausted and bloody and thrumming with the constant hum of 2,000 connected souls. The castle was quiet. The corridors were empty, almost empty. Umbridge was standing at the top of the dungeon stairs, not in her pink cardigan, not with her clipboard, not wearing her professional smile. She was in a dressing gown, her hair in curlers, and she was holding a dark detector that was screaming, a shrill, continuous wail that echoed off the stone walls. She was looking directly at Harry. Her face was white, not with anger, with fear. The dark detector's wail was so loud it was making the paintings on the walls rattle, and its crystal tip was pointed straight at Harry, pulsing with red light. "Mr. Potter," she said. Her voice was very controlled, but Harry could hear the tremor beneath it. "Why is my dark detector reacting to you?" Harry looked at her. He looked at the dark detector, a standard ministry-issue paranormal sensor, calibrated to react to dark magical signatures. It wasn't detecting dark magic from Harry. It was detecting the sheer volume of magical energy emanating from him, 2,000 painting connections, the seal network resonance, his amplified bloodline power. To a dark detector, which was designed to flag any magical anomaly above a certain threshold, Harry was lighting up like a bonfire. "It's not reacting to dark magic," Harry said. "It's reacting to magic. There's a difference. The Ministry's instruments do not lie. This detector is calibrated to identify. I know what it's calibrated to identify. It's calibrated to flag anything above standard magical output. A sufficiently powerful wizard could set it off by sneezing." Harry took a step toward her. The dark detector's wail intensified. Umbridge took a step back. "You're not detecting a dark artifact, Professor. You're detecting me." Umbridge's eyes were wide. The fear was plain now, undisguised, the bureaucratic mask stripped away by the primal terror of standing in front of something she couldn't categorize or control. "What are you?" she whispered. Harry considered several answers. He settled on the truth. "I'm a student," he said. "It's 4 in the morning. I'm going to bed." He walked past her. The dark detector screamed as he passed, the crystal tip swiveling to track him and then faded as he moved away, the wail diminishing to a whimper and then silence. Behind him, Umbridge stood at the top of the dungeon stairs, clutching her dark detector, staring at the empty corridor where Harry had been. He didn't look back. The next 8 days were a marathon, 1 seal per night. Harry burned through his reserves and rebuilt them, burned through and rebuilt, the cycle becoming a rhythm, a heartbeat of exertion and recovery that his body adapted to with startling speed. The convergence point fed him power. The painting network sustained him. The bloodline resonance strengthened with each restored seal, as if the act of healing the barrier was healing something in Harry's own magic. Seal 4, channeling a painted warrior named Aldrich the Unbroken, a man so stoic that his magical signature felt like granite. Seal 5, channeling Helena the Watcher, whose razor-sharp perceptive magic cut through the corruption around her seal like a blade through gauze. Seal 6, Fortescue, whose steady, patient energy was the easiest to channel, like pouring water from one glass to another. Seal 7, Seal 8, Seal 9. Each restoration followed the same pattern. Descend to the seal location, connect with the original caster's painted soul, channel their preserved magic through Harry's body into the 47 runes. Each time the Hollow King pushed back. Each time Harry pushed harder. By the 6th restoration, the pushback was weaker. The Hollow King was conserving his strength, pulling back from the secondary seals to concentrate on the primary. The crack held at half an inch. Harry's reinforcement was strong enough to prevent expansion, but the Hollow King's constant pressure prevented further healing. A stalemate, for now. On the surface, Hogwarts was in chaos. Umbridge had filed a formal report with the Ministry about Harry's dark detector reading. Fudge, who was already convinced that Dumbledore was building an army at Hogwarts, seized on it as evidence that students were being trained in dark magic. New educational decrees appeared almost daily, banning unsupervised gatherings, restricting access to the library's restricted section, installing dark detectors at every corridor junction. The dark detectors went haywire around Harry. Every single one. He couldn't walk through a corridor without setting off alarms, and within 3 days, the constant false positives had rendered the entire system useless. Filch spent most of his time running from one screaming detector to another, and Umbridge was forced to order them all deactivated when they started going off every time a particularly powerful 6th year walked past. Harry hadn't planned that, but he appreciated the side effect. Hermione's intelligence network, Fred and George's extendable ears supplemented by Ginny's talent for casual eavesdropping and Neville's unexpected gift for being invisible in plain sight, kept Harry informed of Umbridge's moves. She was building a case, writing reports, documenting Harry's disruptive behavior, an anomalous magical signature, and resistance to ministry oversight. She was also, Harry noticed through his sight, spending more time on the 3rd floor near her office, the area covered by the recently restored seal. The Hollow King's influence on her had been disrupted by the restoration, and without it amplifying her worst tendencies, she was marginally less cruel. Not kind, she was never going to be kind. But the blood quill hadn't made an appearance since the seal went up, and her detentions, while still unpleasant, lacked the sadistic edge they'd had before. She didn't know why she'd changed. Nobody did, but Harry noticed. Ron noticed other things. "Dumbledore's been watching you," he said one evening in the common room. Not the usual twinkling eye thing, watching, like he's trying to figure something out. He probably is. Should we be worried about that? Dumbledore and I will have to talk eventually, when I'm ready, not before. And when will you be ready? Harry looked at his friend. Ron's freckled face was open, trusting, patient in a way that would have been impossible at 13 but came naturally at 15. He'd been running interference for Harry for weeks, covering absences, managing the rumor mill, coordinating with Hermione's intelligence network. He'd done all of it without complaint and without pressing for more information than Harry offered. "Soon," Harry said. "More seal and the network is complete. Then we move on the primary. The final boss, something like that. Do you have a plan? Corvus is designing one. It involves channeling an absurd amount of magical energy through my body to activate a 1,000-year-old kill switch. Ron blinked. Will it work? Corvus says probably. Will it kill you? Corvus says probably not. That's a lot of probablys, mate. Welcome to my life. Ron was quiet for a moment, then, I want to be there. When you do it, whatever happens, I want to be there. Ron, don't tell me it's too dangerous. Don't tell me I can't help. I've been beside you for every impossible thing you've done since we were 11. You're not doing this one alone. Harry looked at his best friend, the boy he'd met on a train who'd offered to share his sandwiches, who'd followed him into the dark again and again without ever being asked twice. Okay, Harry said. You'll be there. The 12th seal was Morven's. It was the last of the secondaries, the one that completed the circle, closed the network, made the barrier whole. And it was the most important because it was the keystone, the seal that connected all the others, the architectural centerpiece of the entire containment system. It was also the hardest to reach. Morven's seal wasn't in a corridor or a basement or a hidden alcove. It was in the painting, her painting, the weeping woman. The seal was carved into the canvas itself, not the physical canvas but the magical substrate of the painting, the boundary between the painted world and the physical world. I put it there because it was the safest place I could think of, Morven explained. They were in the abandoned corridor midnight, the castle sleeping around them. Inside a painting behind the frame woven into the enchantment that preserves my soul, the Hollow King couldn't reach it without going through me. And now I need to reach it. Yes, but not from the outside. You need to enter the painting. Harry stared at her. Enter the painting. Your sight allows you to perceive the painted world. The network integration connects you to it. And your bloodline, our bloodline, gives you access to the space between the canvas and the frame. The liminal space where the painted souls actually exist. You're telling me I can go inside a painting. I'm telling you that you must. The seal can only be restored from within. Harry looked at the painting. The weeping woman in her tarnished silver frame, a flat canvas to anyone else. To Harry, it was a doorway. Will I be able to get back out? You're the network backbone, Harry. 2,000 paintings are connected to you. You can't get lost. You'd always be able to follow the threads home. That's not exactly a comforting answer. It's the truthful one. Harry nodded. He turned to look behind him. The corridor was crowded not with physical bodies but with painted souls. Every one of the original 12 was there, stepped out of their frames, watching. Alara, arms crossed, her scarred face set. Corvus, hands clasped behind his back, violet eyes intent. Thuron, Lysara, Saren, Brigid, Aldrich, Helena, Fortescue, and 3 others Harry had come to know over the past 8 days. Magnus the Dreamer, Isolde of the Fens, and Rowan Ashwood. 12 souls, his army of the dead, his ancestors, his teachers, his friends. If something goes wrong in there, Harry said, don't come in after me. The seal needs to be restored whether I make it back or not. Nothing is going to go wrong, Alara said. If it does, it won't. Alara, she met his eyes. The iron in them was bright. If it does, she said very quietly, I will come in after you anyway, and so will every soul in this corridor. So don't bother making noble speeches. Harry almost smiled. Fair enough. He turned to the painting, raised his hand, placed his palm flat against the canvas, and pushed. The world dissolved. For a moment, a fraction of a second that felt like a century, Harry existed nowhere. Not in the physical world, not in the painted world. In the gap between them. The liminal space. It was cold and dark and infinite, and it hummed with a frequency that Harry recognized as his own heartbeat amplified to cosmic proportions. Then the painted world caught him. He fell through the canvas like Alice through the looking glass, and suddenly he was standing on solid ground under a painted sky. The world around him was, he didn't have words for it. It was like reality but more so. Colors were deeper, textures were sharper. The air had a crystalline quality as if the light was moving through cut glass. He was inside the painting, Morven's painting. But the weeping woman's landscape was larger than its frame suggested. It extended in every direction, a rolling expanse of dark hills under a sky the color of twilight. The horizon shimmered with the edges of other paintings, adjacent canvases connected through the network. their borders visible as golden lines in the air. And there, in the center of the landscape, was the seal. It was beautiful, not the carved stone runic circles of the secondary seals in the physical world. This was a seal rendered in paint and light and pure magical intent, a mandala of interlocking patterns that floated above the ground, its runes burning with a faint blue light that was almost, but not quite, gone. Harry walked toward it. The painted ground crunched beneath his feet, real enough to feel, surreal enough to remind him that nothing here was quite what it seemed. Morven materialized beside him. Inside her own painting, she was different, more real, more present. The flatness that clung to her even when she stepped out of the frame was gone, replaced by a three-dimensionality that made her look, for the first time, truly alive. "This is where I live," she said. "This is my world, the space between the canvas and the frame. It's beautiful. It's a prison." But she said it without bitterness. "A beautiful prison, but a prison nonetheless. I've been here for 1,000 years, Harry, watching the world through a window I can't open." Harry looked at her. At this woman, his ancestor, his guide, the architect of the seal that had kept the world safe for a millennium. In this painted world, she wasn't weeping. Her face was calm, resolved, clear. "Let's finish this," he said. He raised both hands. The seal responded, the blue light flaring brighter, the runes beginning to rotate, the mandala pattern expanding. His bloodline magic sang through the painted world, resonating with Morven's seal on a level so deep it was almost molecular. The same frequency, the same blood, grandmother and grandson, separated by 1,000 years, united by the magic in their veins. The restoration was effortless. Not easy, the seal was damaged, and the runes needed energy, and the Hollow King pressed against it from below with reflexive malice. But the bloodline resonance was so perfect, so seamless, that the magic flowed like water finding its level. Harry didn't have to force it. He just had to allow it. 47 runes. They lit up not one by one, but in a cascade, a chain reaction, each rune igniting the next, the mandala pattern blazing to life in a spiral of blue-gold light that expanded outward until the entire painted landscape was illuminated. The last rune locked into place. The seal was complete. And through the network, through the 47 nodes, through the 2,000 connected paintings, through the 11 other restored seals, the entire containment system lit up. For the second time, Harry felt the full scope of the barrier, a sphere of magical light surrounding the Hollow King's prison, blazing with the combined power of 12 restored seals and one living conduit. The primary crack shuddered, held, didn't grow. The Hollow King was silent. Harry lowered his hands. The painted world around him pulsed with afterglow, the landscape transformed, the dark hills brightening, the twilight sky warming to a pale, gentle gold. Morven was weeping, but not the terrible, endless, joyless weeping of the painting. These were real tears, warm tears, the tears of a woman feeling something she hadn't felt in 1,000 years. "The sacrifice," she whispered. "The joy I gave up. I can feel it. The restoration is feeding back through the bloodline. Harry, I can feel," she broke off, pressed her hands to her chest, and laughed. It was the sound from his dream, the laugh from the hillside, bright and fierce and full of a joy that had been locked away for a millennium. It rang through the painted world, and every connected painting heard it, and Harry felt the ripple through the network, 2,000 souls startled and wondering, as the weeping woman laughed for the first time in 1,000 years. Harry watched her, and something in his chest cracked open, not painfully, but like a seed splitting to let a shoot through. He was crying too, he realized. He didn't know when he'd started. "Thank you," Morven said. She took his hands. Her grip was warm, actually warm for the first time since he'd known her. "Thank you, Harry. Don't thank me yet. We still have the primary seal to deal with." "I know. But this moment, I've been waiting for this for 1,000 years." She squeezed his hands. "Whatever happens next, this was worth it." Harry squeezed back. Then he took a breath, wiped his eyes, and turned toward the golden line at the edge of the painted world that marked the boundary with the physical. "Time to go home," he said. He stepped through the boundary, and the painted world released him. He fell forward through the canvas, through the liminal space, and stumbled back into the abandoned corridor on the 7th floor. The painted souls were waiting, all of them, the original 12 and dozens more painted figures who had gathered from across the castle, crowding into the corridor's paintings to witness the moment. "It's done," Harry said. "All 12 secondary seals restored, full network online." The corridor erupted, painted souls cheering, weeping, embracing. Thuron swung his hammer above his head with a roar. Lysara was actually smiling. Sir Cadogan was galloping up and down his frame, waving his gold-edged sword and shouting about victory. And Morven, inside her painting, was smiling. Not the shattered, desperate smile from their first meeting. A real smile, full and warm and joyful. The weeping woman had stopped weeping. Alara stood apart from the celebration, watching Harry with those iron eyes. He walked over to her. "Corvus," he asked, "finished the redesign this morning. The distributed dissolution architecture is ready. 12 channels routed through the 12 secondary seals converging on the primary. Total energy requirement distributed evenly. Survivable, he says, probably." That word again. That word again. Alara looked at him. "Are you ready?" Harry thought about it. Really thought, not the reflexive bravado that had carried him through most of his life. Was he ready to channel the full power of the convergence point through his body, to activate a weapon that might end him, to face the Hollow King one last time, not to contain but to destroy? "Tomorrow night," he said. "One more day, there are things I need to do first." Alara nodded. She didn't ask what things. She didn't need to. Harry left the corridor and walked through the castle. Dawn was breaking, pink and gold, the sky lightening through the tall windows. The paintings on the walls were settling back into their frames, the night world giving way to the day world, three-dimensional souls flattening to two-dimensional portraits. But they were brighter now, all of them. The entire castle's painted population, renewed by the restored seal network, sustained by Harry's integrated pathways. Even in their flat daytime forms, they glowed with an energy that hadn't been there before. Harry reached the fat lady's portrait. She was transitioning from her nighttime self, a full, complex woman with memories and opinions and centuries of experience, to her daytime self, a chatty portrait guarding a door. "Mr. Potter," she said, her voice caught between the two states. "Thank you. For what? For seeing us, for caring, for everything." She paused, her painted face soft with emotion. "The password is fortitude. It changed this morning." "Fortitude," Harry said and climbed through the portrait hole. One more day, one more night, and then, one way or another, this ended. Chapter 5. The Living Gallery. Harry spent his last day like it was any other. He went to breakfast. He sat between Ron and Hermione. He ate eggs and toast and drank tea that was too hot and listened to Seamus argue with Dean about whether the Kenmare Kestrels had a shot at the league title this year. He said good morning to Neville, who was nursing a cactus that kept trying to bite him. He nodded to Ginny, who nodded back with the particular expression of a girl who knew something was happening and was too smart to ask about it in public. He went to Charms. Flitwick was teaching shield charms, ironic, given that Harry could now produce shields that would stop a charging dragon, and Harry performed them at exactly the expected level. Not too good, not too sloppy. The careful calibration of a student who didn't want questions he couldn't answer, but halfway through the class he stopped. He lowered his wand. He looked around the room at the students, the desks, the sunlight coming through the windows. At the paintings on the walls, their subjects going about their painted business. At the dust motes floating in the light. At the worn stone floor and the ancient wooden beams and the thousand tiny details that made this room, this castle, this life something worth fighting for. He'd been so focused on the war beneath the castle that he'd almost forgotten what he was fighting to protect. Not abstract concepts, not the world or magical society or the greater good. These people, this place. The boy with the biting cactus and the girl who was too smart for her own good and the friends who followed him into darkness without being asked twice. "Mr. Potter," Flitwick was looking at him, "is everything all right?" "Fine, Professor, just appreciating the lesson." Flitwick beamed. Harry went back to casting deliberately mediocre shield charms and tried not to think about the fact that this might be the last time he sat in this classroom. He found Dumbledore after lunch. Not by accident. Harry walked to the gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's office, said, "I need to speak with Professor Dumbledore," and waited. The gargoyle studied him for a long moment, longer than usual, and then stepped aside without requiring a password. The spiral staircase carried him upward. Harry knocked on the office door. "Come in, Harry." Dumbledore's office was the same as always, cluttered, circular, full of strange silver instruments that whirred and puffed. Fawkes sat on his perch, his plumage brilliant. The sorting hat drooped on its shelf, and Dumbledore sat behind his desk, looking old and tired and sharp all at once. "I've been expecting you," Dumbledore said, "though I confess I expected you sooner. I wasn't ready sooner. Number I suppose you weren't." Dumbledore gestured to the chair opposite his desk. Harry sat. "You've been busy this term, Harry. The castle has been unsettled, magical fluctuations I can't explain. Corridors warming and cooling. My instruments," he waved at the silver devices, "have been behaving erratically for weeks." "I know. I suspect you know more than that." Harry looked at the old wizard. The blue eyes behind the half-moon spectacles were bright and curious, but there was something else there too, a vulnerability. A recognition that the student sitting across from him had become something Dumbledore didn't entirely understand, and that the balance of their relationship had shifted in ways neither of them had anticipated. "There's something beneath the castle," Harry said. "An ancient sorcerer called Malachi, who bound his consciousness to the magical foundations 1,000 years ago. He's been sealed by a runic barrier, but the barrier has been failing. I've spent the past 6 weeks restoring it." Dumbledore was very still. "Go on." "The paintings helped me. They're not just animated portraits, they're preserved souls, complete people, maintained by an enchantment tied to the seal. I can see them as they truly are because of an inherited ability called the sight, which runs in my bloodline. The Potters descend from the witch who built the original seal." Harry laid it out. All of it. The Hollow King, the seal network, the secondary restorations, the painting corruption, the network integration. He spoke for 15 minutes without interruption, and Dumbledore listened with an intensity that made the air in the office feel charged. When Harry finished, Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. He steepled his fingers, his expression grave. "I have felt the castle's magic shifting," he said finally. "I attributed it to the stress of the political situation, Umbridge, the ministry, the general tension. I was wrong." He paused. "I was wrong about a great many things, it seems. You couldn't have known. The sight is the only way to perceive what's really happening. Without it, the seal network is invisible." "That is generous of you, Harry. But a headmaster who doesn't understand the foundations of his own school has failed in a fundamental duty." Dumbledore's expression was pained, genuine, deep pain, not performed. "You've been carrying this alone." "Not alone. I had the paintings, and Ron and Hermione. But not me. Not you." The words hung between them. Harry didn't soften them. He didn't need to. They weren't an accusation. They were a fact. Dumbledore had been absent, distracted, pulled in too many directions. Harry had handled it. "What happens tonight?" Dumbledore asked. "Tonight I activate the seal's dissolution function. It's a built-in mechanism designed to destroy the Hollow King permanently, not just contain him, but break down his consciousness and disperse it. Corvus Ashford, one of the Painted Souls, a ward specialist, has redesigned the architecture to route the power through 12 channels instead of 1. It should be survivable. Should be. Will be. If everything works as designed." Dumbledore looked at him. The twinkle was gone from his eyes. What was left was something raw: respect, fear, and a terrible, helpless pride. "Is there anything I can do?" Dumbledore asked. Harry had thought about this. "The dissolution will release an enormous amount of magical energy. The castle will shake. The wards will fluctuate. Every detection spell in the building will go off simultaneously. I need you to keep order above while I work below. Keep Umbridge away from the lower levels. Keep the students calm. Keep anyone from interfering." "I can do that. And afterward, if it works, the painting enchantment will lose its anchor. The preserved souls will pass on. The castle will lose its painted population." Dumbledore's expression shifted. "All of them. All of them. Every painting in Hogwarts will go dark." A long silence. Dumbledore looked at the portraits on his office walls, the previous headmasters and headmistresses dozing in their frames, centuries of accumulated wisdom stored in oil and canvas. "That is a significant loss," he said quietly. "It's the price. They know it. They've accepted it." Harry stood. "They've been waiting 1,000 years to finish this fight. Staying in their paintings forever was never what they wanted. This is their chance to rest." Dumbledore rose as well. For a moment they stood on opposite sides of the desk, the old wizard and the young one, the mentor and the student, the man who had been guiding Harry's life from the shadows and the boy who had stepped out of those shadows into his own light. "Harry," Dumbledore said, "I owe you an apology." "For what specifically?" "For underestimating you, for keeping you at arm's length when I should have been standing beside you, for treating you as a piece on a board when you are, in fact, the player." He paused. "I have made many mistakes in my life. Failing to see who you truly are may be the greatest." Harry looked at the headmaster. The anger he'd carried all summer at being shut out, ignored, managed was still there, but it was smaller now, worn smooth by weeks of real purpose and real power. Dumbledore's failures were real, but they were human failures, and Harry had bigger things to focus on. "Apology accepted," he said. "Keep the castle safe tonight." "I will." Harry turned and walked out of the office. Behind him, Fawkes let out a single, clear note, a phoenix song that followed Harry down the spiral staircase and lingered in his ears long after the gargoyle sealed shut behind him. He found Ron and Hermione in the common room that afternoon. He sat them down in a corner, cast a privacy charm that would have impressed Flitwick, and told them everything. Not the abbreviated version he'd been giving them in pieces over the past weeks. Everything. The full scope of the dissolution plan, the risk, the possibility that it might kill him, the certainty that the paintings would be lost regardless. Hermione cried. She didn't try to hide it, tears running down her face while her brain worked at full speed, processing the information, looking for alternatives, finding none. Ron didn't cry. He went very still, very quiet, and then he said, "What time?" "Midnight." "Where?" "The primary seal chamber, deepest level of the castle. Show you the way." "We're coming with you," Hermione said, wiping her eyes. "Don't argue." "I wasn't going to." "Good," she sniffed. "Because I've already prepared a list of questions about the dissolution architecture, and Corvus is going to answer every single one of them before I let you do this." Harry almost laughed. Of course she had a list. Of course she wanted to cross-examine the 800-year-old ward specialist. Hermione Granger would peer-review the apocalypse if given the opportunity. "Deal," he said. "Come to the 7th floor at 11. Corvus will meet us there." They spent the rest of the afternoon together, not talking about the night ahead, talking about everything else. Quidditch, classes, the absurdity of Umbridge, the fact that Ron had finally beaten Hermione at wizard chess for the 173rd consecutive time, and she still insisted she was developing a long-term strategy. Normal things. Human things. The things that made life worth the living. At dinner, Harry sat at the Gryffindor table and looked around the Great Hall one more time. The enchanted ceiling showed a clear night sky, stars scattered across velvet black. The candles floated above the tables, warm and golden. 1,000 students laughed and ate and argued and lived, oblivious to what was happening beneath their feet. He met Dumbledore's eyes across the hall. The headmaster inclined his head, the faintest nod. "A promise. I'll keep them safe." Harry nodded back. He looked at the paintings on the walls. In their daytime forms they were flat and limited, chatty portraits, scenic landscapes, the familiar furniture of a magical school. But Harry's sight showed him what lay beneath. The full souls, the complete people, waiting behind the canvas for night to fall. 2,000 voices, connected to him through the network, humming with anticipation and fear and fierce, unshakable resolve. They knew what was coming. They knew what it would cost them, and they were ready. Harry finished his dinner, pushed back from the table, and went upstairs to prepare. At 11 o'clock, Harry, Ron, and Hermione gathered on the 7th floor. The castle was settling into its nighttime quiet, students in their dormitories, prefects beginning their patrols, the corridors dimming as the torches burned low. Harry had his wand in his back pocket and nothing else. No invisibility cloak. No marauder's map. No armor, no talismans, no contingency plans. Just himself. Ron and Hermione flanked him, wands drawn. They looked scared and determined and completely, unshakably present. The paintings were awake. It was past curfew, past the threshold where the painted world came alive, and the corridors were crowded with three-dimensional souls stepping from their frames. Knights and scholars and healers and warriors, farmers and children and philosophers and kings. Every painting in the castle, disgorging its occupant, filling the corridors with 1,000 years of preserved humanity. They lined the halls, an honor guard, a farewell parade. Harry walked between them with Ron on his right and Hermione on his left, and the painted dead bowed as he passed, not in worship, in acknowledgement, in solidarity, in the shared understanding that tonight, the living and the dead would fight together for the last time. Corvus fell into step beside them as they reached the hidden passage to the deep levels. He was fully solid in the night time, his angular face sharp, his violet eyes burning with concentration. "The architecture is ready," he said. "I've mapped the dissolution sequence onto the 12 secondary seals. Each seal will serve as a channel, routing 1/12 of the convergence point's energy through the primary seal. You'll need to activate them simultaneously, all 12 at once." "How?" Hermione asked. "Come prepared," a roll of parchment covered in questions, though she'd clearly decided the first few dozen were less important than the big one. "Through the network," Corvus said. "Harry is connected to every painting in the castle. The 12 original casters are connected to their respective seals. Harry activates the original 12 through the network, and they channel the convergence point through their seals into the primary. And Harry's role in the actual moment of dissolution. He's the focal point. The 12 channels converge on the primary seal, and Harry, standing at the center of the primary seal circle, directs the combined energy into the dissolution function. The energy passes through his body, through his magical channels. Yes, Hermione's face was white. And the survivability calculation, Corvus hesitated. The energy is distributed across 12 channels. Each channel carries approximately 8% of the total convergence point output. Harry's body serves as the convergence point for the 12 streams, the place where they combine and are directed into the dissolution function. At the moment of combination, he will be handling the full output for approximately, how long? 7 seconds. 7 seconds of the full convergence point's output, through a human body with bloodline resonance, sight-enhanced channels, and 6 weeks of progressive capacity expansion. His magical infrastructure is not what it was at the start of term. He's been building toward this, whether he knew it or not. Hermione looked at Harry. 7 seconds. "I've survived worse odds," Harry said. "Remember the dragon. The dragon was one dragon for 10 minutes. This is the entire magical output of a ley line convergence point for 7 seconds. So it's shorter." "Harry, that's not," she stopped, breathed, closed her eyes. When she opened them, they were clear. "Okay, what can Ron and I do?" Corvus answered. "The dissolution will cause massive magical turbulence. The seal chamber will be physically dangerous, energy discharge, structural vibration, possible partial collapse. You can anchor Harry. Stand in the outer ring of the primary seal circle, one on each side. Your magical presence will create stabilizing reference points, something for Harry's consciousness to orient on when the power hits." "Anchor him," Ron repeated. "Like we're keeping him from floating away. Like you're keeping him from being torn apart. His connection to the living world, to the two people he trusts most, will give his mind something to hold on to when the energy tries to dissolve his sense of self." Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. The particular look of two people who have followed someone to hell before and are not thrilled about going again but are absolutely going to do it. "Right," Ron said. "Anchoring, we can do that." They descended. The hidden passages were familiar to Harry now. He'd walked them 100 times over the past 6 weeks. But tonight they felt different, charged. The walls hummed with energy that Harry could feel through his skin. The ley lines were brighter than he'd ever seen them, pulsing with a golden light that painted the stone corridors in shifting patterns. The castle knew what was happening. The convergence point was responding to Harry's presence, to the completed seal network, to the approaching culmination of a conflict that had been building for a millennium. They passed through the ancient layers, Hogwarts proper giving way to older stone, darker passages, the primal bedrock veined with dark crystal. The air grew colder, denser. The Hollow King's presence pressed against Harry's senses, a weight of malice and intelligence that grew stronger with every step. Ron's hand found Harry's shoulder. Hermione's found his arm. They didn't say anything. They just held on. The sealed chamber opened before them. It looked different from the last time Harry had been here. The primary seal, the great runic circle on the floor, was blazing with light. The restored runes burned silver gold, thousands of them, forming the containment sphere that had held the Hollow King for 1,000 years. The crack was still there, half an inch, pulsing with darkness, but it was surrounded by active, powerful, angry magic that held it in check. And the chamber was full of people, not physical people, painted people. The original 12, standing in a circle around the primary seal, each one positioned at the point corresponding to their secondary seal. Morven at the north, Alara at the south, Corvus at the east, the others spaced evenly around the circumference, their preserved forms solid and bright in the deep night. Beyond the 12, filling the chamber's entrance and the passages beyond, were more painted souls. Dozens, hundreds, pouring through the castle's hidden spaces, drawn by the network, drawn by the moment. They couldn't participate in the dissolution, they weren't part of the original seal architecture, but they'd come anyway, to bear witness, to stand with Harry and the 12 for one last fight. Harry walked to the center of the seal circle. The runes blazed beneath his feet, recognizing his bloodline, responding to his presence. The crack was directly below him, half an inch of darkness in a sea of light. He looked up. The domed ceiling was lost in shadow. He looked around. Ron and Hermione were taking their positions in the outer ring, their faces set, their wands drawn. The 12 original casters stood at their points, their ancient faces calm and ready. Morven caught his eye from the northern point. She was smiling, not weeping, not grieving, not carrying the weight of a millennium of sacrifice. Smiling. The restoration of her seal had returned her joy, and she blazed with it, a woman finally whole after 1,000 years of being broken. "Thank you," she mouthed. Harry nodded. Alara at the southern point was characteristically direct. "Whenever you're ready, Potter, we haven't got all eternity," she paused. "Well, we do, but you don't." Harry almost laughed. Instead, he closed his eyes. He could feel the network, all of it. 2,000 connected souls humming in his mind, their presence a warm and constant backdrop. The 12 original casters standing at their posts, their preserved magic primed and waiting. The convergence point below him, vast and powerful and ancient, a river of magical energy flowing through the Earth's crust, concentrated at this precise spot by a sorcerer who had wanted to live forever. And the Hollow King, Malachi, trapped behind the seal, pressed against the crack, aware of everything happening around him. Harry opened his sight fully, not partially, not the careful, controlled expansion he'd been practicing. He threw it wide open, letting his perception encompass the entire castle, every stone, every spell, every soul, every shadow. He could see it all. The physical world and the painted world and the liminal space between them. The seal network and the ley lines and the convergence point. The students sleeping in their beds 7 floors above. The teachers in their quarters. Dumbledore, standing in the entrance hall, his wand drawn, his face turned toward the floor as if listening for something. "Everything. I'm ready," Harry said. He opened his eyes, they blazed gold. He raised both hands, not holding a wand, he hadn't drawn it, he didn't need it. His body was the wand now, the focus, the instrument through which 1,000 years of magic would flow. "Begin." The 12 casters activated. It started as a whisper, 12 distant hums, each one a different frequency, rising from the secondary seals scattered throughout the castle. Harry felt them through the network, 12 streams of power, gathering in the painted souls who had created them, building toward release. Then the whisper became a roar. 12 channels opened simultaneously, 12 streams of magical energy, each one carrying the full preserved power of an original caster plus the accumulated charge of their restored seal, erupted from the secondary seals and poured through the network toward the primary seal chamber. They hit Harry like a wave. The first stream was Morven's, blue gold, warm, joyful, carrying the seal craft of the greatest rune maker who ever lived. It entered him through the bloodline connection, and his body sang. The second was Ilara's, iron red, fierce, burning, the combat magic of a war mage who'd conquered armies. It crashed into his channels alongside Morven's, and for a terrible instant the two frequencies clashed. Harry separated them. Years of training compressed into a single instinct, the dual-stream technique Ilara had taught him, expanded to impossible scale. 2 streams, then 3 as Corvus's silver lattice joined, then 4, 5. The pain began at 6. 6 streams of ancient magic, each one powerful enough to fuel a secondary seal for a millennium, pouring through a 15-year-old body that had been expanded and strengthened and enhanced but was still, at its core, a human body. Bones and blood and muscle and nerves, designed to carry a single wizard's magic, now conducting 6 times that amount. Harry screamed. The sound was torn from him involuntarily, a raw animal cry that echoed off the domed ceiling and sent ripples through the air. Ron and Hermione held their positions. Their faces were white, their jaws set, their eyes fixed on Harry with the desperate focus of people watching someone they loved in agony and refusing to look away. The 7th stream hit. Bridget's healing magic, green and gentle, and it eased the pain just slightly, enough for Harry to breathe, enough for him to think. The 8th stream. Thuron's brute force, tempered by Lysara's shadow silk subtlety. 9, 10, Helena's razor perception, Saren's crystalline foresight. 11, Fortescue's patient endurance. 12, Rowan Ashwood, the youngest of the original 12, who had died at 22 and been a painting for 900 years. Her magic was green and new and full of potential that had never been realized in life. It was the last piece, the final note in a chord 1,000 years in the making. 12 streams, all of them, pouring through Harry's body, converging in his core, building toward the critical mass that would activate the dissolution function. The pain was beyond anything Harry had ever experienced. Beyond the cruciatus, beyond the scar, beyond the graveyard and the basilisk venom and every other agony in his catalog of suffering. This was the pain of being more than human, of serving as the junction point for enough magical energy to reshape the world, channeled through flesh and bone that were never meant to hold it. His sight blazed so bright he couldn't see the physical world anymore. Just magic, pure, raw, unfiltered magic, filling his perception from horizon to horizon. The seal beneath his feet was a sun. The 12 channels were rivers of fire. The convergence point below was an ocean of light, and the Hollow King was there. Not behind the seal, in front of it, filling the crack, pressing through it, manifesting in the chamber itself, a shape of darkness and ancient will, fighting to break free before the dissolution could activate. Malachi, the sorcerer who had wanted to live forever, making his last desperate bid. He was vast. Even compressed into the half-inch crack, his presence filled the chamber with a weight of consciousness that made the air thick and the light dim. Dark eyes in a dark face, staring at Harry with a fury that was, beneath it all, terrified. "Stop this," the Hollow King said, and his voice shook the stone. Harry couldn't speak. The 12 streams were consuming his capacity for conscious action. Every ounce of his will focused on maintaining the channels, keeping them separate, directing them toward the dissolution function. Speaking was impossible. Thinking was barely possible. But he could feel. And what he felt, beneath the pain, beneath the terror, beneath the crushing weight of power, was certainty. The absolute bedrock conviction that this was right, that this was what he was born to do. Not because of prophecy or destiny or bloodline obligation, but because a castle full of people needed protecting, and he was the one who could do it. The 12 streams reached critical mass. Harry directed them downward. The dissolution function activated. Light. Not gold or silver or any color that had a name. Light beyond color, beyond perception, beyond the capacity of eyes or sight to process. It erupted from the primary seal in a column that pierced the chamber, the castle, the sky itself. A pillar of pure magical intent that drove downward through the bedrock, through the convergence point, through the Hollow King's prison and into the core of the entity that had lurked there for 1,000 years. The Hollow King screamed. It was a sound that existed in every register, physical, magical, psychic. The castle shook. The sealed chamber's walls cracked. Dust and fragments rained from the ceiling. Ron threw himself over Hermione, shielding her body with his own while the world came apart around them. Harry stood at the center of the dissolution, arms raised, body blazing with light, every cell in his being conducting the combined power of 12 ancient souls and a magical convergence point. The energy was destroying him. He could feel it. The progressive failure of his magical channels, the burning of his nerves, the fracturing of the infrastructure that held his body together. 7 seconds. 1. The light hit the Hollow King's core. The ancient consciousness buckled, fractured, the carefully constructed immortality beginning to unravel. 2. Malachi fought back. 1,000 years of accumulated power, thrown against the dissolution in a wall of darkness that met the light and held it, straining, cracking, but holding. 3. Harry pushed harder. Not with his own power, he had nothing left. With the combined will of 2,000 souls channeled through the network, amplified by the 12 seals, focused by the bloodline resonance that made Harry the living key to the Hollow King's lock. 4. The darkness cracked. Malachi screamed again, and in the scream Harry heard something he hadn't expected: grief. Real grief. The sorrow of a man who had wanted to live forever and was finally understanding that forever was over. 5. The dissolution reached the Hollow King's deepest layers. The binding he'd created, soul to earth, consciousness to stone, began to unravel. Threads of dark energy carefully woven over millennia, snapping one by one. Malachi's presence was diminishing, dissolving, coming apart. 6. Harry's body was failing. His magical channels were burned through. His nerves were screaming. His heart was stuttering, the rhythm disrupted by the energy flow. He could feel himself dying, the slow, irrevocable shutdown of a system pushed past its limits. He could feel Ron and Hermione. Through the outer ring of the seal circle, their presence reached him, 2 warm points of living magic, steady and strong and absolutely refusing to let go. They were his anchors, his tethers to the living world. The reason his consciousness didn't fly apart when the energy tried to dissolve it. 7. The Hollow King shattered, not broke, not cracked, shattered. The ancient consciousness, compressed and concentrated and sustained for a millennium, finally exceeded its structural limits. Malachi came apart like glass, his darkness fragmenting into 1,000,000 pieces that the dissolution light caught and consumed, burning each one to nothing, dispersing the energy harmlessly into the earth. Gone, not imprisoned, not sealed, not contained. Gone, the light peaked. The convergence point emptied, its accumulated energy spent. The 12 channels closed, the streams of ancient magic returning to their sources. The seal beneath Harry's feet flared one final time, brilliant, perfect, complete, and then went dark. Not failed, fulfilled. Its purpose, the purpose Morven had designed 1,000 years ago, was complete. The Hollow King was destroyed. The seal was no longer needed. Harry fell. His body, released from the energy streams, dropped like a puppet with cut strings. He hit the seal chamber floor with a crack that split the silence. Harry, Ron and Hermione were there, hands on his face, his chest, checking for breathing, checking for a pulse. Harry's eyes were open but unfocused, his body still, his magical channels burned and empty. "He's not breathing," Hermione said, and her voice was the most controlled and terrified thing Ron had ever heard. Her hands were on Harry's chest, feeling for heartbeat, finding it there, threadbare and stuttering but present. "His heart is beating. He's alive, Harry gasped. Air rushed into his lungs with a sound like a drowning man breaking the surface. His body arched off the stone floor, every muscle spasming, and then he collapsed again, breathing hard, his eyes wild. "Harry!" Ron's face swam above him. Freckles and fear and fierce, desperate hope. "Harry, talk to me. Say something. Say anything." Harry blinked. The sealed chamber was dark, the runes were dead, their purpose served. The only light came from the faint glow of the ley lines in the walls and from Ron's and Hermione's wands, raised and trembling. "Did it work?" Harry croaked. Hermione let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. You're asking, you nearly died and you're asking, did it work? Harry reached for his sight. For a horrible moment, nothing happened. His channels were burned, his magic depleted, and the familiar perception was gone. He was blind, ordinary, just a boy on a stone floor in the dark. Then it came back, slowly, painfully, like circulation returning to a numb limb. His sight flickered, stabilized, and opened. The crack was gone, not sealed, not reinforced, gone. The primary seal's surface was smooth, unbroken, the runes dark but intact. Beneath it, the containment sphere was empty. No darkness, no presence, no hollow king, just stone, just earth. Just the quiet, clean hum of a convergence point flowing unimpeded through the bedrock. It worked, Harry said. He's gone. The painted souls were still there, filling the chamber, filling the passages beyond. They'd felt the dissolution through the network. They knew. A silence fell, not the silence of emptiness, the silence of completion. Then Morven laughed. The same laugh from the painted world, bright, fierce, joyful, but this time it was louder, fuller, resonating through the chamber and the passages beyond. Other voices joined it. Laughter and weeping and shouting and the raw, uncontained sound of 2,000 souls released from a burden they'd carried for a millennium. Alara was the first to reach him. She knelt beside Harry, her scarred face inches from his, her iron eyes bright with tears she would never have admitted to. "You mad, brilliant, impossible boy," she said. "I prefer magnificent," Harry managed. She laughed. Actually laughed, not the sharp bark or the wolfish grin, but a real laugh, full and warm and alive. Then she began to fade. Harry saw it through his sight, the enchantment that preserved the painted souls anchored to the seal, losing its foundation. Without the seal's active magic, the preservation enchantment had nothing to sustain it. The painted souls were being released. Alara looked at her hands. They were becoming translucent, light shining through them. She watched it happen with an expression of calm wonder. "Ah," she said, "so this is what it feels like." "Alara, don't." She gripped his hand, still solid enough to grip, but fading. "Don't be sad. I've been dead for 1,100 years. This is the rest I never got." She squeezed his fingers. "You were the best student I ever had, the best person I ever knew. Whatever happens next, Harry Potter, you walk tall, you hear me?" "I hear you." "Good." She released his hand, stood, straightened her armor, brushed dust from her leather bracers, and settled her rough wand on her hip. Even fading, even dissolving, Alara Vane looked like she was preparing for one more battle. But there were no more battles. There was only this, a soldier finally laying down her arms. She caught Harry's eye one last time, nodded, the faintest smile, and was gone. Around the chamber, the dissolution was spreading. The painted souls were fading one by one, their preserved forms becoming translucent, becoming light, becoming nothing. Some went quietly, slipping away like candle flames in a breeze. Others went loudly. Thuron roared his own name as he dissolved, a battle cry that echoed off the walls. Sir Cadogan drew his golden sword one last time and saluted Harry with it before the light took him. Saren closed her winterstorm eyes and whispered, "I can see everything. At last, everything." Lysara signed something Harry couldn't read, and then she was gone, her silence finally complete. Corvus walked over to Harry and crouched beside him. The ward specialist's angular face was serene, the calm of a craftsman whose greatest work was finally finished. "The architecture held," Corvus said. "Every calculation, every redesigned pathway, it all held. Because you built it right. Because you had the strength to power it." Corvus's violet eyes met Harry's. "Take care of the castle, Harry. It's going to miss us." He stood, straightened his dark robes, and faded. The violet light of his eyes was the last thing to go, 2 points of color in the darkness, winking out like distant stars. The chamber was emptying. The painted souls, released from their 1,000-year vigil, were moving on. Wherever it was that painted souls went when the paint dried and the canvas darkened. Some of them passed Harry on their way out, touching his shoulder, his hair, his hand. Brief contacts, silent goodbyes. Bridget the healer pressed her green glowing palm against his chest and murmured something that made the pain in his channels ease. Fortescue squeezed his shoulder with a grip that said more than words. Helena looked at him with her sharp Ravenclaw eyes and said, "Remember us." Always, Harry said, and then it was just Morving. She stood at the northern point of the seal circle, the point she'd occupied 1,000 years ago when she'd first cast the binding. She was nearly transparent now, her dark hair and blue-black robes dissolving into light, but her eyes, her dark, deep, ancient eyes, were steady on Harry. "I lied to you once," she said. Harry looked up at her from the floor. "When?" "When I said I gave up my joy for the seal. That was true, but I got something back. Something I didn't expect after all those centuries of weeping." She knelt in front of him. Her hand, barely there, barely real, touched his cheek. "I got you." Harry's throat closed. He couldn't speak. He reached for her hand, but his fingers passed through. She was too far gone, too close to whatever came next. "My grandson," she whispered. "My brave, brilliant, impossible grandson. You saved us all." "Morven, live," she said. "Live and be happy for both of us." The light took her. Gently, completely, irrevocably. One moment she was there, the weeping woman, the seal maker, the grandmother he'd never known, and the next she was light, and then she was memory, and then she was gone. Harry sat on the floor of the seal chamber in the dark, in the silence, and wept. Ron's hand found his left shoulder. Hermione's found his right. They didn't speak. They didn't try to fix it or explain it or make it better. They just held on. The three of them sat in the dark for a long time. Dawn came. Harry climbed the stairs out of the deep levels, Ron and Hermione on either side of him, his body aching, his magic depleted, his heart cracked open. The hidden passages were quiet, no hum of the seal network, no pulse of the painting connections. Just stone and silence and the distant sound of the castle waking up. They emerged on the 7th floor. The corridor was lit with early morning light, gray and gold, the September sun filtering through the tall windows. The paintings were dark, every frame on every wall empty, not removed, not destroyed, just dark. Canvases showing nothing but faded pigment and old varnish, the magical animation gone, the preserved souls departed. The fat lady's portrait was a painting of a woman in a pink dress, flat and still, the personality and presence and 500 years of accumulated character simply absent. Harry touched the frame, cold canvas, nothing more. The castle was quiet in a way it had never been quiet before. Not the eerie silence of an empty building, it was full of sleeping students, snoring teachers, house elves beginning their morning routines. But there was an absence, a subtracted quality, like a symphony missing an entire section of instruments. The paintings had been part of the castle's voice, and now that voice was thinner. "Are you okay?" Hermione asked softly. Harry considered the question. His body hurt. His magic was a flickering ember where a bonfire had been. 2,000 souls he'd been connected to, 2,000 presences in the back of his mind, constant and warm, were gone, and the silence they left was vast. But the Hollow King was destroyed. The castle was safe. The 1,000-year threat was over, and he was alive. "Yeah," he said. "I'm okay." They walked to the great hall. Breakfast was beginning, early risers drifting in, yawning, reaching for toast and tea. Nobody noticed the dark paintings. Not yet. It would take time, a gradual realization, spreading through the student body as people noticed that the portraits weren't talking, weren't moving, weren't visiting each other's frames. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table. Ron sat on his left. Hermione sat on his right. They ate in comfortable silence, the kind of silence that exists between people who have been through something together that can't be explained to anyone who wasn't there. Dumbledore entered the great hall. He looked like he hadn't slept. His robes were rumpled, his half-moon spectacles slightly askew. He scanned the room, found Harry, and crossed to the Gryffindor table. "Mr. Potter," he said, "may I sit?" Harry gestured to the empty bench across from him. Dumbledore sat, moving with the careful deliberateness of a very old man who's just been reminded of his age. "The castle is quiet," Dumbledore said. "The paintings are gone." "I know, I felt it happen." He paused. "I felt everything happen, the dissolution, the release, the silence afterward. Are the students okay?" "Everyone is fine. There was some disturbance, a tremor that woke the lighter sleepers, a few detection wards that triggered. Professor Umbridge attempted to investigate, but I persuaded her that the fluctuations were a routine seasonal adjustment of the castle's wards." A ghost of a smile. She did not find this explanation convincing, but she lacked the grounds to dispute it. Harry drank his tea. "What will you tell people? About the paintings? The truth, or as much of it as the world is ready to hear, that the painting's enchantment was tied to an ancient magical system that has now fulfilled its purpose, that the souls within them have been released to their natural rest, that the castle is diminished but safe." Dumbledore looked at Harry over his spectacles. "The parts about you I will leave to your discretion. I'd rather people didn't know. Then they won't, not from me." He hesitated. "Harry, your magic, how much of it?" "I don't know yet." Harry held up his hand, tried to summon the gold light. Nothing came, just a faint warmth in his palm, a distant echo of the power that had flowed through him hours ago. "It might come back, it might not. The channels are burned. Corvus said they could rebuild, but there are no guarantees. There never are." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he reached across the table and placed his old, weathered hand over Harry's. "Whatever you are, Harry, whatever you become, you have done something tonight that no wizard has done in 1,000 years. You saved this castle and everyone in it. The how of it matters less than the fact of it." Harry looked at Dumbledore's hand on his. The headmaster's skin was paper-thin, the veins visible, the knuckles swollen with age. A hand that had wielded extraordinary power for over a century. A hand that was trembling slightly with an emotion Dumbledore was too old and too proud to name. "Thank you, Professor." "No, Harry, thank you." Dumbledore withdrew his hand, stood, and returned to the staff table. Harry watched him go, then turned back to his breakfast. The days that followed were strange. The castle adapted. It always did. Hogwarts was nothing if not resilient. The dark paintings were noticed within hours, and the student body reacted with a mixture of confusion, sadness, and the pragmatic shrug of teenagers who'd seen too many weird things at this school to be truly shaken by one more. Umbridge tried to claim credit, announcing that her security audit had identified and neutralized the dark magical influence contaminating the paintings. The fact that this narrative contradicted her previous position, that the paintings were the dark influence, seemed not to bother her. Nobody believed her, but nobody had the energy to argue. Dumbledore gave a speech at dinner that evening, brief, dignified, and deliberately vague. He spoke about the paintings as beloved members of the Hogwarts community who had served the school faithfully and had now moved on. He did not mention seals or ancient sorcerers or the boy who had channeled a convergence point through his body to save them all. Harry was grateful for the omission. His magic came back slowly. Not all at once, not the explosive, cascading return he'd half hoped for, more like a tide coming in, each day a little more. A week after the dissolution, he could produce lumos without his wand. 2 weeks after, he could cast basic spells at normal strength. The old magic, the gold light, the wandless combat projections, the sight-enhanced perception was slower to return. Ilara's training had pushed his channels beyond normal limits, and the dissolution had pushed them further. They were rebuilding, but into something different. Not weaker, not stronger, changed. His sight came back last. 3 weeks after the dissolution, sitting in the common room, Harry blinked, and suddenly the world had depth again. Not the overwhelming, all-encompassing perception he'd had during the final weeks, not the ability to see every enchantment, every soul, every magical current in the castle. Something subtler, quieter, like the difference between shouting and speaking. He could see magic when he chose to look, but it no longer overwhelmed his ordinary vision. He preferred it this way. The full sight had been a tool for wartime. This version was a tool for living. On a Saturday in late October, Harry went to the abandoned corridor on the 7th floor. The corridor was the same, narrow, old, the walls rough with ancient stone. The tapestries hung limp and faded. The paintings were dark, their subjects departed. At the end of the corridor, in its tarnished silver frame, Morven's painting hung. The Weeping Woman. Flat canvas, faded pigment, no animation, no life. Harry stood in front of it for a long time. The painting showed a woman with dark hair and deep eyes, her hands pressed to her face, her shoulders curved with the weight of unending grief. It was beautifully done. The artist, whoever they'd been, had captured something real in the brushstrokes. Something true, but it was just a painting now. Canvas and pigment in a tarnished frame. No soul behind it. No whispered conversations through the daylight. No midnight manifestations, no cold hands, no ancient wisdom. Gone. Harry reached out and touched the canvas. Gently with his fingertips. The paint was dry and slightly cracked with age. Beneath his touch, the faintest warmth, the last residual trace of the magic that had preserved Morven's soul for 1,000 years. "I'm happy," he said. "In case you were wondering, I'm doing what you said, living, being happy." He paused. "Ron and Hermione are good. They're always good. Hermione started a study group for defense, practical stuff, the things Umbridge won't teach. She asked me to lead it. I said yes." He traced the edge of the frame with his finger. "Dumbledore and I are talking now. Really talking. Not the careful, managed conversations we used to have. Real ones. He told me about the prophecy, the one about me and Voldemort. I wasn't surprised. After everything, Voldemort feels like a smaller problem than he used to." A small smile. "Umbridge is still terrible, but she's less terrible than she was. Your seal on the 3rd floor, even though it's inactive now, left a residual effect. She's still cruel, but the edge is gone. I think she might actually be human under all that pink." He stepped back. The painting looked at him, flat, still, inanimate, and he looked back. "Thank you, Morven, for everything. For the seal, for the sight, for the bloodline, for the joy you sacrificed to keep the world safe. For waiting 1,000 years for me." His voice was steady. His eyes were dry. "You can rest now, all of you. You've earned it." He stood in the corridor for another moment. The castle was quiet around him. Warm, warmer than it had been in centuries, the convergence point flowing freely, the ley lines unobstructed, the magical infrastructure clean and healthy for the first time since the Hollow King had first embedded himself in the foundations. The castle hummed. Not with the charged, anticipatory energy of the war weeks, with something simpler: contentment. The deep, bone-level satisfaction of a building that had been sick for a very long time and was finally well. Harry turned and walked away from the painting, down the corridor through the castle, past empty frames and quiet walls and corridors that were just corridors now, not battlefields or communication networks or the territory of an ancient war. He passed through the 7th floor, down the grand staircase, through the entrance hall. Students were scattered around the grounds, enjoying the October sunshine, playing gobstones, studying under trees, tossing quaffles back and forth. Normal. Mundane. Alive. Ron and Hermione were waiting for him under the beech tree by the lake, their spot, the place that had been theirs since first year. "All right?" Ron asked. "All right," Harry said. He sat down between them. The lake glittered. The giant squid waved a tentacle. Somewhere in the castle, a first year shrieked with laughter, and the sound carried across the water like a bell. Harry leaned back against the tree and closed his eyes. The sun was warm on his face. The grass was soft under his hands. His best friends were beside him, solid and present and real. His sight was quiet. His magic was rebuilding. His body was healing. And deep below, in the foundations of the castle he'd saved, the convergence point flowed clean and bright, no longer feeding a monster's ambition, but sustaining the school that 1,000 years of magical history had built. The Hollow King was gone. The painted dead had found their rest. The seals had served their purpose and gone dark. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the boy with the sight, the bridge between the living and the dead, sat under a tree by a lake in the autumn sunshine and felt, for the first time in as long as he could remember, at peace. Not the peace of completion, not the peace of endings, the peace of someone who knows exactly who he is and what he can do and what he's willing to fight for, the peace of a beginning.